hours a day, 7 days a week. Since before the war began, we're going to be here until, God willing, until the Ukrainians do the thing they need to do, and that thing is remove Russia from their country. It looks like they made a wrong turn, went down the wrong road, and Ukrainian traffic control needs to send them right back to where they belong, which is Russia. So the moment of truth we've been waiting for. I'm seeing a lot of, just off topic, I'm seeing a lot of naysayers, a lot of talking heads, some clown apparently who's from Noam Chomsky and wrote I think his name is, what was his name? Vijay Prashad. Vijay Prashad seems like a real strange person. He's the editor of Left Word Books. I think thinks he's clever. He's left-wing, so called Left Word Books, chief correspondent at the Globetrotter, and he spends his time in Delhi and Beirut and Northampton. It's a weird mix. I'm not sure which place is worse, but at any rate, I'm sure Delhi's better than Beirut. Northampton, I'm not sure who goes there, but anyway, he wrote something very ridiculous, and I responded in my tweets. He said something to the effect of, I found it so egregious I had to reply. He said, posted a picture. He said, "Oh no, Napoleon was defeated by Russia by General Mud and General Snow." That's a joke. The mud and the snow. Hitler was defeated in Russia by General Mud and General Snow. And the immense sacrifice of the Soviet citizens. So you tell he's a big communist. And then he said, NATO countries will be defeated in Russia by General Winter and his cousin inflation. And then he hashtags history lessons. He's a very strange man. So I replied, an organization pays you to write things? Question mark? NATO is not in Russia. In fact, no one is invading Russia. It is the exact opposite. Russia will suffer in the winter while it invades Ukraine. Did you really think this tweet through beforehand? That's what I meant right at the end. Bizarre, very bizarre. So there are a lot of people like that chirping up. There's a strange man, Jürgen Schmergen from Germany, who works for the Bild or something. Someone needs to give this guy a history lesson or a journalist lesson. He just posts random pictures and says things, words, almost like verbal diarrhea. And for some reason, he acts like he's really concerned for Ukraine. I'm just here asking questions, yeah. And he's very, how will the Ukrainians survive? Janus did not want to tell me anything. I wouldn't tell him anything either. I'd tell him how to get out of Ukraine if he's there. He's a crazy cat. Anyway, but the point is, we're seeing an increase in talking heads and internet blue check marks, seemingly interested in defending Ukraine and talking about the defense of Ukraine and blaming Ukrainian supporters for not being truthful because the Russians, they're playing 4D chess. Most 4D chess nations clear out mental health hospitals to get soldiers. It's just a thing that people do. That's very next level 4D chess. Anyway, so this is going on and on and on. And the reality on the ground actually couldn't be further from the truth. So we're going to roll into a bit of a military update. Nothing too fancy, but it's from some friends and other strangers. We're going to go to the Kherson region. Someone wants to pull up a map, maybe post it in the nest there. We have some new speakers here. I don't know who's Stephen Khazan or Kazan, who's not an Arkansas fan. We don't know you. So Ukraine, who can put in there, maybe Battle News, a map of here, I'll do it. Hold on. Some exciting news from Ukraine.
Yeah, you're asking the wrong dude if you want me to post stuff in the nest.
It's supposed to be Siggy's, man. What's wrong with you? The blind leading the blind. Hold on. There we go.
I'm operating on the wrong day's crypto.
Toot toot. No J-box for you. All right, I've posted a map. If you want to open up that map and zoom on in, it's Kherson, northwest area of Kherson Oblast. So we're looking at two towns, Okhine and Vysogolepie, have been taken from the Russians. by Ukrainian forces. It is a pretty sizable defensive position they've taken. That's where a lot of the VDV and naval infantry were located. So that's a big deal. It might not show right now, but it has been taken. It is secured. Ukrainians are consolidating positions, proper defensive positions oriented towards the Russians, getting ready for the next jump forward, the next leap forward. It looks like the highway that connects them, or that's in front of them, going roughly north-south, northeast southwest, has along the road the next Russian defensive battle positions, which isn't very smart in that area because along with the road, if you're all camped out on the road, or if you got a defensive position along the road, you might have a line of sight, but it also means enemy artillery, in this case the Ukrainian artillery, knows where to find you because you're right beside a road. Like literally, they're hugging the road. Not the smartest place to be if you're trying to defend something. Artillery fire. Anyway, so that's interesting. So that I'm not sure. A lot of maps aren't showing that, but those are confirmed to be taken. If you look at the firm's data, almost all of the data demonstrates that the Ukrainians are engaging in mass fires all along Russian front. So as they're consolidating their newly retaken positions, they're keeping the Russians' head down with lots of fires. There are very few shells the Russians are getting off. So they obviously have either run out, or they're running out, or they're rationing what they have. This is a very, very important detail, and you got to watch out for that. Okay, so that's important. Just flipping over the Donbass. Ozerny was retaken in 1 day. So it was 1 day's offensive, and that's about 10 kilometers squared, about 3 kilometers by 4 kilometers spread. It is a remarkable victory for 1 day's fighting. It's a good chunk of land, and on top of that, they crossed the Sverdlovsk River to do so, and now they control the road to Lyman, and that's an important area for Ukraine to retake. The Russians did have a small victory in Maturska. It's a small village, a very, very small village, and it wasn't critical to the Ukrainians at that point. So it only took the Russian Wagner group 4 days to take the village. That took 1 kilometer squared. Good job, Russia. And that was Wagner group individuals, because regular troops in that AO were deserting. Actual confirmation, Russian troops, regular army who had deserted, and they refused to fight. They're trying to push into Bakhmut. They're putting all the Wagner guys and some of the VDVs into the Bakhmut area because they're trying to push Bakhmut. It's very fortified. Ukrainians have a huge force there. It's a big deal. Now, Mi-28 attack helicopter, Russian. It's just as good as their K-52s Alligators. The Russians call it the tank. It's a big deal. One was shot down in Zaporizhia near Lepole. And what's interesting about this is when it was shot down, it had auxiliary fuel tanks on it. It has a short range of 200 kilometers because it's so heavy. So it burns up more fuel. So it had auxiliary fuel on there. And when it was shot down, it had the auxiliary fuel tanks obviously attached to it. What that means is those pylons carry less armaments because they're carrying fuel. So it could have been an insertion, it could have been an attack, but it's a very poor use of the platform because they had to use its ability to carry more ammunition to carry extra fuel. Now here's the rub. If you look at a map, Zaporizhia, near the front line there with Ukrainian forces, there's only a handful of places that helicopter could have left from Melitopol, but that was hit very hard, so it would be difficult to understand if it came from there, Jankoi or Kvardiske. It also could have come from Chaplinka, which is closer to Kherson, but either way, Most of these air bases have been hit, and Melitopol definitely hit many, many times. But it's a very, very poor use of that weapons platform because it's just very risky with very little return and almost certain chance of being shot down, and it was shot down. These Mi-28s are very expensive, and the best of the best fly them. They're being shot out of the air like water, like rain. So their air capabilities are severely degraded to the point where the Ukrainian air umbrella there, the air defense umbrella, is increasing, not just in Kherson, but even over to Zaporizhia. They're denying movement, and this is big. So this means that extra air defense, anti-air aircraft, anti-air batteries, and air defense radars have been positioned, most likely uh, moving all around the Russian salient there in Ukraine, meaning towards all of the south. So it looks like they're going to create some kind of air corridor for Ukrainian air to operate with impunity. And that's a great thing for Ukraine. And it means the Ukrainians are fighting three battles, right? They're finally fighting the deep battle behind enemy lines, hitting sustainment, hitting their air defense. They're fighting the contact battle, which is where they're fighting the actual troops on the front line, and the rear battle, which is all of the work they're doing in the background. And it looks like the Ukrainians are really, really good at doing all three of these, and that's how they're getting that success that they need. So you're seeing them being able to hit in the rear, very far deep, the deep battle, hit, they're fighting the kinetic battle very, very well. As you see, they're taking territory, albeit slowly, but they're doing it methodically. And in the rear, they're doing all that force generation, the training, the logistics supply, moving up the A1, A2 echelons, and supporting their troops. It's very textbook. So this is all also very good news. And lastly, so when it comes to Zaporizhia, Antonovsky Bridge was hit again. There was also another attempt at a pontoon bridge by the Russians today, just ending today, this last 24 hours, and that was destroyed by HIMARS again. The overall numbers of Russian casualties in Kherson are expected to double, confirmed to about 6,000, 7,000. No word on Ukrainian casualties, as is normal for Ukrainians right now. But this could turn out into being a total rout of Russian forces. It could be an orderly withdrawal, then a chaotic withdrawal under pressure until it's a total rout. The Ukrainians, as I said recently, I suspect they obviously have an intermediary objective at Nova Kakhovka. The goal is to bisect whatever Russians are left. So you're either going to see a massive disorderly withdrawal, or you're going to see a surrender by the thousands. 1/5 of the Russian army in Ukraine is west of the Dnipro. It's super bad news for the Russians. Just think of that: 1/5 of Russian forces in Ukraine are west of the Dnipro. This will be a bloodbath or a mass surrender. At the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, Russians fired more shells actually, and some rockets at outlying auxiliary buildings at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, and none of them, well, a bunch of them didn't have fuses, or detonators rather. They didn't explode. They were left almost to show, maybe they'd bring back the inspectors and say, see, they're doing it again, and the shells going the other way. Some of the videos and pictures I've seen show the ordnance unexploded.
I was going to say, are these the special shells that spin around when they hit the ground?
Let me finish it, and then you can go on, because I'm on a rhythm here, Battle Moose. Yes, those are the ones. I'm almost done, I promise. Some people suspect that they did it without the fuses, just so that they didn't actually damage any of the buildings. They're not near the reactors, but they're within 2 kilometers, and it's not good to do that. So more stupidity from the Russians, and other than that caused minimal damage. And then other than that, we talked about the corpses being withdrawn through Zaporizhia by train after being transported by truck before Vysokolpia was taken by the Ukrainians. So as it stands, the Ukrainians look poised to continue pushing through all of Russian-occupied Ukraine west of the Dnipro to the Dnipro, and then ultimately to isolate Kherson. The Russians have suffered mass casualties, and as we've seen, their positions are horrible. We just expect more. Same. And that concludes the update for September 4th of September 2022. And back to, and I don't usually do the updates there, Battle Moose. So back to Battle Moose. Yes, those are the ones that do the 180s, the crazy Ivans for Hunt for October. Wiggle and wine.
Crazy Ivans.
That's so calm. Yes, Miss.
Oh, Uncle Yehuda, tell us the story about the Sukhoi pilot who got painted and decided to leave the area.
You know what? He just figured, what's the point? Why am I waiting this one out? Sukhoi, a fixed-wing superstar pilot, bravest one in Russia, or the smartest pilot in the Russian Air Force, in captivity now, decided when he got lit up by, well, actually, he didn't even get lit up. The Ukrainians turned on the radar. His systems detected it, and so he just ejected. He didn't even wait for the message. He just, all right, I'm out. They see me up. He sees me. Okay, bye. So his plane just crashed. And
yeah, but if we take a step back and look at the forest through the trees, what does that say about? And the pilots are supposed to be highly trained; they're supposed to be the best of the best. And you're exiting a $20 million airframe. And, well, I imagine that's how much it'd be if it was Western dollars. It's probably, 6 packs of potatoes.
Yeah.
But, this is not like some crew leaving a BMP-1 on the battlefield.
No. It's all sorts of crazy. This is the guy that just pulled pin. He said, yeah, you know what? I'm not in it to win it. They have air defense. Okay. So he knew what air defense doing. And he said, I don't want any of it. I'm not interested. They're losing aircraft like flies. It's a gong show, and you know what? I really don't want to say it to the audience and just like be just to be boastful or too excited. But it really seems like if there ever was a time that an imminent collapse and an imminent rout or like total collapse of an army's morale, it's now, and it's happened before in history. So it wouldn't be the first time. Like, this isn't pie in the sky. Like, no way, it doesn't happen. It's happened before, and this is kind of how it starts.
Well, look at the Gulf War when.
Sure.
Yeah, look at the Gulf War when the Iraqis started surrendering en masse, like hundreds of thousands. The Americans didn't have enough MPs, military police, to process them.
Yeah, no, 100%. But no one's ever. I mean, people did talk about the Iraqi Republican Guard. Ooh, did they talk? They said, oh my God, the Iraqi Republican. The rest of them are bad, but the Iraqi Republican Guard, they're top of the line. And they will put up a tough fight. They're the first to surrender. They're like, we're done now. They weren't the first, but they definitely surrendered en masse. The thing is, though, there will be no shock and awe like the Americans did. So it's not even closely similar. But the Ukrainians, they're scaring the Russians into mutinying and desertion, and they're not even taking huge swaths. What they're doing is they're totally destroying large defensive positions of Russians, positions that every Russian in that front thinks are untouchable. You understand? They literally think that entire position is gold, and they were so confident of it they didn't even defend the position properly. They really just didn't. The only rational explanation as to why they were there for 4 or 5 months, for 4 months for sure, and they built crap defensive positions, not even sighted properly, no over interlocking arcs of fire. That means that the battle position in the middle, if there's 3 battle positions, I'm just going to give you an example: middle, right, left. That the position on the left covers a bit of the position in the middle, and vice versa, and on both sides, so that there's there's no gap for your opposing force to come in. And the Russians didn't even have that. The Ukrainians made mincemeat of it. There will be no armor or heavy equipment leaving the west of the Dnipro. It'll either be destroyed or become part of the Ukrainian army, and that's where we're going. So retweet the space. We've just done it. If we need to tape this portion and replay it for the 3rd of September, it's a big deal. It's a huge deal what's going on, and you're seeing the Ukrainians really uh, do this properly. They're not going too far. They're not pushing things to try to, impress the West. They're marching to the beat of their own drum. They're really moving methodically. They're consolidating on all of their victories, and they're doing the right thing. So I just want everyone to know that there's nothing wrong with what's going on. It's a very methodical advance, and just judging by all of the reports we're getting in, and judging by the posture of the Russians where we do see them, it looks like it just should not. It will not get any better. Someone's asking me what should a I know I said fourth, but today's the fifth. So the 4th of September to that person, not the third. It doesn't matter. Don't be nitpicky. It's the fourth. The updates for the fourth. And then I get asked, what is a fortified position? What should a fortified position look like? I can describe it. I don't have it on me, but I'm sure anyone could just Google it. NATO defensive battle position, example of, and or put company-sized battle position, be more specific, and you should get some maps.
Just look up stage 6 trench.
Sure. No, but I mean the whole battle position.
Like a whole platoon or company position.
I just said company. So company-sized frontage or something, you get a better idea. And then someone could look at it and go, okay, that platoon covers that. If it's 2 up, 1 back. There are different ways to do it, right? So either way, it is good for people to see. You can Google it. If I have time at the computer, I will post something. So that's over to Harold. But how about this, Harold? Look at the Russians, and the exact opposite of what they did is what it should look like. I mean, it's almost, imagine, imagine someone put some thought, time, and care into making something that will save that person's life if they come into contact. Like, it's just common sense. It looked like all those Russian defensive positions that we have seen from telegrams, the TikToks, or wherever, the YouTubes. That looked like a drunken, I don't know, like a paramilitary. It looked like a paramilitary Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, right? It was bottles of alcohol, lawn chairs, cigarette piles. It's just a bad mess. So I hope that helped. I have to run off a bit and do something Battle Moose, but I leave it in your capable hands, you and Leonard, and we definitely should be getting some other people up to assist. That would be fantastic. Maybe Raphael or Polymath or whoever who wants to ask these questions about what the Russians are doing, because it's bad. But the beautiful thing is, their mistake is Ukraine's gain, and these gains are going to continue slowly but surely. You're going to see this, and after they get to the Dnipro River, that's not the end. They'll start pushing east towards Melitopol, and they'll be doing the exact same thing. 3 types of battles: the deep battle, the kinetic battle, the battle of contact, and then the rear battle, which is all of those things that make the fight in the middle continue by moving up supplies, by organizing troops, by cycling troops out. That's what a professional army looks like, and that's what a professional army does, and that's what the Ukrainians are doing. And
before you go there, Yehuda, I had a question, because I was, I was in and out of reception range over the weekend, but I heard some reports that the Ukrainians actually crossed the Dnipro River and established a quick bridgehead over there. Was there any validity to that?
There could have been. Not entirely sure. There could have been a target of opportunity and something was done. But Dnipro, I would suggest, is a hard and fast. They're not going to. They need to clean up what's on the one side of the river before they push east. So there were reports that they had forded the river there. It could have easily been to attack a position that was just a low-hanging fruit, and then skirted back and met up with the rest of the forces. Right. That's what decentralized command can do. They probably were told that's your boundary, and then they said, hey, we're here. It doesn't going to cost us none to do this, and then we can wipe out that enemy CDET and skirt back and be back in where we're supposed to be. If it happened, it wouldn't be a surprise. I would be personally surprised if that's part of the plan, just because you want to make sure that unless it was a special forces operation. But from what I understand, they did return back and will consolidate accordingly. But yes, I did hear it. Could not get too much confirmation on it.
Well, good on them. Good on them. I hope they were successful.
Yeah, they probably just did a little sniping thing, these guys aren't even looking. Boom. Let's cross here, hit him from the rear, just skirt back. Bob's your uncle. Unless it's Sergey
or General so-and-so is here at his command post. Let's go, let's go wake him up.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a general that close. Usually they're far back having a vodka and some comforting, never mind, massage or something. No, it would have been a CDET, a company position. That's what it said. It could have been a Russian position that was not oriented properly, didn't see him coming, a target of opportunity, thought, we'll have to kill him eventually. So if we just pop over here, within an hour or two, we'll be back. I could see that,
And before you go, I have another question. I noticed you commented on that lunacy of whoever posted that course report for the entire Ukrainian army. And we're seeing more and more of this disinformation. You touched on it at the beginning. Do you want to maybe explain what was going on with that particular report? Because it gained a lot of traction for some reason.
Yeah, because it looked official. It wasn't a course report. It wasn't even a U.S. equivalent of a course report. It was like a U.S. equivalent, from what I understand, of like a CMP, counseling and probation, CMPs. I'm sure you got a lot of that. No, I'm just kidding. It's not a good thing when you get an initial warning, quarter warning, counseling and probation. These are remedial measures to help out a member to get better. So it looks like someone took I'm a little tired. Sorry. It looks like someone took a U.S. copy of that document, like it's a regular Word document any officer NCO would have on the computer, or someone took it, and then they wrote up. So it's supposed to be for an individual, So, the member was observed to have eaten crayons and not washing his hands whilst he ate the crayons, and this isn't good, in violation of Crayon Code 123. Recommendation: member will have, will speak to, sergeant once a week about washing his hands and what crayons to eat, yada, yada, and then we will have, in 2 months we will discuss this again. Member will be required to eat crayons or not. I'm joking about crayons, but it's, fill in the transgression. And then it's followed up, the file's closed, and that's the way that we track things. So you have administrative actions, remedial measures that do these things that help, correct defective behavior in a person, something they're doing wrong. It's also a way to formalize it. So someone took an American copy of this. I suspect it's what it's called, developmental progress report or something. And if it is a PER, if it is a course report, I'd be surprised. But okay, let's say it's a course report. It's some type of document that tracks an individual military personnel members, progress or something they've done right or wrong. And someone faked it and wrote it as if there was an American writing it for all Ukrainian forces in the UK. So instead of it, the member is this: every Ukrainian in the United Kingdom is not good. They don't care. They're horrible. When first of all, it doesn't even make any sense. It wouldn't be made. It's not a thing that would come out. That would be like a briefing note to a commander from the G3 or the J3 at a NATO headquarters, but it's the British that are training them. So if it would have been, if it was a British document, it would make more sense maybe, and then it could be just like, like the British just, if it was a British document, it could be a briefing note, like a faked briefing note, and that says, on the development of, the Ukrainians being trained at Habersham or Aldershot or wherever it is. I observe the following, and something like that. And it would be a memo or a briefing note. It would be a briefing note format. But that doesn't even make any sense, and why that would go public makes no sense either. So it's just a forgery. So some clown took a document off the internet from the U.S. Army and then blacked out the names of who it's supposed to be from, and then wrote basically a crappy report card, a really scathing report card of all Ukrainian force. Now, I have no people training Ukrainians in the UK, and the UK have cameras, and they even did a documentary training them, and every single British officer is like, "Oh, it was a rainy day. They're doing great. We love them. Da 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 da. Everything's fantastic." And just showing them, and then they interview the Ukrainians. We're learning so much. So clearly, someone's lying. Obviously, either everyone in the British Army and everyone in the Ukrainian Army there is just lying and no one's learning anything, or some clown who hates Ukraine and is, holds water for Putin has decided to do this, and people bought it. And this is another example. It took anyone. CJ posted it. That's where I saw it. Anyone who's been in the military, anyone who's reasonable, has a functioning brain, especially if you've been in the military and aren't incredibly stupid, you would look at that and go, "That's a forgery. That makes no sense." And you just pass on. But that's what people that's the stupid stuff that people will fall for these days. But thanks for pointing it out, Battle Moose. Sorry, we've tried to
Yeah,
add a
no
few.
problem. I didn't notice that Chuck had taken that and it corrected all the spelling mistakes in it.
Oh.
So he kind of went through it and was correcting all because for people that don't know in the audience, any memo, and it goes for officers too, any memo that goes up the chain of command usually goes through, it shunts through the sergeant major, and the sergeant major literally has a ruler with how many spaces there are on, and if you're out of order, that memo comes back to you and you rewrite it. Usually there's some yelling involved.
Yeah, I got to run for a bit, Battle. So take over. You don't mind? Are you good?
Yeah, you go ahead. I'm sure Ryan's going to be up. My phone's going to die there in a bit, so
okay.
We'll find some coverage there. Don't worry.
But yeah, so I got to run and do something. So just if you have any other questions, let me know. Also, just there are a bunch of people that I tried adding. Jude's husband or something, Jude's Jo, and then Zachary person.
Okay, that's disconcerting because I'm not seeing anybody.
Okay,
trying to come up.
Just give me a second. So those people specifically that I just named, I didn't kick you on purpose. I just can't add you. It just says cannot add. So Balamoose, if you can't see it, that's trouble because I'm trying to add quite a few people, and it's just either timing out and so I don't want them to think that we're giving them the finger. You know what I mean? So can you take care of that? I'll leave it in your capable hands, my friend.
Yeah, we'll sort this out. Okay. I think we've had a restart of the space in the last 12 hours, so I'm hoping it's not that.
Yeah, no worries. I am supposed to be getting some more information in the a little bit later. So I will update any updates for us. So I think that's great, and I will do my best to update it tonight as well. Because
one quick question, Yehuda, before you go.
Yeah. Very quick, okay.
Okay, you mentioned in the Zaporizhzhia Melitopol sector, the Russians were collecting their bodies.
No, they were transiting. There were partisan and certain reports of confirmed about 2,000 Russian bodies loaded onto trains in Zaporizhzhia and moved eastward, but they were killed in Kherson.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh no! Listen. Today's not the day, Zacharias Thomas. Are you going to ask a question and be polite, or you get some screaming, swearing again?
Ask a question.
Adios, amigos. That's Spanish for talk to you later, alligator. Yeah, sorry, Banalus, that was me. I added them up, but we had some swear bots saying naughty words before. Not today.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not seeing anybody that wants to come up. You can go ahead and I got a here there. Big guy. What's
Dr.
that?
Frenchie? I got a Dr. Frenchie coming in. That's actually the
Yeah, sure. Bring him up.
Okay. Dr. Frenchie. He is a sworn enemy of Chef Boyardee. This can't be real. Okay. Have Dr. Frenchie. I just got to show you this battle moves.
That is the greatest avatar ever.
Hello, Yoda.
Hi.
How
You got this battle moves? I'll be back later. I gotta run.
Hey there, Dr. Frenchie. Comment ça va?
how are you doing? I'm just wondering, like how the Ukrainian things are developing, and if the news are still completely silent and keeping OPSEC on the Ukrainian side. I feel like I'm certainly in the dark, so.
Are you physically in the dark? Like, cause you want to turn the light on, or what do you mean you're in the dark?
Both ways in
Yeah,
the
don't
dark.
hit your chin against the table. That sucks.
I'm both ways in the dark. Like,
Ukrainian and Russian people are killing each other. Hopefully they stop. Because
Hopefully, my friend Malaki, that you learn a bit of manners. Dr. Frenchie was talking, and you will not come up and railroad things. And I know you want to tell us that it's an equal opportunity war, blah, 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 blah. I think I recognize your voice. Malaka the Immortal from Greece. Thanks so much, Ryan. We're not going to do that today. Thank you. Dr. French, did you say that you just want to know how this Ukraine thing started?
no, I just wanted to know how the OPSEC is going. If it's still a close lid on things. That was mostly what I'm wondering. I've been
Okay,
in
Balamus, you
and
got
out
it.
of
I'll
those
be back.
bases
Yeah,
for a long
they're
time.
pretty rock solid. Yehuda, if you can hang on like a minute, I'm going to cycle and see if it corrects any of this.
Yeah, because I'm getting all the requests.
Yeah, and I'm not, and that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, no, yeah, it would make sense. Sriram, welcome. Sorry, I'm just not going to bring up Malaki there. We're not doing that stuff today. If you want to send me a message with your question, that's fine. Go ahead, Sriram.
Yeah, Yehuda, I just wanted to react to what you said, a few minutes ago about some left-wing commie guy, saying all kinds of crazy things in India, right? The reality is that in India, these large countries like India and China, I mean, 40% of the world's population lives there. I mean, they just don't really care, man. They don't even understand what's at stake. They don't understand the values that we as Americans are fighting for. And there's actually a big chasm. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Before you go on, honest, he's not your average Indian, though. This guy, he's not one of those Indians from, like, I know there's an issue in India, and I know what you're referring to, but he's more of a, are you familiar with British politics?
A little bit, not much.
Okay, so he's like a far left. I checked him out. Far left momentum. Everything in the West sucks. Venezuela's great. Stalin was pretty okay. If it wasn't for the West, he would have been a great leader. He's a nut job, right? So he's not really. He's Indian by descent. I guess he's got a home base in Delhi, but his if you look at his profile, it goes Delhi, Beirut, Northampton. So he's one of these champagne socialists from the UK, and he'll say he might be Indian, but he's not like your typical maybe Indian person that might have that Modi bend and that support, or like that 50-50 support. We see it on here a bit, but he's way gone. Like, he's probably not into India's culture or anything like that either, if you know what I mean. Like, he's probably one of these basically literally communist. He's best friends with Chomsky. He just wrote a book with him, Noam Chomsky. So, but I mean, if you want to talk about the other part that you mentioned, that'd be great. Like what you were talking about in general, what's going on in India, because that's important too. We get it a lot.
Yeah, I think there's one streak in India which bothers me a lot. Which basically thinks that the West caused all this, right? And obviously, I viscerally disagree, right? Fundamentally disagree. And we know, that we're fighting, for the values we believe in, right? I mean, that's fundamentally what this is about, right? And we're paying with money, right? I mean, we're putting our money where our mouth is, but there's a whole chunk of the world's population in the third world where, I mean, they're completely different. Their opinions are different. they see the West as being a big part of the problem. So I think we need to work on changing, that impression. All of us do what we can, but I think at the macro level, I think it's important.
No, 100%. I agree with you. It's something. It's a work in progress. Obviously, it's not about where they're from. A lot of it has to do with, what they're subjected to in terms of the media, right? Because once people end up moving to the States, they end up having a very different perspective on freedom and the freedom of expression, right? So, totally different ball of wax. It's disappointing. We do get it a lot, but I can say for the most part, especially when it's a Hindu from India, it doesn't really have. Russia's just they don't support Ukrainian genocide. It's just a different kind of, like bias. Whereas in some parts of the world, in parts of Africa, when we see that bias, it's usually like from colonialism, and the colonial angle comes up with some of the Indians, but it's mostly the Africans that will say, this is America, pushing colonialism, even though it's so hard to understand how they could see that, right? Because the colonialism is actually from Russia, but I mean, still, it's something we notice. And you're right; it's part of a greater, big picture of misinformation, 100%. And on that note, Sriram, I meet Battle Moose. He's one of my Canadian colleagues, formerly of the military, and he is definitely a maximum supervision kind of guy. So I'll hand it over to you, Battle, and I'll circle back in a bit.
Yeah, I think I'm good to go. Let me see here. Ricardo, if you're there, try request to come up, please.
Yeah, let's get a request to come up. Maybe Craig or Ryan or something. They're there too. And if you can see it, then I'll skedaddle. I've added absinthe, Akhalteki, and I don't understand much about what any of that means. And he likes horses. So maybe he has a question for us, or you. But Dr. Frenchie, I don't know where you found that picture. I think it's borderline offensive to certain people. That's fine. Okay, we're just going to see if we can get a hand up or a David, if someone can request. We're just doing a little test. We're having a bit of a comms problem here. It is 5 September, and the time is, it's time to get a watch, because I don't know the time. It is 9:56 p.m. So we are here with Battle Moose. We got Leonard. Okay, they're coming up. Do you see that, Battle Moose? Heather.
Yeah, I saw that. I brought Heather up.
Becky. David. Okay. We just tricked you. Now you all have to speak. We should try this all the time. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Battle Moose, I'll talk to you.
Thank you there, Yehuda, and you have yourself a good night.
No, I'm coming back to do a military update again. Don't worry.
Oh, you are.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, I'm gonna get some.
We'll wait with bated breath, my friend.
No, you won't. Don't worry. But I got a message saying some new stuff's coming in a couple hours, so I do want to circle back. I'll talk to you soon. Talk to everyone soon. Be well.
Well, I appreciate everybody sticking around and working with us through our little technical troubles. It's been something with this Twitter Spaces. It's been an interesting ride this entire time here. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. If you would like to speak, please request to come on up, and you make your. Once you put your hand up, we can make you make your comment or question, and please be cordial and whatnot. If you're going to come up and spew Russian talking points. I will summarily deconstruct you in front of everybody. It'll be the verbal version of your parents pulling your pants down in front of everybody in the mall and spanking your butt. I grew up in the 70s, and that's what our parents used to do to us. So it's I hear that's no longer copacetic. But yeah, we'll be doing that because it's getting a little long in the tooth, and we oh, David, I can listen to David. One second here. It's actually really difficult to co-host by yourself and manage all the people going up and down. With that, we have Leonard. Leonard.
Thank you, Battlers. I just had a follow-up question, if you will, for Srinam, if he's still listening. I don't know if he's still on, but he was referencing the general sentiments in the Indian subcontinent with reference to the kind of the predisposition to think in the West in terms of colonial terms and suffering from a bit of neocolonialism, and then indicating that really the bulk of the population simply did not care. And I would just a question that you kind of referred sideways to China being in somewhat the same position concerning their opinion, if you will, public opinion towards Ukraine and what's going on in the West in general. But it's been established by pretty clear-cut sinologists, if you will, or Asian authorities, that in terms of the Chinese population, the 70% of the entire population has never spent as much as one day, not even one day, in the equivalent of a high school. And I'm just wondering if Srinam could relate that to the Indian subcontinent as well, and whether there's a similar situation that prevails there in terms of general awareness or general education. And keeping that in mind, if that is roughly parallel in the Indian subcontinent, then when we're talking about public opinion or opinion vis-a-vis what's going on in Ukraine or Western Europe or even the greater world as a whole, if that explains the educational level of 70% of the population, then it would seem that it's logical that the Russian propaganda efforts and whatever disinformation efforts and whatever expenditures they're making on the Indian subcontinent to establish some base level of misinformed public sentiments, that would simply follow logically. That what we're dealing with is not really an informed state of opinion at all in the vast bulk of the Indian population, but simply a shaping device that has really taken place courtesy of massive Russian disinformation and targeting that specific, very vulnerable and malleable body of thinking, if you will, throughout the entire subcontinent. So is that a reasonable reflection, Srinam, as by way of a comparison to the situation in mainland China, for example? So thank you for your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
you know, it was a question directed at you, so you can respond.
Okay, so first off, I'm not an expert, but the comparison between China and India is unfair in the following big way, right? And obviously, I'm American, so that taints me in some ways. But in China, you only hear what the state wants you to hear, right? In India, it's not like that. It's an open, highly democratized society. It's the largest English-speaking country in the world by far, and they've got a very strong historic relationship with the old Soviet Union and the new Russia. I mean, a lot of their gear, defense, which we now know all this Russian stuff is shit, right? We've seen enough of their gear blow up, but their army, their armed forces, traditionally relied on Russia for a lot of weaponry. And given, how energy dependent the nation is, they see this as a massive opportunity to get cheap fuel, right? Fundamentally. Obviously, there's no way to get gas there. Russia probably has to cap all their wells because they have nowhere to sell it to. Europe doesn't buy it. But that said, the strong historic relationship with Russia taints everything, taints their worldview, right? And they've always been suspicious of the West and the US. And if you look at the news media coverage, in about Ukraine, it's just a total sideshow. It's got a huge amount of Russian propaganda in it because they've got Indian news crews, plugged into all these, Russian army, teams, right? They've got these embedded journalists, and so it's just horrible, right? I can't stand it, but I watch it anyway just to see what they're thinking. And so I think while they're very different in the way China and India looks at it, India has access to all the information that we do, right? There's no control. So I think it's more important for us, to move, public opinion there. Obviously, it's much harder to do in China, but I think it's something that will really help us because if you look at the way Indians think and act, I mean, they're highly aligned with the West, right? In addition to the fact that they really depend on America for a lot of their business. There's a huge amount of trade between the two countries now. I think they're highly aligned towards capitalism and our way of life, So I think if there's a place we should invest, it should be in moving, public opinion there. My 2 cents. I'm not the expert.
Do you have any follow-up there, Leonard?
Just one small additional point then. So obviously you're based in the U.S. now, Srinam, so that's excellent. Just perhaps a suggestion from you then in terms of we know that there is a significant Indian population in the United States, and it's probably even more so in Canada. So there's been extensive cultural connections and economic connections and exchange of technology and so on between Canada and India for generations, really. And I'm just wondering if you have any immediate suggestions in terms of how, say, the Indian community or the Indo-Canadian community may have some means of counteracting this. Seems to be a rather dramatic effect that Russian disinformation and propaganda has had on the general body of thought in the Indian subcontinent. And it seems to be an area that could be vastly expanded. What do you have any thoughts on that?
Hey, am I allowed to respond?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So look, I've lived here all my life. I'm American. Most of the people of Indian origin that we interact with, I live in the Bay Area. They're all uniformly, of the mind. They don't have any doubt who the aggressor is here, and they don't have any doubt that this is actually an existential threat, right? Russia is, and everybody, I think, feels that the way to actually move the needle on international opinion, even in countries like India, is to beat Russia on the field militarily. That I think is the one thing. If that happens, then obviously there are going to be all kinds of after effects to that in terms of what's going to happen to Russia. That's a separate debate. But I think that will help move the needle, in terms of influencing, and I think destroying all these myths that Indians hold about Russia and how great they are. I think that's my 2 cents.
Sure, and that's actually fairly encouraging. But the fact of the matter seems to be that all compasses are pointing in that direction already in any event. In other words, Russia is faring very poorly on the ground, and their prospects in terms of an outcome for the war in Ukraine is rather dismal indeed. And certainly the military procurement personnel in India have had ample opportunity to observe Russian materiel and Russian hardware in action. And that alone would very likely put a major damper on any further acquisitions of military material by India. And certainly that would leave then the North American influence, if you will, of the North American market as a much more likely future acquisition point in terms of say, Indian military thinking. So, yeah, it's a point well taken. Thank you.
I just want to mention, David, I'm trying to get you up. I've tried like 6 times now. Possibly, same old thing, go and try to restart the app or, clear the cache and come back and I'll bring you right up. But it doesn't look like it's allowing me to bring you up. If you'd like to speak, please request to speak. I'll bring you right up and you make a question or comment to the table. And if you don't, I'm going to let Leonard talk all night.
Moose, you have a cruel sense of humor, man.
Well, that's because I have like 0 content right now.
Well, you could give us an update in terms of the Leopard 1s that may or may not have been sighted somewhere east of Edmonton, somewhere between Edmonton and Cold Lake, say, in terms of whether there's any future potential in terms of existing Leo 1s within the, I assume that would be Lord Strathcona's horse jurisdiction there.
I don't think it's an issue. Like if the Canadian government was going to move them, they would have done it by now. I don't know what the status of that is. David, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Bottomless. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, buddy.
Okay, great. Well, thanks very much for hosting and Maria reporting. I encourage everybody who's listening to retweet and share the space as always. My preferred charity is mariaaid.org. I encourage you to pop along there and give what you can. I really came up both because you said you had no content and also to ask a military question. And that will be after listening to Mr. Yehuda's great update on the action in the Kherson region. But I wonder at the same time, right? So concurrently, I imagine, or maybe I'm wrong. This is why I wanted to ask, and it's been a question on my mind the last couple of days. I think perhaps, or are they not? Does it make sense? Ukraine will continue, or would have continued their push and use of artillery and use of Panzerhausen 2000, which I've learned how to pronounce, and continued using Crab and all the other artillery systems, fixed and the ones on tracks. In the Donetsk and Donbass theatre, and probably also Luhansk theatre, at the same time as they're carrying out their operations in the southern theatre. So I wondered if that's something that's probable, likely, unlikely. And if it is happening, I imagine it's just going to rapidly increase the time in which the enemy is going to reach his endpoint. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I would be guessing, but that would be, entirely up to the Ukrainian high command. and their logistics system, which up till now seems to be a lot more robust than anything the Russians have currently. Now, as per the bringing up various artillery systems, they'll be moving them forward when the battlefield dictates that they need to be moved forward. Further to that, the wear and tear on the various systems. Yeah, they're going to have to go back for maintenance. There's a certain amount of maintenance that could be taken, that could be done in the field, and then there's stuff that you need to do, especially the 777s. Like under duress, we can change a barrel on like a 105. Like the weapons tech with the gun crew can change the barrel. The M777 not so much. That barrel, no gun crews carrying that thing. That needs a crane, and
I lost connection. Hello?
Moose, are you there?
Oh, Leonard, I can hear you. Fantastic.
Okay,
we've
lost Moose.
We've lost Moose. All right, okay.
Oh, I can hear you fine, David.
I suppose just from a civilian point of view, it's a thirst for content of artillery, not just the images, but the effect that they have clearly, and that the little snippets of videos we see are passbacks clearly at the correct time. But I just imagine that the Ukrainian crews, who are now going to be probably the best, when I say best, I mean most proficient operators of these systems today, this week in the world, it seems like those are dogs you'd want to let loose, but obviously it's just speculating.
Well, yeah, it seems that the fact that the Panzer howitzers are finally arriving, and hopefully in some level of numbers in Ukraine, is certainly a big step in the right direction, and it'll be really interesting to see if that in fact is followed up by even further commitments of material from Germany in general, and Rheinmetall in particular, if their hands are somewhat untied to finally make significant contribution to the war effort. And you had mentioned the M777s as well. You had a question pertaining to that as well, David? Or?
Apart from the same topic, but just on numbers, that they have been probably in theatre a little longer now. Well, I think Crab may have been the first one to show up, but they've been on site in situ, and Paddlemoose, before he dropped, did mention the need for those to probably be brought to a rear area for maintenance, repair, upkeep. Whether the pieces of equipment are in action, being used or not, I suppose it's constant maintenance and upkeep they would be going through anyway. So I know it's idle speculation, but I just my mind goes to it because of the because of the effectiveness that they have been deployed, since they've been in theatre. Not to say that it's the magic machine makes a difference. It's clearly the guys and girls who are using the equipment make the difference, but the mind does wander.
Right. From the last presentation that CJ made, it seemed as though there was a further abundant supply of M777s arriving out of U.S. inventory, and additionally, he made the point that they were looking at refurbishment on many of the barrels after 2,000 rounds. So, based upon his information, it seemed that there was already a seriously mobilized and competent refurbishing effort away, and that there was centers established specifically for the purpose of refurbishing the M777 barrels, rebuilding them, sighting them in, and ensuring that they were machined directly to U.S. military spec, and then reinstalled in whatever aspect of the front that they were most required in. So the bottom line assessment.
That tells an awful lot, Leonard. That little piece of information, if you just do a little bit of where I come from, we call it pub mathematics on the back of a cigarette box. A little bit of mathematics means they're being used well through and thoroughly, number one. Number two, like you said, there's a whole logistics chain that has been set up. That's a fascinating piece of information.
Okay. Sorry about that, folks. Looks like I stumbled down the stairs and fell off the audio there. We got Craig up here. Thanks for coming up, Craig. And the ongoing discussion of the M777, because she's a lovely beast. It's I have to take a look at it again, but I'm pretty sure that the lands and grooves are part of a sleeve that can be taken out of the barrel with specialized equipment. And that the equipment goes back, it gets all looked at with non-destructive testing. And, if there's no micro fractures or anything, glaring, it'll be cycled back and, tickety boo, ready to rock and roll again. There are areas on the gun that we get a little nervous about. We get there's areas of concern that take the brunt of the stress. The equibulator, the trails and whatnot. We're a little bit concerned, especially firing very large charges with the gun. So if she's rocking and rolling at maximum charge for a long time, we get a little concerned. Where the Russians, they don't care. They got enough artillery that if a 203's firing away and it blows up and kills the gun dead, they got 400 more of them, and they don't really care. But I'm kind of treading into Craig's wheelhouse there of logistics, and maybe you want to opine on how the Ukrainians with NATO help have set up their rear lines.
Yeah, I know we all like to talk about the M777s, but don't forget there are 122s, 105s. They have a 203. Was it 105s, 152s, 155, 203s, and then not to mention mortars as well. So these guns have been firing. So I know everybody loves the M777. It's a great piece of kit, but there were some videos that were circulating several days ago around Twitter that a Ukrainian soldier had posted of a convoy of 10 or 12 mobile 122s. So while we're talking about the West, when we're talking about M777s, don't forget that you have places like Czechoslovakia, you have Poland, you have the Baltic republics, you have Romania, you have everybody that is giving their stuff that is battle tested, inspected, because this is a part of logistics, right? Part of logistics is quality control, right? Making sure that what is going forward is usable, right? And so some of this stuff is just starting to make its presence felt in Ukraine, because they had to put these things through their paces. They had to make sure that it worked. They had to clean it up, lube it up, test fire maybe 100 times or so to make sure the gun worked. All the optics are updated, et cetera, et cetera. And there you go, right? So I would say that when we're talking about these things, we can talk about numbers and weights all we want, but I think what's a really quiet part of logistics is quality control, right? Making sure, let's imagine for just a moment a world where 5,000 javelins were sent to Ukraine and half of them didn't work, right? Or 3/4 of them didn't work. Quality control is a part of logistics. It's one thing to get the thing there. It's another thing to make sure that actually works. Like that when you push the button or you pull the trigger, it's going to do what you say. And so it's a much more professional, much more quiet part of logistics when you have a quality control officer going through your warehouses, stores. They check things. They have a checklist. They have an itemized list. It's super boring. If you've ever been in the military, it's super boring. You got to go through warehouses, check boxes. The junior NCO's got to lug stuff around, take something off, re-tag something, check the warehouse, get a forklift, make sure that this is good. This is all part of it. That's the reason why all the javelins worked, right? Why the vast majority of them worked is because of quality control. Just like the shells that go into the gun, that's quality control. Just like the mobile howitzers, the German Panzer howitzers, those work, right? You want to give them 100% reliability rather than 50% reliability. So instead of giving 100, you give 200, but only half of them really work as well as you want them to, and the rest need a little bit of cleanup, and you just kind of dump them on the Ukrainians, right? I would rather get 100 rifles that I know there's a 95% chance that when I fire, that round is going down range or is going to hit the target with a reasonable degree of accuracy.
Did we lose Craig? Craig, mic check.
Yeah, I think he fell down.
Bummer. Okay, Craig, I'll cycle you, and feel free to come back up. I don't know if you're speaking now, but you're coming on and off mute, but we can't hear you.
Just those lugs again.
It's those Twitter pox, I tell you. I see we got Zodiac up here. How you doing tonight, sir?
Not too bad. I was coming up here at the request of Craig to discuss logistics, so hopefully he comes back up, as I don't know how he wanted to start the topic off.
Well, we're getting into a little bit about the in a roundabout way, without getting into OPSEC stuff, like how does the second and third line work, right? So if you have like and we'll just for giggles, we'll pick the 105. 105 needs to go back for non-destructive testing and maybe barrel refurbishment, and how that would go about, and the elements in Western. Western logistics is the element of quality control, where we've seen time and time again. The Russians are, I wouldn't say it's not there, but they're coming up pretty short. Earlier in the war, we saw, it was a 152 with a cracked breech block, and they're firing this thing.
Yeah, that's not going to go well for you at all. Having been a weapons technician, I know how badly that can go real fast. And like you were saying, we don't necessarily know Russian quality control. I know our systems, and I know the redundancies in place in Western systems. For example, if I have to ship something or receive something, I'm doing either an out or in inspection, even though, me at a first line or second line element, third and fourth line probably did their own out inspections and in inspections as well. So between the refurbishment of a piece of equipment and it actually getting to the user unit, it's probably gone through about 6 inspections before it even gets fired again. So, that redundancy makes sure that an actually working, functioning piece of equipment actually gets to the frontline unit, and it's not going to blow up in their face. Looks like they're kind of skipping some steps and cutting some corners, though, for the Russians, as we do see a lot more photos of equipment just being pulled out of storage and just getting sent straight to the front without necessarily checking what it is and what condition state it's in.
Maybe you can. We didn't really get into it because most of us get eyes glaze over when we start talking logistics. But it's one of the most important factors of the war. And journalists like to talk about weapons, but generals like to talk about logistics, because that's the stuff that wins wars, right? So
absolutely.
maybe as a weapons tech, and I've dealt with my fair share of weapons techs over the years. Can you maybe discuss about the shelf life of some of this? Because I know the Russian propellant is different than what we use. We use the dual grain cordite, and they use something else that's like super caustic. And what's the shelf life on that stuff? Because we speculated on it before, but we didn't really have anybody that was a weapons tech to dive into it.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I can't speak too much about Russian propellant as I don't have that kind of foreign weapons training that delves deep into, like, especially Russian artillery. That's kind of its own beast. That said, it's, like you said, it's caustic. It's the type of propellant they use even for, your cheap Russian ammo that you might be buying for your SKS. It's corrosive, it's caustic. It wears out their barrels even quicker as a result. So you see a lot more barrel wear over time versus, us having the propellant you described, as well as, chrome lined barrels. We're using hammer forged barrels in many cases, which have a much longer extended shelf life versus them going for more quantity over quality. And especially a lot of their barrels, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them were manufactured in the 70s and 80s, and very few new barrels have even been manufactured in Russia since the fall of the Soviet Union.
Oh, I dare say there's there's some of those barrels there that were there when Khrushchev was leading the troops. It's we, and for the listeners, we often joke in the West that the Russians don't, or the Soviets, because it was back in my day with the Soviets, they don't throw anything away, nothing. And I have a bottle of champagne in my fridge for when I see the first T-34 on the battlefield. Leonard, do you have a question or comment?
Yes, Bruce. I had a question for Zodiac if he feels this is in his wheelhouse, and it relates to the artillery pieces that were procured and being sent from Canada, and I know there were M777s. But also, there was. I was told there were some of the 105s. In other words, the same piece that the Kiwis had sent a number of copies of. I think the Kiwis sent about 35 or 40 105s, and I'm just wondering if ours would be probably the same vintage. I think they were older pieces, so I'm not sure precisely what decade, but you would probably have a better idea. And I'm wondering how, just in terms of, you mentioned hammer forging on the barrels, if you could just give us an idea of the comparative process, say the barrels on the 105s as compared to the M777s, and are we still hammering those in Canada, or are they all procured out of Britain or the US now, in case you happen to have the data on that? Thank you.
Awesome. So, touch on your first point. In terms of 105s, Canada only uses either the C3 howitzer or the LG1. And both of these are much more kind of, actually, sorry, correction there. The C3 is a much more dated vintage than the L119, which the Ukrainians have been given. And the LG1's about late 80s, early 90s vintage. But they're still NATO standard 105 howitzers. Now, I hadn't heard anything about Canada giving 105s. Now, if they've set funds aside for it, then they're purchasing from a third party to give the Ukrainians, as introducing any of our older, generation howitzers probably wouldn't do the Ukrainians much good. When you're dealing with 1950s vintage, yeah, they're going to be cheap and easy to potentially use for the Ukrainians, but we want to be careful about not adding too many different types of systems to Ukrainians to overload their own logistics network. They already have a giant hodgepodge smorgasbord of different systems. And at this point, we want to try and give them more of the same systems that we're giving them rather than adding additional systems. That's just going to make that logistics train, especially on the maintenance end of things. A 105 is a 105. They all use NATO standard ammo, but when you talk about the maintenance side of things, you deal with different spare parts, different breech blocks, different cradles, different firing mechanisms for these different types of howitzers, and that all costs money to procure these different spares. So the more commonality you can have between fleets, the better off you are in the long run, logistically speaking, as you won't have to worry about procuring parts from many different nations all over the place.
Yeah, I just want to mention that Canada has made no commitment to send 105s to Ukraine. Currently, the entire 105 force is in reserve hands, so only the reserve component of the Canadian Armed Forces or the Royal Canadian Artillery use the 105, and the pack howitzer used to be used by the airborne, and I imagine 1, 2, and 3 horse have taken that over, because it's been a hot minute since I've seen an LG1 anywhere other than sitting in the back of the Z lines.
My understanding is the LG1s are with the reserve units out east. As when it comes to training for weapons technicians, if you're out east, you get LG1, and then reserve techs out west get C3.
Okay, that certainly is very interesting. Just one further question then. CJ, who is a U.S. artillery officer, was on a while back, but he seemed to have great faith in, and he had some very nice comments to make about the LG 105. I'm just wondering if that kind of corresponds to your assessments in terms of it being an effective field piece.
So being out west, unfortunately, I've never dealt with the LG1, so I cannot speak to its technical capabilities and how it compares to other 105 guns. But I will just touch on your other question you had earlier for me about the differences there between barrel types like hammer forging and that. There is to start from the beginning, there's different types of barrel manufacturing methods. The most cheapest way possible is you just take, say, a round ingot of, say, steel or titanium, whatever you want to make your barrel out of, and you drill it. You drill a hole straight down the middle, and then you take a second drill that will drill the rifling, unless it's a smooth bore, drill the rifling into it, and boom, bada bing, bada boom, you got a barrel. Hammer forging involves, basically, think of it like a press. So you heat the metal and you squeeze it through an extruder almost, and then out pops the other side of barrel. So that's probably the more expensive way to go about it, and it takes a long time to do it, and it's a great cost involved, but it does create a much stronger barrel that can last a lot longer. So it all depends on whether you want quality or quantity, and there's several other methods kind of in between as well.
Excellent. Thanks for that insight.
I've fired the LG1 and in Petawawa, and between the C3 and whatnot, the only real difference is that the LG1 can literally be taken apart and moved around with donkeys, and that's where we get the term pack howitzer. You're not doing that with a C3. You're not disassembling a C3 and transporting it everywhere. So, and correct me if I'm wrong there, Zodiac, I can't remember, is the TG one that the Brits gave the Ukrainians, which is essentially another pack howitzer. And just because it's a lower caliber doesn't mean it's ineffective. Each caliber has its place on the battlefield, and especially for something like a pack howitzer, because you get a good crew and they can be in and out and don't mess your hairdo, man. They're on the ball and they're fast. And they're much faster than, say, an M777, or like even a mud gun like the old C3 105, or especially the 152s and stuff like that, the Soviet stuff. They're made to be fast, to come in and out of action quickly, and you can basically tow it around with I don't know, I'd say a caravan's pushing it, but you can tow it around with a Jeep. We used to tow them around with this Canadian Jeep we used to call the Iltis, and she was only a small four-banger.
Yeah, exactly. And, the 105 is being given right now to Ukraine. They're essentially supplementing, if not replacing, the 122 field guns that they have, as those things, depending on sources, either are running short on ammunition or running short on spare parts and barrels to be able to keep them running. But from what I've read, the Ukrainians have good things to say about the 105s that we've given them, and are much improved accuracy over the 122 field howitzers. So they do have their niche, they do have their place, and especially when you can potentially set up, tear down a 105 faster than a 155 and carry a heck of a lot more ammo for the same amount of tonnage compared to a 155.
Yeah, with that, we're going to break the Canadian Power Hour here and bring in Craig.
Oh no, I didn't. I was too busy wrapped in this. I'll be frank with you guys. I don't mind sharing it. When I hear this kind of talk, I don't know how old you guys are or how young you might be, respectively, but when I hear these conversations, I think of the old Arlie Ernie show, Ernie from the History Channel, Locked and Loaded, where he went into the mechanics of each weapon. And as soon as you guys started talking, this is all I thought about. I know we got a lot of Canadians here, so you guys have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. But it was Locked and Loaded with Arlie Ernie on the History Channel. So
that's the gunny man. From Full Metal Jacket. We know exactly who he is.
Okay, no, I'm just saying the show in particular. But yeah, I don't want to say the metallurgy, because that's probably not the right word to use in terms of the construction of the gun at all. But the metallurgy that goes into these, again, you just got to tie it all the way down to quality control, right? Do you want lots of crappy weapons that you can fire a lot of stuff from, or do you want a few good weapons that do what you want them to do 95% of the time? The West chooses the latter. The Russians choose the former, right? And it all goes back to the societal look as to how it interacts with its military, right? The West is a professional army. It's an extension of the state. It's an extension of construction of the Constitution. But way back to British history, we don't care. But the point is that the way the Russians view their military is very much an arm of a certain segment of society, right? It's an arm of the FSB and the GRU. It's not an arm of the state. If it were an arm of the state would have some sort of controls in that. But because there's so much corruption, because there's so much theft and graft there, the state has little to no control over it. Only a select body uses the army for its own needs. If it were an apparatus of the Russian state itself, then these people shouldn't be able to pluck in, because whoever tries to steal would then be at war with the state, right? It would then be offending the state. But because it's not, you're not, right? You're only paying somebody off, right? So just two different. I don't mean to kind of get into graduate school kind of human societal structures on a cultural basis, but that's where this all comes from, people, right? What you guys are talking about are professional people who have been trained for years on a system from institutions that believe that this is a siloed part of the state. It's not something that somebody can just go in and grab and say, hey, I want this, I want that, I want tires. See those tires over there? I'm going to put fake ones on. I'm going to take the other one and I'm going to pocket the cash, right? That's a whole other different interaction. It all bleeds down to quality control, right? Do you or don't you have the incentive to enforce quality controls? The answer on the Russians are clearly not. In the West,
Yeah, and
there are.
to take that out to the macrocosm, and anybody who's served anywhere in the West, you know exactly what I talk about. Like there's always in what we used to call the reallocation of the Queen's assets. Like if some unit leaves their coffee pot out, like we're going to steal it. No problems about that. We'll like there's nothing more sticky than a soldier's fingers, out especially out in the field. But stuff like that blows my mind. Like that destroyer captain in Russia that sold the screws to his destroyer. It blows my mind. And like when it was mentioned, like when John Ridge mentioned that, and I went and looked it up because I for a while I couldn't believe it. When I looked it up, and then, yep, sure enough, he took the brass screws off of his destroyer. Not that he was out there with a big torque wrench or whatnot taking these things off, but had sold them for cheaper versions of this and pocketed the money. Like I watched a guy get charged for pocketing chapstick in the field. Go ahead, Zodiac.
All right. Well, if you think that's outrageous, it's going to show up in the nest here in a second, and you're going to love it. But what I was going to chime in when it comes to quality control tech, give you a personal example of what I've dealt with here, is I had a machine gun come back from factory. Just got refurbished. Okay, we did initial inspection, did all the checks and balances, everything, gave it to the unit. They take it out to the field. First shooting, the breech block shears completely in half off the first belt of ammo. Okay, comes back to me. I go through the entire investigation. I write out what is called a unsatisfactory condition report, which goes straight to the life cycle material manager up in Ottawa at NDHQ, and a whole investigation with the manufacturer started within less than 2 days. And that investigation was wrapped up probably within a week. We got it back to the manufacturer, who then did all sorts of testing on the metal and everything else. Turns out that they found micro fractures inside the breech block. And then from there, they were able to find out the root cause within the manufacturing process and adjust the manufacturing process to make sure that it didn't happen again. So that's the kind of quality control that we have versus what we potentially see with the Russians, that they don't care. And if it breaks, it breaks. Okay, grab a new one.
Well, there's absolutely that, and the pride that we kind of take with our systems. I remember we were firing 105s, and one of the M13 firing locks, it sheared the firing pin. And after we figured out what was going on, and you wait your 30 minutes for to unload, and you take the firing lock out, and it was there. You can see inside there was a bubble inside the firing pin, and they sent a dude to our unit from Belgium to check this out. Because they were going like, this is not it's not copacetic. So they took ownership of that, and we're on that, and we're constantly apologizing for that happening.
And he warned the potential loss of power to cool those reactors could lead to a meltdown.
Sounds like a Browning.
Oh God, the museum piece that I still work on.
Yeah, what about the our old 9 mils that you pick up and you can shake it and they go jingle, jingle, jingle?
Hey, I've actually found through doing vault inspections some of the Chinese Brownings that were bought back in the late 40s and are still kicking around our inventory. They still have the slide at the back for where the stock would go in. And if you want ridiculousness of firearms, the Chinese-made Brownings had a graduated sight out to 800 meters, and they had a wood stock to try and stabilize it. Well, a 9mm is probably going to feel more like a bug bite at 800 meters.
That's insane. That's absolutely insane. I knew because I was in an artillery unit at the beginning, we actually had revolvers because horse artillery were supposed to have revolvers, and every year we had to go out and requalify on these revolvers because you're horse artillery, you should be carrying a revolver. And this coming from a dude that never bought a mess dress. So I've other than on the range and burning through and we got an ammo allotment for those things every year. So we would go out there and burn off the ammo, then we have to clean it and whatnot. Maybe change gears. And we're talking about older pieces being effective. And anybody who doesn't believe that an older weapon could be effective, I'll go get a ball like a musket, and you stand in front of me. I'll fire it at you, and we'll see who dies. Okay, it's it's all in the hand of the beholder. Now, one of my favorite weapons, the old Carl G. And we sent over, I think we sent over a lot more than the Canadian forces actually had, plus the ammunition to the Ukrainians. And I just wanted the day that the Ukrainians released that video of the Carl G taking out the T-90. How did you feel, Zodiac?
You know what? I felt pretty dang good. Having people say, oh, yeah, especially infanteers saying, oh, yeah, the Carl G is useless. You'll never kill a tank with that. Well, all of a sudden it was just a global, all over the news, I told you so moment. It still works. Even without the newer M4 variant that the Swedes have and all their new fancy ammunition for it, if you use it right, an old piece of kit can still work really well.
Point in case, the Ukrainians have taken their old MiG-29s, and zap strapped some HARM missiles to them, and they're go look along the Kherson front. They're quite effective at taking out Russian air defenses. In fact, and I was bugging Yehuda earlier about this, there's some Russian Sukhoi pilot that got painted by radar, and instead of going on the defensive, he ejected.
Yeah,
didn't get shot at, just ejected.
Yep, just screw it. Even speaking of that, did you see some of the photos that surfaced today of the Ukrainians taking two M72s and strapping them to a quadcopter to use as a top attack drone?
Oh, you need to DM that to me.
I will absolutely send you the photo. It is glorious. Yeah, two M72s strapped to a quadcopter.
So if anybody's wondering, the M72 is that the one you see in all the films where you pull it apart and you put it on your shoulder. We affectionately call it the door opener, because if you fire that at the side of any tank in the world, you're just going to anger the people in the tank. Maybe give them a little bit of tinnitus, whatnot, but they're going to be pretty upset. And as their coaxial is turning to engage you, you better get the hell out of there.
Mind you, if unarmored, those T-62s, the DPR militia are running around it, you can actually penetrate the frontal armor with a M72 of those things.
Really? You think it'd go through the glacial plate?
Just by going by pure open source specs, yeah, it should be able to.
Well, let's get the Ukrainians more M72s.
And that picture is now in your DMs.
Can I, if I could just interject really quickly while we're looking at things at the top of the nest, I just wanted to point out something to everybody while we have some folks up here. Oh, there goes Ryan. Bye, Ryan. Go to the top of the nest, and you see where Zodiac had posted his tweet. Swipe
Air
left
siren alert
one time
update.
by the
Micro
Euromaidan
live.
press.
Partial alert.
That is
This message
a
has been
freshly
generated
destroyed
with municipal
Russian
data.
convoy in Kherson. People are hypothesizing this is done with MLRS, but it gives you an idea of the scale that the Ukrainians are operating at and the scale of the destruction that they are engaging in. So when you talk about drones and you talk about these things, what shocks me about this is that Ukraine is operating at so many different scales so efficiently, right? They've learned how to fasten a 3D bomb or what have you with duct tape to a drone, right? But they're also operating on the large scale operational level with MLRS and M777s and Bayraktars and all the rest of these things. I mean, to me, what shocks me so much is that usually armies operate on a single scale, right? Conventional type of thing, right? Everybody saw how hard it was for the United States to adjust after 2003, right? From a conventional military force to one of counterinsurgency, right? That, whether people want to believe it or not, that is a very difficult transition for a military to make. And so when militaries have to transition like that, what you see the Ukrainians doing is operating in so many different spheres so well, whether it's partisan activity, whether it's drones, from a quadcopter dropping a mortar shell through a sunroof, right? Or onto an artillery truck, or operating a $5 million Bayraktar, or engaging M777 fire in coordination with HIMARS, or all the rest of this stuff, partisan activity when this war started. You see the target logistics. I think what we need to step back and just kind of, I would say, appreciate is how good Ukraine is in every facet of this war. I mean, from start to finish, I can't point to geez, if the Russians do that, then that's Ukraine's weak spot right there. I can't find one. Like, I'm not trying to be like all Ukrainian, fanboy here, but somebody point to an example of something the Ukrainians is not to their advantage, right? Can somebody do that? And that's a rhetorical question, of course, because there really isn't. And I think that it just shows that when you see this level of destruction on this convoy, and then you dial it into what Battlemoose and Zodiac are talking about, like, what?
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv.
It's amazing to me.
Full alert.
I'm just going to say it.
This message has been generated with municipal
capable of doing
data.
This at such a granular level, and then extrapolating that to a strategic, operational, or tactical level. It's absolutely amazing.
And to go even more into your wheelhouse there, Craig, and we talked about this before, they're changing the caliber of their ammunition Ukraine-wide during a war. And, well, we have a weapons tech on here, so I'm going to use and abuse you. How difficult would that be if we changed our standard ammunition in peacetime?
Oh, God. Even in peacetime, that is a nightmare and a half, because you're having to deal with retooling. All of your shops have to get outfitted with the proper tools and specialty gauges and everything else just to be able to do proper maintenance on these.
This message has
when
been
you're talking
generated
specialty
with
gauges,
municipal
we're talking
data.
about things that are manufactured down to a thousandth of an inch to be perfectly fitted so that if something's wrong, you pick it up right away. And even for some of our newer pieces of equipment, there's shortages because the manufacturer can't keep up. And one little widgets might be $5,000 just for one. So to do that in wartime, that's a logistical nightmare, in my opinion. It's hard enough in peacetime, but to try to do that while you're actively trying to fix all the other shit that you're still using, it's tough. It would definitely be tough. And, my hat's off to those Ukrainian techs. When this war is over, if there's one thing I'd love to do is go over there and actually speak to the guys that have been maintaining all their equipment and learn from them, because the amount of knowledge from actual battlefield experience and battlefield repair would be invaluable to NATO.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And don't kid yourself, listeners. Ukraine, when this is all said and done, will be a member of NATO. And like Zodiac said, they'll be the most experienced and battle-hardened member of NATO. They will be the ones coming and giving us lessons, like lessons learned, and training us on how to conduct things on the battlefield. And I just want to expand on that and talk about, we kind of touched on the whole drone facet before. However, people don't realize how revolutionary, like the direction the Ukrainians took drones. We saw drones being used on the offensive in Afghanistan and around the world, and some little places and conflicts and whatnot, but not at this scale. Not at this scale where I remember CJ and I at the beginning where we're talking about like they're getting 152 hits on a tank with one round, no adjusting. And I'm going like, how the hell are they doing that? And that's like anybody that's served, this is revolutionary. Traditionally, we would have to, fire, it's not that we're firing blindly, but artillery is an area effect weapon. So we'd fire into an area, see where it lands, and then adjust onto the target from there. And we do this thing, there's several methods that we can use. But, the Ukrainians are they're conserving ammunition by doing this, and their spotters with the drones are just so bang on. Anybody want to comment on that?
I actually have a question that might extend the conversation a little bit in terms of how they're doing this. I'll be the first one to tell you, I don't know how drones work. I don't know how to fly a drone. I don't want to know how to fly a drone. I tried to fly one. I got one for Christmas. I crashed it into a tree. It fell to pieces. I threw it in the trash. That was it, right? It lasted all of about 20 minutes in my hands. But true story. But I guess my question is that at the beginning of this war, I think Trent Telenko had actually come on this space back in, say, I think it was like March or April. And we had about a 2-day discussion about how they were using drones to topographically map the ground that's around them. So that way they know if they're elevated relative to MSL, right? Because you have MSL, you have ASL, right? You have all these different types of levels, and you can't, so if your tank is 20 feet in the air comparative to where you are with your artillery gun, then that's going to affect it, right? The earth is not flat, contrary to what some people might think, right? You're 100 feet below, and they're 100 feet above. But they're actually 200 feet above because you're 100 feet below where they are, but they're 100 foot elevated. So it adjusts that. And so what they use drones for, and again, somebody correct me if I'm off here because I'm just kind of spitballing, but they were using it to identify where the Russian unit was relative to the MSL that the unit that was firing was at. Right, and I don't know if that was ever confirmed, but I think we spoke about it for a good while because we thought it was fascinating. Does anybody know if that's even possible, or is that something that can be done?
I know both sides are doing it. I saw an account of Ukrainians shot down a Russian drone, and it had like 9 separate cameras sort of on the bottom of it. It had like a camera array to do some kind of an elevation topographic picture the way that you were describing. But I haven't heard about this Ukrainian case you're talking about, Craig.
Yeah, I'm spitballing. I thought that was a thing, but I'm thinking, I don't know if that ties into what you and Battlemoose are talking about, Zodiac, but I'm assuming that I don't know if they can even use a laser. I mean, could you even do that unless you had a guided, because you would paint it with a laser, theoretically speaking, you would paint the target with a laser and then that data feed?
You range it with a laser.
There you go, range it. There you go, not paint it, but range it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so we do have laser rangefinders that your FOO or your forward observers would use, and no, we would never let the officer touch them. That's very much the tech that would be running. It'd be the corporal, master corporal that would be operating that, and they would keep it away from the officer because we don't let them touch any kind of shiny stuff. Same with SIGs. Yehuda comes into my command post. I'm not going to let him touch any of the radios. It's you want a message sensor? Well, you write it down and I'll send it for you. So anybody that's wondering, that's how that works in the military.
You do the kitty slap with their hands. Don't touch that. Don't touch that.
Yeah, I remember one time we were out on a winter exercise, and I had a bunch of HF equipment, so high frequency radio equipment going, and they were power hogs. So the OC came in and he was cold, so he plugged in the ready heater, and every time he plugged in the ready heater, it would blow all the breakers, and and I'd have to go through like a hard reboot of everything. And finally, we came pretty close to using some duct tape and taking him out for some generator maintenance, if you know what I mean. Go ahead, Joseph, and then Anthony.
Yeah, Craig, I would just add one more thing, and that is that on the space a few times we've had Ryan O'Leary, who's a guy serving in a foreign unit. They're called the Knights, but they work on drones, and basically Ryan's like really involved in making drones. And I do remember, I don't know if you were there, Battle Moose, but Ryan talked very briefly about laser designators on drones, and at least for the scale that Ryan was talking about, these like fixed wing, medium drones, he said that it was kind of hard. He was trying to source different technologies to put laser designators or laser range finders on them. That's like my recollection. Battlemus, were you there for that talk, or Ryan?
Yeah, I was there, and the problem is okay. Let's get into some trigonometry here. So remember when you're like grade 7 or grade 8, and you're doing angle, side angle, and side angle, side, and all that stuff with triangles and whatnot, and calculating the angles and the length and whatnot. So the same goes with artillery, right? So you have one known position, which is the gun line, and they all lay in the guns to what's called a director. So it's actually a theodolite that's out in the middle of the field, and all the guns lay into that. So that's one known point. So you know where you are. Second known point is your forward observer. Okay, so you know where they are, and you know the distance to that forward observer. So now you have one line, and the forward observer lays the target. So now we know a distance to the target. We completed the triangle. We know all the angles that are involved now, and we know the distances. The problem with a air foo, same goes like in the olden days. We'd have foos that would go up in helicopters and whatnot and spot things over the horizon. The Americans can do that with the Apache. That little bleep bloop thing on top of the rotors there, that can range targets as well. So there's all kinds of technology. I'm sure they got even more now, but I see problems with air foos. They're on the move. So you're going to need pretty accurate data of where it is at all times. A lot of these drones, they don't have GPS location for that, for just such an emergency.
Yeah, and I think, Ryan O'Leary's trying to do something a little different. They're using medium drone, like fixed wing drones, and in my understanding, they're basically kamikaze drones. They're using them to try to take out sort of smaller ammo depots. So they're not really for reconnaissance purposes, but he said they were doing all that through telemetry. Like they didn't really even need to put a camera on it. So yeah, it might be a different situation, but I know he said like finding the technology for like laser designators that on the drones for that type of application seemed kind of difficult. So it's not common. There might be like specialized military drones that can do it, but it's not something that can easily be rigged up in my understanding. Yeah, back to you, Battlemus.
Yeah, that's way outside my wheelhouse. Hopefully we can get Ryan in here again. He can opine on that. I just found out that Zodiac's like right in my backyard. So next time that we host here, we're probably going to be doing it with some cervezas at the Red Deer Legion.
Laser designators are not the thing I was interested in Ryan O'Leary putting on a drone, but I won't digress this conversation.
Go ahead. Tell everybody. Like I don't know, Zodiac. Did you hear that? Did you were you aware what these guys were doing?
No, I didn't even hear the question, honestly.
Well, no worries. So we got a bunch of guys in Ukraine they're constructing drones from like nothing, and like any army in the world, you get a bunch of guys in a shop, and they get bored. They start thinking a little outside the box, and these guys are. I wonder if I can say it without getting flagged here. I think we're far enough into the recording that I can, but they want to put a bunch of exploding dildos onto the drone and kamikaze them into the Russians, and they're going to have video of this. They're actively working on this, and they've trolled the Russians all the time. So they've taken drones and made them look like those things out of Terminator. So it looks like this, this futuristic thing coming at you, and then the little Russian soldier gets scared and he buggers off and goes straight to his trench line with all his buddies, and then they call in a fire mission, right? So they've been doing that. They had some other sexual toy that they've flooded Russian positions with, that they've dropped from these drones. But I won't get into that because we try to keep this a PG rating here. Anybody else have any questions or comments?
No, I guess I would just add, Zodiac. We hear you got a family, brother. If you gotta go, feel that you can go ahead and take off. But I'm glad you and Battle Moose were able to connect. You don't have to stick around and listen to us go on and on, for sure.
Because this is the space that never ends.
Thanks, but I can stick around for a while if there's more questions.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to let you know this is a 24-hour space, brother. So don't feel like you got to stick around. We just wanted to give you a PSA on that. Go ahead, Battle Moose. I don't know what the order is. You got hands.
Oh, don't worry, buddy. You're one of us now.
Welcome to
I believe it was Anthony, and then John's come up from his studying. So we'll get.
It's a Nani Mouse.
Is it?
Yeah, it's not Anthony.
Whatever. That's fine, guys.
We'll call him.
We only get like the first 6 characters when we're looking at it, so.
All good, all good. I just wanted to go back to the 105s for a minute. Firstly, it was mentioned that New Zealand sent a batch over. New Zealand announced that they didn't have weapons to donate, and my understanding is that they just sent them together with the trainers for the training in UK. There was a picture posted a couple of days ago on Telegram by the Ukrainian crew that said this is what Australian-made 105 L119s look like. And both the munitions and the equipment had Australian coat of arms on a chrome plate on it. Now, Australia never announced any deliveries of any of that gear, but it's over there.
It could be very well there, doing very much what the New Zealand's the Kiwis are doing, the training aspect, because they did commit to training, right? And I doubt they're going. And Canada was the same way, because we're all part of the Dominion, or the Commonwealth. So yes, we have the Queen's cipher emblazoned on the barrels of our guns. And for those that, you got a hot mic there, Anonymous. For those listening and don't know, military units have battle honors. So whenever you see them marching down the streets and they got that colorful little flag with all the little places they've been on there, that's their battle honors. And if you want to get the crap kicked out of you, go try to touch them. I'm not suggesting you should go touch them. Don't do that, because the entire unit will turn on you, like a feral anthill. In the artillery, the motto of the artillery is ubique, and ubique means everywhere. It's actually ubique, Kufas, Gloria, Decunt. So that means everywhere where right and glory lead. And so we don't have a flag or a pennant with our battle honors. The gun is our battle honors. So whenever we have a gun on the parade square and the trails are out and the barrel's at 300, any soldier walking by has to salute it, because that's our battle honors. So that being said, any artillery within the Commonwealth, we would have what's the Queen's cipher emblazoned on the barrel of the gun. So the Queen's cipher, and for anybody that wants to know, the Latin on it is evil to who evil thinks. And that's why I kind of poke at that every once in a while. You see me on Twitter, and I keep on saying evil to who evil thinks. It's an artillery expression.
So battle moose direction. So don't, not to get confused. For those in the United States, it's called a battle ribbon. So for what battle moose is describing, for those that have served in the U.S., just a quick addition. What he's talking about is a Dominion or British or Royal regiment. But in the United States, it's the ribbons that are attached above the ensign or above the national colors.
Yes. So it varies from country to country, but especially infantry, all infantry in the world have battle honors. And it's an ensign or a pennant that shows all the battles that this particular unit has fought in since the beginning of time. And like I said, the Commonwealth, because we're all one big happy family, we have the Queen's cipher on the barrels of the guns, and we would be very. We would not give those guns away, because that's like giving away your battle honors. So technically, we would have to decommission the gun from say the Canadian Armed Forces, Royal Canadian Artillery, or the Royal New Zealand Artillery, or the Royal Australian Royal Australian Artillery, and that's a big deal. It's a really big deal. Whether it has happened, yeah, I guess it has, because we gave 4 of our M777s, and the Australians gave 6 of their M777s. So it does happen. I just wanted to go into a bit of the history there and why it's a big deal when a country gives their artillery.
It's also a big deal when you abandon it on the battlefield. I tell you, Battle Moose, in my battalion archives, there is a citation because in the Boer War, a artillery unit happened to abandon their guns and flee, and a bunch of logistics guys manned the guns to hold the line because the RD guys ran away.
You guys are still living that down, huh, Battle Moose?
No, that's actually come to pass. And all artillery units in the Commonwealth, you ever see the lanyard on the shoulder? We had to wear it on the opposite shoulder for 100 years. We had to do 100 years of shame. And that's maybe some people have saw me comment on some Russian Twitters when they're showing their guns being overrun. 100 years of shame, boys.
I think at this point in the war, I think they're already up to about 500 or 600 years.
Yeah, they're good for the next epoch. John, go ahead.
Thank you, Moose. While we have Zodiac here, since his background is artillery, I want to take a quick shot in the dark with this question. Do you happen to know anything about A92, also known as Hexol? It's the primary explosive
siren alert update.
used in
Michael
Russian
Live.
152
Partial alert.
millimeter HE
This message
frag
has been
shells.
generated
I'm
with
trying to
municipal
see if
data.
I can't find any info on its shelf life, in light of the recent reports that the Russians are trying to buy millions of shells from the North Koreans.
Unfortunately not. That goes into a lot deeper into ammunition than what myself as a weapons technician deals with. But I mean, shelf life too is so dependent on storage conditions. If they are actually keeping it in a cool, dry environment, how the individual shells and the propellant are actually stored. But considering it's North Korea, they probably keep half this stuff underground.
Michael AI.
And
Partial alert. This message has
again,
been
it's all
generated with
dependent
municipal
on
data.
even if these rounds are fully compatible with the Russian guns. And when I say that, you might think, oh yeah, it's a 152 or a 122. Oh yeah, you throw the ammo in and it's all good. Well, that's not necessarily the case. And to give you a good example, you take a civilian 223, you can put that in a 5.56 NATO firing rifle, and it's going to fire. But you can't actually do the opposite. A 5.56 NATO into a civilian 223 can't actually fire correctly because the tolerances of the ammunition are manufactured differently. So it's and I highly doubt the Russians have actually checked to see if it would work. If this works, this sounds more like a desperation measure.
Siren alert update.
It is entirely possible that they will throw
this message has been generated with
North
municipal
Korean ammunition into Russian guns, and it may not work. Or it may blow up in their face because the tolerances are all out of whack. So we'll have to wait and see what happens here. But it's entirely possible they could get poor rearward obturation and get even less ballistics out of it. And for those that don't understand the terminology of rearward obturation, when it comes to firing of rounds, whether it be for a rifle or an artillery gun, when the gun is fired, the expanding gases essentially push out the casing in an outward direction. So that creates a seal to the rear, and that's what prevents the gases from shooting backwards towards the either breech face or the bolt or what have you prematurely. So, and that's what helps create that seal to allow that force to shoot the projectile down range. And then you have forward obturation, which if you have a rifled gun, it is the ability of the bullet to actually impart into the rifling. So if you have a out of spec piece of ammunition, you're going to have poor either forward or rear obturation in the gun, which can cause issues of excess gas escaping from the forward of the projectile or the rear of the projectile. And if it's the rear of the projectile and you got a breach that's not necessarily fully sealed, that could cause explosive force coming back into the fighting compartment if it's a self-propelled gun, or out towards the crew if it's a field gun. And if it's forward obturation, you could have severely less muzzle velocity, or you could even have a case if it's poor enough that the gun may misfire and you might have a round now stuck in your barrel, or it may just plop out the barrel if the seal isn't sufficient enough.
And John, I'm just curious, so is this particular substance you mentioned, is that something that North Korea used uniquely for their artillery, or is it more common?
So I should clarify, the point that I was more so kind of alluding to there is I was kind of alluding to that the Russians might be doing this because a lot of their munition stockpile was improperly stored, and as a result, their explosive mixture might be highly degraded and unusable. And A92 is the primary explosive mixture that they have used since the 1940s, and they're 152 millimeter shells.
Gotcha, yeah. So if anyone does have any chemistry knowledge on that, I'm sure we'd appreciate a little bit of insight. Boundless, back to you.
Yeah, just bring you up to speed there, Zodiac. John Ridge here is literally our rocket scientist.
Yeah, but he's also from SMU, so whatever.
So, Officer Material, can he dig a trench?
I have dug a grave, and that's about the extent of my digging skills.
Don't worry, we'll get you out there with CJ, and you'll be a dirt tech in no time.
So trust
quote.
Sorry,
go ahead.
No, SMU guys don't get their hands dirty. It's a well-known fact.
Yeah,
what's your alma mater, Craig?
What's that, Ryan? I was too busy listening to Pony's neigh. What?
What's your alma mater? I couldn't hear through that Texan drawl south of the Red River.
Oh, yeah. So the Red River, for those that don't know, is the river that separates from the savages and the uncivilized in Oklahoma. So it is the Holy River here in Texas. That would be Texas A&M University.
Where they wear those cute boots and the funny breeches.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, those same guys that stormed Normandy on D-Day. Yeah, Rutgers Rangers. Yeah, those cute guys. You betcha.
Well, they need to update their outfits, whatever the case.
Whatever works, buddy.
Boomer
What's your alma mater? Hold on.
Boomer Sooner.
Oh, you're one of those guys. Okay, right. Okay, Roger. You mean the guys with the pop guns, so that they don't scare the cows? Because we still have a 105 shell that we fire every time we score a touchdown. So, are you guys still using the pop guns or no?
You fire a blank, and yeah, we still use those shotguns.
You still pop? Oh, they're pop. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. They're pop shotguns. That's right. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that.
They're legitimate shotguns. They just won't let college kids play with them anymore, so they have something on the end.
Okay, if you kids are done, me from lowly Lakehead University in Thunder Bay, where we loaded up a cannon full of tennis balls and shot all the first-year engineering students that were like 1.5 kilometers away. So, and trust me, these tennis balls are still going at a fair velocity where they leave welts. With that, Anthony and Whiskey dropped down, but Whiskey, if you can hear me, come on back up and we'll get you back in the speakers panel. I'm going to just drop a few people down here. So if you're done asking questions, go ahead. We'll go Anthony, or sorry, Anna Mouse and John.
Okay, thanks. Just one more question. Australia delayed its last group of Bushmasters to be delivered, and about 7 weeks ago they contracted Raytheon to fit them all with electronic warfare gear. I'm just wondering, is that something that can be done in a reasonably short time frame, or is that a very lengthy process?
I didn't quite get what you're asking there, but I imagine any vehicle, most of this gear is modular, right? So the radios, they're all little boxes, and as long as you got the connector with the pin out, something goes to power, something goes to data, and the rest of it goes to your interface, right? So it's all modular. Can they put it? You can put it in a Dodge minivan. If you have the proper power connection for it, you put it in a Dodge minivan, buddy.
Okay, this was all roof-mounted warfare gear, but fair enough. All right, thanks. I'll drop down. Thanks, everybody.
Cheers. John, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, to what Zodiac said about rear obturation. I'm very curious for shells that don't come in a unitary assembly with the propellant, with separate propellant charges. What provides the rear obturation?
So what you're referring to then is mostly artillery guns. They're usually the type that do this. Some tank guns used to do this as well, but what would provide that rearward obturation is a manufactured seal within the breech mechanism itself, and that would create that rearward seal automatically when the breech is closed, so that when the propellant is fired off, it doesn't leak out. If it does leak out and you start getting flames or gas coming out the sides of your breech, that tells you that your seal is busted and you need to call in a technician like myself to go fix it and replace it, and then Bob's your uncle's.
I keep having to look down at my phone and make sure that Battle Moose isn't talking. And I've finally decided that you're Battle Moose from 10 years ago.
It's amazing. It's amazing how much stuff I remember from those days. And Yehuda and I were joking about and don't kid yourself. It's a level of government brainwashing. Fire discipline is the language of fire control. Consists of words, phrases, rules, and conventions which have specific meaning and definite action at the guns. 30 years, boys and girls. 30 years that's been taking up hard drive space. Craig, go ahead.
No, I was gonna. I don't know how much longer we have Zodiac here and John also on the space. I just wanted to try to kind of get a conversation going for however long it may last in regards to Russian logistical capabilities and Kherson and what that actually means. Because if we could, I'm not trying to kind of borrow the co-host slot, but if we could, I'll be frank with you. I don't stay up to date with the maps as much as I should. I kind of got shell-shocked about 3-4 days ago when I was like, hey, aren't the Ukrainians here? And then they're like, no, that's like 30 miles down the road. And so I kind of just like, you know what, if I follow these maps too much, I'm just going to get confused and end up looking like an idiot. And so in that vein, if it's okay with you and Ryan, if we do a quick Kherson update in regards to that area, and then talk about where the lines are vis-a-vis where they are at Kherson. Obviously, stay within the confines of what we should and should not be sharing, but then look at the Russian side of things and how that's going from them from a logistical point of view. Is that kosher?
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks for volunteering, Craig.
Yeah, voluntold. Yeah, right.
Craig, I would just add one thing to our audience. Please do, if you can. I know not everyone's in the position to, but please do get a map out. I know Craig will let you know what map he thinks is best, but just any map I think will help visualize this. And then maybe if people could retweet the space and let people know, Craig's talking logistics, something he likes to do, and I think he's going to try to make a broader point here, which is pretty important. And I hope everyone kind of gets it. I'm sure Craig will explain it. Go ahead, Craig.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to tie this to Kherson, and then I'm going to tie it back to the Donbass, right? Because I think there's some similarities here in reference to the word choke point and what HIMARS can do to those choke points that I think are very instructive. Not everybody thinks like, oh well, this is Kherson. There's a river here. There's this here. Well, I'll go into that later. John, are you able to kind of give us an idea of where Ukrainians are vis-a-vis Kherson? There was some report that they were 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers from the airport or something to that degree. Can you kind of walk us through that? And if you guys are curious, I would advise I would advise opening Google Maps and following it that way, because some of these maps you can't interact with, and the Google map, they have both the Cyrillic and they have the English spelling of the name of the town, so it's easy to kind of interchange. So if we can do it that way, if not, hang on just one second. Hang on, I need to open one of my own maps. Hang on one second. Because I need to do two maps at the same time. Sorry about that. Okay, so...
That's just decadent, Craig.
Yeah, right, yeah, exactly. Okay, so I'll do... I'll do the map of Kherson, and then I'll throw it to Zodiac with the logistics. Is that okay with you, Zodiac?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, all right. So what we've seen, again, I'm going to try and be very basic in general here, because you could say one thing, but a line of contact is different from what you might see on a map, right? You might see the Ukrainians take territory, but I would assume, based on all the conversations I've had here, that the line of contact might be a little bit forward. So when you see fires coming down on something, that could be that the Ukrainians they have a line of contact that are different than what the map might be showing. And so some people have gotten confused, including myself included, when it comes to this. Sorry, I have to get my GSP inside because there's a boy next door that she keeps on trying to get her attention, and there's a fence there, and she's in heat right now, so she's trying to find every boy she can. Anyway, so true story. So everybody look at the city of Kherson. That is spelled Kher, Kherson, Kherson. Go ahead and open up your map. As I open up mine, I'm going to, sorry for the delay, folks, a little bit of technical issues. You can hear me clicking away on my old keyboard, I'm sure. Okay, so I think it's helpful to talk about roads first, because I think that's where you see Ukrainians operating more often than not, right? Because they're good, helpful geographic markers. So the first road I want to talk about is the 2207. So the 2207 runs almost direct, maybe 5 points off the compass, so 5 points directly to the northeast of Kherson. You follow that road up, you're going to hit a bunch of towns that, don't be ashamed if you can't pronounce them. I'm not even going to try and pronounce them because everybody knows how bad my English is. So when you follow that road north, you're going to start hitting the Inulets River. You're going to start hitting a bunch of towns. There you see a little bit of a left turn there, and it just keeps on going and going, right? There's also the 1508. Don't be confused. The 1508 runs off the M14, so don't be confused about that. The 2207 is to the right of Kherson. If you're looking at a map, it's to the east, and then it runs directly north towards a town called Devebrid. Excuse me. Yeah, there I go. And then you have another town, Oleksandrivka, sure, whatever. These are the two areas I want to talk about because I was actually shocked how far Ukraine has pushed south of Devebrid towards the 2207. I got in this conversation last night, and I basically just was like, are you serious? Like, they've advanced that far? Are you kidding me? And according to everything, including firms and everybody's saying, Ukrainians are making much further progress than I think anybody really had estimated. That shows good self-control. They're not thunder running down the 2207 trying to get to the Dnipro. They're making slow and steady progress. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing, right? They have good mobile artillery in the area. That's been confirmed by numerous sources that are on Twitter, on Instagram, on Telegram. Even the Ukrainians have posted some of these videos of 122s that are on the move, in column, order of march, ready to go. They got covers over their guns, cleaned up, professional guys, and I think they're ready to pull a trigger or 100. So just in that area, why this area I think is so important is because that if they really are, and I guess I'm just hypothesizing, if they really are making this kind of progress this quickly, then I think it speaks to something that I might have gotten wrong. Some people might have gotten wrong. Well, actually not that I think. I know I got these wrong. I didn't think the Ukrainians would be doing it this fast. I didn't think they'd have this much success, but it looks like they are. It looks like they're doing it, and they're not doing it in a way that risks overextending and getting their flanks caved in. They're not thunder running down the 2207 trying to get the Dnipro, as I'd said. They're making slow, steady progress on that wedge. And if you look, and the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense actually posted a statement today that said that they are operationally cut off, I think was what the Ministry of Defense had said. I think that was like their term. John, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but they said that they are technically or they're operationally cut off from their units. They're not geographically cut off, but operationally. I don't know what that means, actually, so you military guys can help me on that one. It appears that the Ukrainians' goal was to get to that 2207, cut those resources going north, and then force the Russian logistics not to go up to 2207 anymore to save Devebrid, which means it's only a matter of time before that city falls, if it hasn't fallen already. I don't know if it has or not. And again, this is where I kind of show my butt a little bit. But it forces the Russians to start using dirt roads. It forces to start using farmland. It forces them to start kicking up dirt. And what happens when you start kicking up dirt on a long convoy? You got enough drones in the air, I'm sure, that they're going to see that dust plume and they're going to see where you're going. That this is not, I think, just some of a random move where they're just like, oh, look, let's force this road. And, oh, but they're putting dust plumes in. Zoom in on a road, if you have Google Maps open, on a town that is spelled Bravo, Oscar, Romeo, Oscar, Zulu, Echo, November, Sierra, apostrophe K-E. Again, B-O-R-O-Z-E-N-S apostrophe K-E. That city, if you turn on your Google geographical map, you can zoom in on that. Those roads turn into dirt very, very quickly. That is not a city, right? That is not like well-paved roads all the way out there. These are dirt roads that you kick up a lot of dust and you give yourself away. When you give yourself away in this kind of flat land, as Zodiac had pointed out, as Battle Moose had pointed out, with drones and everything like that, you're going to be seen. You're going to be found. And that just makes you that much easier of a target. But again, to quote the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, they are operationally cut off. So maybe somebody can explain what that means to be operationally cut off. John, is that what they said? I know you had talked about it in our chat, but is that what they had said? Like operationally or tactically or something like that?
So I hadn't seen the specific statement you're referencing. The one that I saw that they used the kind of standard line that they've been using for the past few weeks is that they have all the routes over the river under their fire control. They didn't reference operationally cut off in the statement.
Okay, there you okay.
But maybe you saw a different one than I did.
No, I'm actually going back through our threads right now to try and find the actual statement itself. But there was a mention that I think John hit it right in the nose, right? I'm borrowing words that I may or may not use or may not have the definition of because we're really getting into Army stuff. I don't know Army vernacular, tactical language, areas of operation, tactical logistical supply. I can talk to you about that. But when it comes to movement and sealing things off, I don't know the actual official term. But the point that I think we're getting at is that wedge is so deep. And here's the critical thing, so wide. It's one thing to go deep, it's another thing to go wide, right? And here's what I mean by that. If you could rewind all the way back to the beginning of this war, when the ISW everybody was putting out these maps of this broad swath of land that the Russians had control over. And then everybody was like, what are you talking about? They don't have control outside the roads. They might have a road, but they don't have the territory around it. And then ISW kind of changed their map colors and was like, well, okay, fine, we'll just give the roads, right? We'll just show the roads leading from Sumy to Kiev. I think that the Ukrainians, if what I'm seeing is true, if everything what is coming through and we're kind of laying over a Venn diagram style, being like, okay, what about this? Okay, that matches up, that matches up, that matches up. Then we'll give it credit. We'll say, okay, the Ukrainians are that far, right? They're that far and they're that wide where they're able to move their artillery down towards pontoon crossing areas, especially, again, M777s, maybe not 105s, depending on their range and how far forward they are, or 122s, but definitely within range of the Dnipro River. If not today, then sometime soon is what it's looking like. And it's important that we highlight that while everybody kind of has their eyes on individual pockets in the north, I think that, again, and I was slapped across the face with this last night, and John will testify that I was like, oh my God, are you serious? They're that far? And it would appear that they are, right? But it's not as far as they're going. It's how wide they're also advancing. They're not just driving. They're not just loading up on the 2207 and they're like, all right, everybody to the Dnipro. They're not doing it like that. They're doing it properly. Yeah, John, what's up, brother?
Oh, so someone was kind enough to tell me where that statement was from. It was from Aristovich's nightly live stream. He was the one that used the term operationally cut off.
Okay. Oh, so I did hear it right. Okay, cool. All right. It's nice to hear that I heard that right. So yeah, they are operationally cut off. And I would, again, Battle Moose or Zodiac, jump in here if I get over my skis. But I would take that to mean that doesn't mean Ukrainians are standing on the Dnipro. They're going to be standing on the Dnipro sometime soon. I would take that to mean that the units that are north of the 2207, north of the Ukrainian units on the 2207, right, that those forces are pretty much done. But then you have everything. That means the logistics and the support all has to divert to the 0403 road that parallels the Dnipro. And those crossing points, you have 1, 2, 3, and then 4 bridges that go over little inlets that are made by the Dnipro, right? I don't know if you want to call them their tributaries, but I guess floodplains, right? They're meant to divert flood water without the benefit of having to build canals and drainage. And you can see how these bridges cross over, and those are well within HIMARS, and to some extent, I think at least one of them by Novokari is also within M777 range as well. So I would infer, again, Army guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would infer that they're getting at that they're not geographically cut off, but their ability to sustain operations north on the 0403 and in that slow developing pocket, that's what he means by operationally cut off. Is that a fair thing to say?
So potentially yes, and operationally cut off is very loose in what it means. It basically is at its core, it's not that they're surrounded or unable to retreat or anything like that, but they could be outside of communications. They could be cut from resupply. So, for example, if Ukraine commands the highways leading into a town, if they got fire control over them, you're operationally isolated and cut off because reinforcements can't necessarily get to you without running a gauntlet. So that's the kind of situations that some of those Russian areas might be facing, but that doesn't mean that those Russians are out of the fight. Especially in Kherson, you're dealing with a lot of flat, open terrain, a lot of farmland, that if you are commanding towns, you're essentially commanding kilometers of open field around those towns with perfect fields of fire. That's why Kherson is a slow slog of an offensive for the Ukrainians. You need armor. You need to advance through open fields against entrenched enemy positions, and that's going to be hell for any force. It doesn't matter whether you're, the United States and all of its power, or whether we were dealing with two third world powers in Africa trying to slug it out. That's hell for anybody.
Yeah, so I think it's safe to say at this point that the Ukrainians are out. I don't want to say outdueling, because I think that's not a fair description. But I think that it's fair to say that they are outmaneuvering the Russians, because remember, John, help me out here a little bit. How many troops are we talking about on the Ukrainian side? Ballpark, between 30 and 40, between 30 and 50. Do we have any idea yet, or is that a pretty tight, locked up number?
That's a pretty locked down number. The kind of the estimate that I had been working with is I had kind of assumed, that they would have at a minimum numerical parity with localized numerical superiority. So that would probably be, if we're assuming 20 to 25,000 in Russian personnel, that would probably translate to, 30, 35,000 Ukrainian personnel, somewhere in that range. That's kind of been the ballpark estimate I've been working with. And that's just kind of extrapolating based upon Russian numbers. I've seen nothing about Ukrainian numbers. Their OPSEC has been excellent.
Yeah, it's tight as can be. So all we're really talking about here is just estimates here, folks, right? There's been no number that's been assigned to this. There's been no idea. I was working off the assumption that they were working with a U.S. Marine Corps division size, which is about 25,000. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's exaggerated or below. I just don't know. But again, I think John kind of hit the node there that when you're on an attacking force, you're... Oh, yeah, what's up, Zodiac? Go for it. Yeah. Feel free to interrupt me, brother.
Yeah. Well, I thought I'd be polite. I am a Canadian. But, when we're talking, like you guys have been saying, when you're talking about forces that may be at parity, when Ukraine is within this war until this point, they've been on the defensive. When you start to go on the offensive, if you're the attacking force and you don't have that magical 3-to-1 advantage that, NATO doctrine teaches, and that what we've been teaching the Ukrainians, you got to start getting smart. You got to start being able to outplay your enemy and outthink them at every turn. And that's why for weeks now leading up to this ground offensive, you have been seeing what we call shaping operations. They're hitting radars, anti-aircraft, command and control, logistics. They are degrading the Russians' ability to react and respond. Especially if you're taking out command and control. If your command centers are out, or your field commanders and your radio comm centers are out, you can't necessarily have a BTG from the 301st VDV talk to, say, whatever, I'm going to make up numbers here, and say the 93rd Guards Mechanized. If they can't talk to each other, and one can't tell the other, hey, we're on your left flank, but the Ukrainians are pushing our shit in. If they can't call for reinforcements from their supporting sectors, they're kind of hooped. And, by some accounts, the Ukrainians took many of these Russian sectors by surprise, probably by the sheer fact that their command and control was so degraded, they weren't able to message to their supporting elements for help.
And I think that kind of goes into what we're going to next. This idea that when you have parity like this, right, then you have to increase your comparative advantages, right? If it's think about it like this, folks. If you're one-on-one against somebody, right, and he's little and quick, but you're big and tall, right? But it's still one-on-one. Then you have to use your competitive advantages. Make him come to you and use your size to overwhelm them, right? It's just like in boxing, right? A big guy will always beat a little guy, right? You use your comparative advantages to your absolute extreme. You play unfair, right? People are like, oh, you know, why don't you meet the Russians in the field and go toe-to-toe and all the rest? Why? That's the dumbest thing you could possibly ever do. Use your comparative advantages. Drones, artillery, HIMARS, MLRS. I mean, over and over and over again, right? You use all your advantages until you get them right where you want them, right? But if you're small against a big guy, then you use your speed and you use your acceleration, if you will, to get at them, right? What I'm seeing here is one-on-one parity, but Ukraine not buying into this crap that people are always like, oh, why don't they just go meet them in the field? Why do they keep on doing it? They're too chicken. They're afraid to do it. Why? This is war. Last time I checked, you're not supposed to fight fair. You're supposed to win, right? That's the goal of war. This isn't a tickling contest, folks. This is nation state on nation state, right? We're not playing checkers, right? This is a nation that is trying to save its culture, its state, and its people. This isn't some kind of little thumb war. And so we have to remember that when we see these things, it's not the Ukrainians are afraid to engage the Russians by no stretch of the imagination. Ask the troops in the Donbass if they're afraid to go toe-to-toe. Ask the defenders of Severodonetsk or the defenders of Mariupol or anybody else if they're afraid to go toe-to-toe with the Russians. They're not afraid to. It's just that they're not stupid enough to do it when they don't have the advantage. Why are you going to do that, right? Each of these soldiers is kitted out well, trained well, supplied well, and supported well. Use that to your advantage and decrease your enemy's advantages to where your comparative advantages are there. But now that ratio of 1-to-1, that Russian soldier might have 6 magazines of AK-47 fire, maybe a couple of RPGs, but his supplies are so dwindled that a Ukrainian soldier, well-equipped, well-trained, and ranks closed up and tight, that now that his Russian soldier turns around, he's like, where's the ammunition? And they're like, well, here's what you got. Here's 3 more magazines. That's pretty much all we got. How long do you think that Russian soldier is going to stay there before he throws up his hands or tries to fight and then just ends up getting shot, right, or blown up with an artillery shell? This is part of that shaping operation that you're seeing on this map. You're not seeing on this map a force that are equal to each other going nose to nose. You're seeing a force, the Ukrainians, that have whittled the force down to the point that, sure, the Russians might be able to put up some sort of sustained fight for 3 or 4 or 5 days, but by the time you hit 6 or 7 or 8 days, it's game over, right? And that's why I always say when people are always sending me messages, yeah, tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. If you wake up in the Kremlin one day and 1 hour passes, that is 1 hour you do not have left anymore to fight because it takes time to get those trucks into Kherson. I'll pause there. For anybody that wants to jump up and ask a question about any of that stuff or send a DM to Ryan or to John or anybody else. And then me and Zodiac are going to get into some Russian logistics into Kherson very briefly. And then I'm going to tie into why that matters in the Donbass. What are the parallels here, right? There's a river in Kherson, but there are also rail junctions in the Donbass. And last time I checked, I don't think Ukraine is short on HIMARS ammunition. So I'll pause there. If anybody wants to kind of throw in or correct me, I'm a big boy. You can say, hey, Craig, you got that wrong. By all means, please do. But if not, we can definitely get into logistics.
You call College Station the Holy Land, so I'll correct you on that.
Excuse me. No, excuse me. I said Brazos County. College Station is not Brazos County. All right, let's get. I got some ags in my DMs right now that would have a word with you. Brazos County is the Holy Land. Brazos Valley. Excuse me?
I'm not afraid of trolls.
Okay. Oh, so ags are trolls. Okay. All right. Don't worry. Okay. We got you, buddy. Don't worry. We got you. You've been playing the T-SIPs for like how many years? Like, talk about punching down, right? Once you guys punch up and join a real FBS instead of like, oh, let's stay in the Big 12 and beat up on T-SIPs for 20 years. Like, dude, please, whatever. Get a real FBS.
We lead the nation in National Merit Scholars. I'll just have you know that it's the University of Oklahoma is the Harvard of the Plains.
All right, everybody, we can marinate on that statement for just a second. Just,
Go ahead, Craig. I'm sorry I distracted you with
I
our
don't care. I don't care, man. It's all good. It's all good.
interstate rivalry here.
It's okay. Anytime you beat the T-Sips, we always chug a beer. So don't worry about that. Anytime they lose, you guys can fry a cow whenever you want.
Bevo burgers for everyone.
That's right. Yeah, Bevo. Yeah, Bevo can feed a lot of people. Let's see here. Hold on. All right, let me get into the logistics conversation just ever so briefly. What I don't want to do is overwhelm people with mathematical equations. I've been doing that for about 5 or 6 days now, and people have sent me enough information where they're like, "Can you like chill on the math and time, distance, speed?" I'll give everybody a break. All right. But what I will do is, Zodiac, if you want to kind of throw in on what you see, and then I'll kind of throw in on the back end with, in terms of logistical choke points and what we're seeing, say, around Melitopol and around areas like that. It's up to you. Your call, man. Do you want me to do kind of Kherson area, and then you can kind of do an overview, or what's your preference?
Well, I'll start with some of the bare bones basics here, so that everybody kind of understands the logistical situation kind of affecting the Russian BTGs and the whole front, and then we can tie that in easily into why that's making a huge problem and a huge difference in Kherson. So to jump right into it, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else that may identify otherwise, the number I'm going to throw out here right now is 59. 59 is the number of trucks every BTG needs per day in order to 100% sustain itself. Of those 59 trucks, 10 are for fuel, 5 are for 5 are for water, 3 are for food, and then the rest of that is ammunition. So that's a lot of ammo. That's a lot of trucks. And that's just for one BTG. Russia has over 100 BTGs taking part in offensive actions right now in Ukraine. Of that, an estimated 20 to 30 are just in Kherson alone. So you take 59 trucks and you times that. Let's be liberal here. Let's say it's 30 BTGs, whatever state they might be in now. So you do that math and you come up with 1,770 trucks required just to supply the BTGs that are in Kherson. And that's just for the frontline echelons. That's just the BTGs themselves, not any of the supporting elements, none of the division or regimental or corps level supply depots that are pushing those fuel, water, ammunition, and everything else up to the BTGs and the trucks that they have there. So we're already at, probably about 6,000-7,000 trucks just for the BTGs alone across the entirety of the front. So you add in all those supporting elements, you could be looking at 10,000 trucks plus easily that are trying to sustain this operation. And with that, I will hand it right over to you, Craig.
Yeah, so I think the point we're trying to get at is that was 10,000 trucks for Kherson, correct? Just Kherson.
Yeah, when you include easily like the supporting elements of like the division and corps level trucks, yeah, easily.
Yeah, so that's for just Kherson. Forget about the Donbass. Forget about everywhere else. This is just Kherson, right? 10,000, right? So let's make a list. They don't have bridges. They don't have pontoons. All they can do at this point is do one of two things: float stuff across. When I say pontoon, I say pontoon bridges, to use the correct vernacular, not barges. They can fly stuff across, or they can float stuff across. The average barge that we're seeing through satellite images that are being provided to us by private individuals are about 9 trucks. Let's just call it 10 to make it a nice round number. 10 trucks per barge. So if you have 10,000 trucks, right? You have 10,000 trucks needed to sustain this, because sooner or later you're going to run out of reserves. But because remember the key thing about logistics too. I always talk about going upriver, but as Zodiac pointed out to me, it's about the push and the pulls, right? How much are you pulling out of your reservoir versus how much are you filling up, right? So 10,000 trucks, ideally speaking, right? In an ideal world, no trains, no nothing, just trucks all by themselves. For them to go full bore and to be as supplied, and here's the key term, as supplied as the Ukrainians are supplied right now. The Ukrainians have that level of sustainment in Kherson. They do. So 10,000 trucks, and you would need, to meet that idea, you would need, and you have 10 trucks per barge, or use a nice round number, you would have 10,000, pretty simple math here, folks, 10,000 divided by 10 trucks, that's over 1,000 barges that you will need to keep going, to sustain. If Russia's really in this to win it, personally, in my opinion, I don't think Russia's really in it to win it in Kherson. I think that they're trying to delay, but that's not the point. The point that I'm trying to get at is that if you are really in it to win this, and you have any doubt the Ukrainians are going to succeed, you need 1,000 barges. You know what? Screw it. Call it 500, right? You know what? Even screw that. Let's call it 250, right? Let's not even go there. Let's just say 250, right? Let's not make this complicated. They need 250 barges to float across the Dnipro per day to keep the reservoir sustained if you're in it to win it and you want to fight, if you want to defeat the Ukrainians in the field. They come out of their trenches, no more HIMARS, no more nothing. It's man against man, Russian versus Ukrainian, and you want to win this battle, right? Well, you need 250 barges to float across the river every single day. And what we're also seeing are incredibly long tailbacks, 100 plus trucks that are tailbacked, that are traffic jammed at these barge crossings. This is not a Western style Amazon logistical professionals type of operation. This is a slipshod. Everybody on the boat. Everybody on the boat. First 10 in line, get on the boat. We'll ferry you across, and then we'll come back, right? So to do time, distance, speed really quickly, if I could. I know I said it avoided, but I think this is a good extrapolation. It takes about an hour and 30 minutes. Well, I'll call it about an hour and 45 minutes because you might experience some delays there. Going 40 miles an hour, hour and 45 minutes to get to some of these operational areas that are on the northern side of the front, right? So north of the 2207. It takes you about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes to get there. So your truck crosses. That's an hour and 45 minutes. That means, but you also have to do what with that truck? You have to turn it around and you have to come back. So that hour and 45 minutes, right, becomes what? An hour, 3 hours and 15, 3 hours, 3.5 hours? Who knows? You run out of gas. You need to stop. You need to eat. You need to do something, right? 3 hours and 30 minutes for one trip. Now, what I'm purposefully leaving out, because I don't think it's intellectually honest, is how long that truck took to get to the riverbank, right? And this is why it's important. We also mentioned the Donbass here, right? Despite what people might think, both me or Zodiac or whomever else comes up and have these conversations, we're not, some of us are nerds. I'm sometimes a nerd. But the reason I bring this up is because those choke points are sealed. You're not getting 250 barges across the river to save your life if you're Russia. It's not happening, okay? I don't care. You better show me a satellite photo of 250 barges crossing that river every single day for Russia to actually have a shot at this thing. And I'm taking the low end here, folks. I'm taking 1/4 of what you need, okay? I'm not even going full bore. If Russians have any hope in this, that's 250 barges a day. My DMs are wide open. At me, I don't care. Send me some information that shows they're not getting more than, say, 50 or maybe 60 across the river, right? Some might say, I think the minimum that me and Zodiac were talking about was maybe 1,000 tons a day we're getting into Kherson, right? To put that into perspective, that is not enough to meet their artillery quotient, right? If you're actively, again, in this to win us, you're not hitting the quotient that is needed to sustain artillery, right? So let's say that's just fuel, right? That equation doesn't work either, right? So again, tick-tock, 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 right? Every hour that goes by in the Kremlin, every time you look at your watch, that is an hour that goes by that you're not getting the supplies you need, and it's only a matter of time before those units just completely crumble because 100 magazines turns into 60 magazines, turns into 30 magazines, and then it's game over, right? It's the end. The clock has run out. But here's where I wanted to kind of bring Zodiac into this idea about the Donbass, right? Because what we saw in the Kherson was a quintessential, and Zodiac said it right, a shaping operation, right? They spent 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever you want to call it, partisan activity, special forces, HIMARS, drone, whatever you want to call it, sabotage, whatever you want to call it, okay? They spent 4 weeks getting this battle space ready for this event, okay? Look towards the Donbass and be like, okay, well, this is much different. There's no rivers here. I mean, there are some rivers, but nothing like the Dnipro, right? So no big rivers here, no big, huge choke point where Ukraine can just, say this. There's nothing there, Craig. I mean, the Ukrainians aren't going to, again, not true. Because what we've seen is a complete lack of mechanization of the Russian armed forces. When I say mechanization, I mean putting your stuff on a truck in a professional manner and pushing it there on a consistent level. It's been stated going back at least a couple of years. Ben Hodges and a few generals in the know did some sort of kind of math, and they're like, listen, just based on their sheer number of their trucks, they can't operate more than 180 miles from the railhead. Because remember, logistics isn't just about the trip there, it's about the trip back, because that takes time. And that's time that a truck is not going to the front, giving your troops what they need, if you're actually in this to win it. There are two main rail junctions in the Donbass. Really only two, if I'm being honest. And this is forget about Bielograd and what their rail network and Kupiansk and all that stuff. Those units are a shell of what they were before this war started. Those units are basically just mop-up pieces. They're not really there to conduct offensive operations. They're just kind of there, right? Probably to secure supply lines, if nothing else. There are two main rail deviations in the Donbass. And for those who want to kind of get an idea of what I'm getting at,
this message has been generated with municipal
Zodiac
data.
in this very, very quickly. There are two main hubs. One that comes from Rostov-on-Don, and that is, John, remind me of that name. It is Ilovaisk. Ilovaisk. Okay, so that's Ilovaisk. That is to the southeast of Donetsk city, right? That is the only rail junction that allows you to split off and go west or go north, east, or back south again. Okay. For those that don't remember, and I was educated on this, that apparently that Ilovaisk was a place where Ukraine had tried to surrender, or they tried to issue a green corridor for the units to move out. And then, John, what did the Russians do to them? To the Ukrainians that tried to
this message has been generated with municipal data.
They attacked them despite an agreement for a green corridor, and a large number of Ukrainian soldiers were killed and captured.
So right there, that to me, I'm sure Ilovaisk sticks out in Ukrainians' mind. It's not like they don't know about this place, right? This isn't some kind of mystery here. I'm not some sort of CIA spook that was like, everybody focus in here. Look at it. There's no mystery here, guys, right? This is Ukraine. This is Ukrainian territory. They know these things. So take the example of the Dnipro and these bridges that we're seeing and extrapolate that same method of logistics to Ilovaisk, which is, again, to the southeast of Donetsk. And for those that want to check me on this, it is spelled
Odessa,
in English.
Full alert. Dnipropetrovsk, full alert. Poltava, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
No, I don't want. Geez, there's so many cities that have the same name as Ilovaisk. Sometimes it is very frustrating to do these sort of things. Southeast of Donetsk. It keeps on taking me to. Why do you keep on taking me to the same oblast over and over again? All right, somebody help me out with that spelling, because I can't seem to get this off of the Kharkiv Oblast.
ILL.
OVAISK, right?
Yes.
Okay. So open your map. It's right there, directly to the southeast. Take 90 degrees from Donetsk, go south. It's right there. That is the rail junction that is needed to feed rail into the main area of operations around,
Odessa,
say, Bakhmut and points south. Because that rail network also goes into Mariupol, and it also goes into
this
what
message
is
has been
colloquially known
generated
as
with
the
municipal
land bridge,
data.
right? Area south of Zaporizhia, north of Melitopol and Tokmak, right? That land bridge area. That's where the rail splits. The second area is, again, remember in logistics, you always go upriver in logistics. If you want to damage somebody, if you want to interrupt somebody's music, You always go upriver. You don't go downriver and try to destroy their tactical ability. You destroy their strategic ability and force them to ration and get through what they can. The second node, if you will, is, of course, you have Luhansk, right? The actual city of Luhansk, but you don't need to go that far. You don't need to go that far in order to talk about it, right? You don't need to go all the way over there. You need to go to a little town. Get this Cyrillic. Probably should have done this beforehand, folks. So you caught me. So translating the
siren alert update.
The
Summit,
Cyrillic into
full
the
alert.
English.
Kharkiv, full alert. Kherson, full
This is a
alert.
small,
This message
itty-bitty
has
town.
been generated
so
with
this town
municipal
is
data.
called Rodikovo. So Rodakove. All right. That is where the rail junction splits again. Either you go north or you go straight into the area around, say, Severodonetsk. There are small rail spurs there. When I tell you the rail in the Donbass is interconnected, I mean it is a spider web. But why attack all these different nodes when you can just attack where the junction is? And this is where the junction is. These two cities are the Dnipro. This is what they are. They are the Dnipro. Because if Russia's dependent on one thing, it's rail. So I'll kind of pause there. I've identified towns.
Siren alert
but
update.
what I want to talk
Summit,
about, Zodiac, is if
full
I
alert.
could, is
Kharkiv,
talk about
full
sustainment
alert.
of artillery
Kherson,
fire. Right?
full
If your
alert.
infantry
This
is really
message has been
suck-ass,
generated with
right,
municipal
you just
data.
can't depend on it, and you really need your artillery to get through, and you're part of a infantry division, and you're just like, you turn to your guy, your staff officer, and you're like, these infantry just isn't going to cut the mustard here. How much artillery do you think a division should be firing, I guess, per shell or per gun per day, or however you want to break that down?
Well, if you're the Russians right now, it's about 19 tons worth per day. So that's a hell of a lot of ammunition because, sure, Battle Moose was still around, he would love this, but artillery is technically the king of battle. You need that to pin down an enemy as well as to neutralize them. So when speaking about artillery fire, you have neutralization fire, and then you have destructive fire.
This message has been generated with
just means you're
municipal data.
taking out the enemy out of the fight. It's not that you're wiping them out entirely, it's that you are degrading them and damaging them to the point that they are no longer useful in the fight and have to pull back. Whereas outright destruction, you want to completely wipe them off the map. So depending on what you want to do and what type of operation, you're going to require a different number of rounds. If you're trying to destroy something off the face of the earth, if it's a hardened position, you're going to require a lot more ammunition than if you're just trying to neutralize an enemy and take them out of the fight.
Siren alert update. Donetsk.
For the Russians, we're
This
talking
message has been generated with municipal
thousands of
data.
rounds per day they seem to be firing off. And the Ukrainians have done an amazing job to degrade that ability when, at the Battle of Severodonetsk, we're talking about 60,000 rounds. And fast forward to now, we're talking potentially less than 10,000 rounds the Russians are able to fire off now because of the degradation of their logistics networks, as well as just the wear and tear of their guns catching up with them finally. That we're talking about potential that Ukraine could be at near parity with the Russians in terms of artillery within a couple months if this keeps up.
And how do you transport that many shells over these distances, Zodiac? Rhetorical question.
Well, you got three options, and that's either train, truck, or by air. And by air, you're either using, for the sheer volume you need, you would need heavy strategic lift aircraft. For the Russians, that would be like an IL-76. Now, with the two major airports in the west, in Kherson and Melitopol, being constantly shelled the crap out of, you're not going to be landing any aircraft there. Your next bet is to push back to either Crimea, or you're moving back to, say, Mariupol, or further back in Donetsk, or you have to go all the way back to, say, Rostov and get the shells there, which at that point you might as well just use train anyway, and then train it into the Donbass or wherever you're going to go. And that's where the hiccup is for the Russians, because all their rail lines rely on those bridges working and everything else, but train can only go so fast. And most of these rail lines as well, they're not dual track, they're only single track. So you're not necessarily having trains going one way full of cargo and another train going the other way empty at the same time. You have to plan this out, and you have to make sure that tracks are open when one train's going one way and the other train's going the other way. So it becomes a logistical challenge there to make sure tracks are free for you to be able to do this. And if you have siding junctions so that trains can pull off so another one can pass, and it's just a logistical nightmare. And that's why you see key rail towns like the ones you mentioned, as well as others like, say, for example, Debaltsev. That's a very strategic town sitting in between Donetsk City and Luhansk. And it was so important that when Minsk II came down back in 2015, that the DPR said, no, this town isn't part of the agreement. And even though the Ukrainians had agreed to Minsk II and that they were going to peacefully pull out of the area or just hold there, the Russians and the DPR attacked in full force and just kicked the Ukrainians' asses because they thought they were going to be able to leave peacefully, just like other battles, and they got slaughtered when they thought they were going to be allowed to leave peacefully. So these are strategic towns that Russia wanted very early on, back when they first took the Donbass areas that they did back in 2014, 2015. And they've now used them to their advantage to push around supplies in this war.
That's kind of where, and thank you, Zodiac. That's exactly where I think that we're going here in this war, right? I've said this before, and I'm not trying to kind of get on a soapbox and be like, you see, but here's the thing, folks. This offensive by Ukraine, if we go all the way back to when I started this soliloquy, was that Ukraine is doing this in a professional manner. They're not getting over their skis. They're not giving the Russians an opportunity. They're staying disciplined. They're staying on their toes. They're doing this methodically, using their comparative advantages, even if it's 1-to-1 on the ground. Even if Russia has you outnumbered, right? Your comparative advantages to what I might call the longbow effect of being able to hit your enemy before your enemy hits you, right, is absolutely critical. And like what Zodiac had said, right? Artillery is the king of battle. HIMARS is nothing but, I'm sorry to say, but just a big cannon. It's a big old-fashioned parrot gun with a rocket stuck out of its butt, right? With some funny computer chips in it. But the principle is the same. You're hitting your enemy before your enemy can hit you, right? It's like firing a breech-loading gun versus a muzzle-loading gun. There's just no contest there, right? Because your rate of fire is higher, your range is faster, your load, your actual shell is bigger, and you're able to do it at greater ranges. And so you repeat this kind of thing that we're seeing in Kherson. The Ukrainians, of course, are going to learn from their mistakes. I'm sure they're going to have an after action kind of powwow, right, around the pseudo campfire. And they're like, listen, this is what we did great. This is what we need to clean up, though. We can't do this anymore, guys. Come on. We made a mistake doing it like this. No more of this thunder running stuff. No more of, like, hey, I got this opportunity over here. It's one thing to be, what did Patton say? It's one thing to take, it's one thing to be foolhardy, but it's another thing to take calculated risks, right? There's a fine line there. And I'm sure the Ukrainians are going to go after that. And where I'm going with this is that this is turning into a political and military quagmire from Russia, because we can talk about the bravery of the Ukrainian soldiers, both the men and women who are fighting in the Ukrainian army, right? Both men and women are fighting for Ukraine at times on the front line, shoulder to shoulder, right? Or in a 122 mobile howitzer unit, right? they're doing that too. But the point being is that if you take the Kherson example as an extrapolation of what is going forward, right, then Russia has two choices at this moment. It can stay in Kherson and let their soldiers die a slow, steady death and buy themselves time, or they can evacuate and just survive a little bit longer, right? Because at this point, the clock is ticking. tick, 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 tock, tick, tock, tick, tock, right? And I used this example when I was having a conversation with some of the folks here that when the Allies landed on Normandy, one of the first things the high command or some of the people in the first high command tried to kill Hitler because they're like, listen, we look at the math. Actually, you know what? I wouldn't go to that example. It was the chief of staff to the German Air Force when Hitler started this war. He gave a brief to the German high command. He gave a brief to Hitler. He said, this isn't winnable. You can't do this. We're going to lose. The math just doesn't work. You have production. You have numbers. You have this. None of this is going to work here. We're going to lose. They didn't listen to him. And that German chief of staff, German Air Force chief of staff, went into his house and then shot himself. And then the chief of staff to the armaments ministry shot himself, right? They didn't do that because they thought that everything was going well. They did that because they're rational people and they can look at a piece of paper. So long as Ukraine stays disciplined and they don't get over their skis and they don't give an opportunity for Russians to take advantage of, these nodes of rail, air, trucks, everything are going to get so squeezed that Russia is either going to have to do one or two things. It's going to have to institute some sort of political crisis in the West, in whatever fashion that might take. Who knows? They might be hoping that winter saves them, and there's some kind of revolution in Germany or some kind of thing that tips the balance to where everybody's like, whoa, the NATO alliance is falling. It's not going to fall apart. Spoiler alert. Hoping that the NATO alliance falls apart, right? Or they sue for peace. And they're like, all right, fine, mea culpa. Sorry about that. Ryan, Joseph, Zodiac, which one do you think is more probable? Do you think Russia is going to come to its senses and say, oh, sorry, my bad? Yeah, they're not, right? I'm sure they're hoping that the UN steps in or they come to Putin goes before the Duma and says, listen, I want to declare a ceasefire. There's all this energy stuff. We need to help with the energy. Let's focus on what's really important. And that's the people in Ukraine and in Europe that are suffering because of this tragic war that Ukraine decided to launch against poor Russia, right? And let's come to an agreement. Let's put in some EU peacekeeper. Let's put in some kind of like Bosnia-Herzegovina type of situation. You had some kind of, peacekeepers and European peacekeepers, and we'll kind of study the line of contact. And let's just kind of go back to the February 24th lines, Warhol Donetsk, Luhansk, and blah, 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 right? Tick, tock, tick, tock. Every time you're walking by a clock in the Kremlin, I want you guys to imagine, if you guys want to laugh, every time you walk past a clock in your house, imagine Putin walking past a clock in the Kremlin, and then he looks at it, and he looks at this clock, and it was 3 hours from when he last checked the time. That is 3 hours that he doesn't have anymore. Right? Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
Exactly. Let me preface this. History has rarely been kind to the nation with the smaller industrial base in a war. You look at World War II as prime example of that. Yeah, Germany could produce some good quality equipment, but guess what? When you're being outproduced 100-1 by the United States and the Allies, that's not really going to help you too much. And a lot of their wonder weapons came too little, too late. You're encountering this situation now with Ukraine. You have the industrial might of the West coming in to Ukraine's aid. Russia has, through corruption and political mismanagement and inaction, squandered their hopes of becoming an industrial powerhouse since the fall of the Soviet Union, and a lot of their population still lives in poverty. They do not have the industrial base to go toe-to-toe with the West. They cannot outproduce us. So if we ramp up production to maximum levels and just pour everything into Ukraine, we will outproduce and outsupply the Russian war effort. Plain and simple. They may have, if they fully mobilize, they may have the manpower to be able to go to war, but they will not have the industrial capacity to equip properly all those troops. And you will see it almost turn into probably Enemy at the Gates for that famous movie. You'll see guys with rifles, guys with ammo, and guys with nothing. And, all the guys with rifles and ammo are probably going to die, and it's the guys behind them picking it up to continue the fight. It's as simple as that. They just mathematically cannot outproduce the industrial power of the West.
If somebody could please do me a favor and make a meme with a clock on Putin's face, that would be fantastic. That would be a highlight of my day. So somebody get me a meme with a clock on Putin's face of some sort of oh, you know what's a good idea? What about the Beauty and the Beast clock? Right? That was a good example. What about, like, can we turn like the Beauty and the Beast clock into Putin's face or something like that, because it was kind of bald and he was kind of fat and he looked kind of stupid, right? Can we turn, let's put Putin's face on that. If anybody's out there in Twitter land, can you make that meme for me? I would be eternally grateful. Sorry, Joseph.
Oh no, that's fine. It's great, Craig. I think it was a good thinking on the fly for a meme, and you even gave him like a reference point to the clock for Beauty and the Beast. But so yeah, no, I think we talk about this a lot. It's understandable some people's eyes might glaze over, right? But it's really important, I think, just because this is where the rubber meets the road with the Russian military. If the Russian military can't sustain, the logistical effort that it has up to this point been sustaining, they basically can't achieve any result. And eventually, if their supply situation continues to degrade as it has been since before the offensive began, and really definitely since the offensive began, there's going to be a potential a real catastrophe on the Russians' hands, I think, just basically as a direct result from this. So I know we talk about it a lot. There's a lot of math, and for some people it might just seem like trucks. And I understand, like, cool fancy missiles that John might talk about is like more interesting or something, but it's deeply important stuff. So Craig, I guess the question I was going to ask you is, I was talking to Madi today, and I asked him, like, what on the Russian side of things, like, what are they talking about, right? And one of the things he mentioned was that they basically seem to understand, and this again is the Russian military bloggers or Russian Telegram, but a lot of the press in the West seems to call them the Russian mil bloggers, right? He said they basically they become more pessimistic. They seem to recognize Kherson as like a lost cause. But the one thing they're kind of very concerned about now is Melitopol. Because if Melitopol is taken, in their mind, this sort of divides their logistical situation in half. They need Melitopol to sort of join up the logistics of the southern front, we might call it, what would be right now the Kherson front, and the northern front or the eastern front, Donbass, right? So, I mean, does that track with your logic, Craig? I mean, is Melitopol as big as much importance as the Russian so-called mill bloggers say, or would you disagree?
I would say I would 100% disagree, because at this point, again, it's contingent upon two things: Ukraine staying disciplined, right? Not just being like, oh, these guys are suckers, these guys are walkovers, right? Doing this a piece at a time, taking their time, doing this methodically, being sociopathic killers, if you will, right? Taking their time and doing the job right, like Dexter, right? You have to imagine Ukraine is Dexter right now. Dexter, what did Dexter do? He was a serial killer. If anybody's ever watched that show, right? It's the show on Showtime where it's this guy that has this constant need to kill, right? To feed his demon or whatever it's called, right? And he finds these evil people, whether they're rapists or whether they're whatever, right? Just really, really bad people or fellow serial killers or something. And he finds them, and whenever he kills them, he prepares this really intricate, like a room full of plastic and gloves and all the rest of this stuff, right? So at this point, I'm comparing I'm comparing Ukraine to Dexter. Methodical killers. They're doing this
Greg, the good news is they put Dexter back on the air, so we're so old it's not a dated reference anymore. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So Dexter. Okay, so anyway, thanks, Joseph. You're aging me out, brother. The idea here, though, is that they're doing this methodically in a disciplined manner. They're not just advancing on all fronts because they think we got this in the bag, right? They're not doing that. They're doing this a piece at a time. And if you don't believe me, look at how they're doing it in Kherson. They have every advantage in the world, but they're still doing it a piece at a time, methodically tearing Russia apart to where it's a fait accompli. The battle's over. There isn't really, yes, there's fighting. Yes, Ukrainians are dying. Yes, they're getting wounded. Yes, they are. But the overall objective here is victory. If you're on the Ukrainian side, if you're a Ukrainian soldier at the front line, yes, your objective is a city or a town, but your real objective is winning the war. That's the real objective here, right? And so long as they stay disciplined, I'll tell you, no city has any strategic value anymore because they're outclassed, they're outgunned, they're outsupplied. Melitopol, it's a joke, right? They're like, oh, Melitopol is going to be the new Mariupol. I've seen that same stuff. They're like, we're going to turn Melitopol into the Ukrainians' graveyard, and we can funnel them down into yeah, give me a break, right? Like, just stop. Like, give it a rest, all right? Ukraine is doing this in a way where it doesn't matter where the Russians are. With HIMARS and 777s and drones and good leadership at the general staff level, all the way down to field officers, colonels, and all the rest. Yes, certain cities will be harder to capture than others. Yes, I'm sure the Russians will stand and fight to some degree. Yes, you'll probably see some urban fighting. Yes. But at this point, the only two things that matter, the only places I think that matter really, if you're Russia, are Crimea is number one, making sure that you hold on to that at all costs. And then number two is the area around Donetsk. Those two areas are very, very critical. If you can't hold those two areas, then everything else is superfluous because they're going to lose Melitopol. They're going to lose these areas. It's only a matter of time. And so for these bloggers to go out there, I saw one that said that they're going to turn Melitopol into the graveyard of the Ukrainian army. Okay. Okay, sure, whatever, man. Like, you've had too much vodka.
Thanks, Craig. Great points. Zodiac, if you had anything to add, go ahead.
Yeah, so, I think you're absolutely right, Craig. The Ukrainians are not using a sledgehammer approach. They're using a scalpel approach. They are picking off little sections at a time and systematically eliminating portions of the front. To quote George S. Patton, the goal of war isn't to die for your country, it's to make the other guy die for his. And, that's one thing I actually find funny about this Kherson offensive and the Russian mill bloggers. They're like, oh, the ambulances are rolling into Mykolaiv and Odessa just filled with Ukrainian wounded. Their hospitals are full. It's like, okay, you clearly haven't thought about this statement because that's actually, surprisingly enough, a good thing. And why I say it's a good thing is because this means that the Ukrainian battlefield medicine system and casualty evacuation system is working so well that they're able to evacuate all their wounded and create less deaths, which means proportionally most of those casualties will probably be able to return to the front. So they're claiming it's a great thing or a good thing for Russia. No, actually, it just shows that the Ukrainians are doing really well at casualty management and taking care of their wounded. And that's something the Russians can't necessarily say that they're good at, especially when we're seeing pictures of their first aid kits being from Soviet era, maybe having 2 bandages in them, and that's it.
And here's the thing, too, Zodiac. What are the two things you get out of a Ukrainian soldier that survives? You get experience, and you get somebody who can help train Ukrainian units once they get to the front, right? These soldiers that are surviving are just not, yes, they are lives, they are human beings at their core, save their life, right? That is mission number one. Medical evac always takes priority, almost is always number one, is in a battle situation. Medical evac always takes priority. Get your wounded out, never leave a man behind. But there's a knock-on effect to that. Not only do you save a human life, but you save the experience of that soldier. So if that soldier is wounded to a degree he can't rejoin his unit, and that will happen, that does happen, that has happened. Unfortunately, we've had some of them on our space before where they have been wounded and they just can't go back to their unit. And so what are they doing? They become people who can train other Ukrainian units, right? Just like we saw in Iraq. I remember when I served from 2004 to 2009, some of our guys got pretty tore up. All right, there's no, whether it's an IED or an AK-47 round or an RPG, these guys got pretty torn up. But because our medical evac was so squared away, because we were able to save so many people, you got all these people that came back, and they were able to train the units that said, listen, I've been here before, I've taken hits before, I've taken shrapnel before, and here's the mistake. Learn from my mistake, right? That's an exponential gain, right? Knowledge cannot just be created out of thin air, right? Knowledge is attained by the individual through their experiences and through their own instruction. That person is priceless, not only as a human being, but as a reinforcement to the training of Ukrainian soldiers as this go forward. Is that fair to say, Zodiac?
No, it's absolutely fair to say. Absolutely, to throw a personal example in here, I had a gentleman when I was going through the training system in 2011. He was in the process of being medically released by the Canadian Forces, but he had lost both his legs in Afghanistan. They just kept him back and threw him in a training role until he eventually got out. And he had a wealth of knowledge to pass on, and that's where the Ukrainians hopefully are using these people, is that they are sending them to the UK, where they're training all these troops and having them pass on this knowledge to these new recruits and fill them with as much knowledge and as much experience from the front lines as they can, so that they're better prepared for their action. Because, like you said, that knowledge is invaluable, and that's where the Russia is going to have a problem if they're not having a problem with it already. You see these casualty numbers. The British MOD came out today, said their estimates are putting at 25,000 Russian dead, another 80,000 wounded. If you're losing experienced tank crews, infantryers, technicians, supplies,
full alert. Kiev.
That's
full alert.
Institutional knowledge you have lost.
Alert.
And
City,
you can't
alert.
just recruit
this message has been
a
generated
few random
with
guys from a
data.
backwater town in Siberia and expect them to perform in a T-72 to the same standard. You're going to encounter the situation, because Russia's not wanting to fully mobilize. And remember, too, earlier in the war, they stripped their military academies of a lot of their officers and senior NCOs that were passing on this knowledge. So you're going to encounter a very similar situation what Germany had in late 1944, early 1945, before they surrendered, when they're sending conscripts and new recruits to the front and giving them, say, like a King Tiger tank, and expecting them to perform as if they are freaking a Tiger Ace with 50 kills under their belt, when they barely know how to turn the tank on and traverse the gun and put it on target.
Full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Yeah, guys, excellent points, both ends. I think there's a couple of things that both you and Craig brought up. I think this bite and hold strategy, right? It's going to be a bit more methodical. We're probably not going to see full blown, I guess, maneuver warfare where they're breaking through lines and encircling. I think maybe on a smaller scale, but like on an operational scale, they're not going to be moving in a full maneuver war situation. We're going to see more of, I think, what Raver described once as a bite and hold situation. So I don't know. I think it sounds like that comes from the belief, like NATO armies can typically, they can expect air superiority, they can expect some level of numerical superiority, or at least a huge technological advantage over the enemies they've had in recent years. I assume they didn't have that assumption when they were going up against the Soviets. So I'm wondering, is this something that other armies are familiar with, this sort of bite and hold, or this slower, more methodical approach to taking ground?
I can only speak from the U.S. perspective. When we went in 1991, we went in with 500,000 coalition allied people. That's not a bite and hold maneuver. That's a
alert update.
Get wrecked.
Army. Full alert.
This will be over in a couple of days. Army.
This message has been generated with municipal
I don't think
data.
that was bite and hold, because the Marines were still doing, I don't want to call them thunder runs, but they were doing their thing. They're doing what Marines do, and that's typically getting out of hand, but in a very lethal way. It's not a Russian dive to Kiev. This is a Marine infantry battalion, brigade. These guys are get a little out of hand, but when they get out of hand, they're still very, very lethal. The only equivalent, I can't really think of one in a conventional army. Help me out, Zodiac. I don't think that the West has actually done that kind of thing since World War II.
if I'm being honest. Can you? I don't know.
World War II or Korea, perhaps. I can think of maybe individual battles. You think former Yugoslavia and like the Battle of the Medak Pocket. That was sort of a bite and hold situation. You know, that was very much conventional force on force battle. Or I could also think of Operation Medusa in Afghanistan, the last and probably the only time the Taliban tried to engage in conventional battle with NATO forces. And for any of you that don't know about that battle, I highly recommend the book Contact Charlie. It talks about it very well on why that was the last and only time that the Taliban decided to try and go toe-to-toe with NATO, because they got their asses handed to them.
And NATO tried a bite and hold strategy to like systematically destroy them. Is that kind of the referencer?
Yeah, exactly. Because it was because they had systematic areas within the Panjwai district that they were holding on to, and we knew they were there. They decided to make a stand at a location called White Schoolhouse, and we engaged in an operation, the Canadians, the Americans, and the British, to systematically wipe out their hold in that area.
Gotcha. I think just kind of interesting to think about maybe what the NATO armies are thinking in terms of how they can, get a framework to understand this sort of bite and hold offensive strategy. Because it seems like the plan, based on the numbers we're getting back in terms of the Russian equipment and numbers of killed, is that this involves destroying a lot of Russian, troops and equipment. Right. This is 10 to 20. Or maybe like about 5 to 10 tanks a day and about 10 to 20 BMPs a day since this thing started, and probably more than that, honestly, because this is just verified numbers. So, it seems like it's very systematic. It seems like it's very intent on destroying Russian equipment or treating the Russians continuously, and maybe also, I'm not entirely sure, but maintaining contact, like not letting the Russians, just based on some of the videos we've seen with how aggressive the Ukrainians are being, it seems like part of the strategy is to maintain contact, not let them, settle in or fall back to some other line of defense and gain. But I don't know. This bite and hold strategy seems to be working. I don't know. It's interesting. Like you guys said, it's so different from what we saw in the Iraq War. I think especially it's probably the campaign we're most familiar with in the United States. So yeah, interesting points, guys. Any last thoughts on this sort of bite and hold idea?
Yeah, so I'll jump in there because you sort of touched on it with Ukrainians, constantly pushing the Russians and kind of not letting them rest, essentially, constantly keeping them on the back foot. So not only does that keep them on the back foot, but it doesn't allow them properly rest. So if you got a commander that can't properly rest, he's not getting sleep, over time, that degrades their critical thinking ability. And it's something Western armies train well at. In terms of sleep deprivation and putting leaders under stress. After about 36 hours without proper sleep, you're going to see their mental capacity and critical thinking abilities decrease. And once you pass 48 hours, you have the equivalency of a 0.01 blood alcohol level. And it just keeps getting worse and worse from there. And I've been there. Canadian Forces, when we go through our leadership training for NCOs, we go on a cycle of 36 hours of continuous work.
Siren
with,
alert update.
If we're lucky, 4 hours of forced rest.
This message has been generated
now do
with
that for a few
data.
weeks and see how well you're able to command and control troops. It gets difficult. Especially when you throw in the elements, throw in missions that cost you to think on the fly and change your plan on the fly. So if you're constantly hammering the Russians and not allowing the ability for them to rest properly, they're going to start making mistakes. They will, 100%. And when they make mistakes, the well-rested Ukrainian troops that are able to push then hold
Here
and have
siren
a
alert
second
update.
force come in and push past the
MLNYTSKYY.
lines that is
Full alert.
well rested
This
to keep
message has
pounding
been
them,
generated
and they
with
rinse and
municipal data.
repeat that, you're going to overwhelm them very quickly, and you're going to degrade them, and they're going to make mistakes that you're able to capitalize on to even push your offensive even further.
Thank you very much, Zodiac. Craig, I know you maybe said earlier you had to dip out pretty soon. Did you want to sign out now? Do you want to maybe leave us with anything? Or go ahead?
Yeah, well, the first thing I want to leave you with is this is the first time I've had an interaction with NAFO. Obviously, I see your avatar, Ryan's. Everybody's got NAFO. This is my first time NAFO has responded quite literally within minutes of my request. You have some pretty dedicated group of people. Everybody go to the top of the nest. Look at that. I think that was from Gail Gibbons, proud member of NATO. Excuse me, proud member of NAFO, I should say.
Siren alert update.
Yeah, Bill, thank you.
Rivn, full alert.
Proud member of them.
Chernivtsi,
Within
full
about
alert.
10 minutes, I had
Ivano
requested a meme,
Frankivsky,
and
full
NAFO
alert.
came through.
Lviv,
without
full
even
alert.
a pause.
Ternopile, full alert.
So
Volin,
this
full
is
alert.
exactly what I was talking
This
about.
message
So
has been
if you guys
generated
could
with
spread that
municipal
everywhere,
data.
to remind Putin that the clock is ticking. To quote a philosopher, time is a cruel master. It is unforgiving and it is unsustainable for the average person. So for those that want to support NAFO, thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. And all the DMs I'm getting from you guys and all the stuff I'm getting from you guys, I really appreciate it. It's somewhat overwhelming. Like my DMs kind of, I don't want to say you guys broke my DMs, but it was it was quite entertaining to see. It was rapid reaction force.
Never underestimate the tactical Shiba Inus that only respond to Ukrainian and English commands.
There's a lot of them, I'll tell you that.
Siren alert
I've been
update.
friending a lot
Rivn,
lately.
full
And,
alert.
yeah, we got
Chernivtsi,
featured on the
full
German
alert.
news the other day,
Ivano
Craig. It was a pretty
Frankivsky,
big day for
full
us.
alert. Lviv,
But
full alert.
yeah, also the
Chernopile,
Japanese news
full
called
alert.
us the
Volin,
Shiba Inu
full
Corps.
alert.
I thought that
This
was pretty
message
cool.
has been
Ryan.
generated with municipal data.
Sounds like you need a new flag.
Promotion? Like
What's up?
Major Guru getting promoted to colonel?
What did you say, Zodiac?
I was saying, sounds like they need a new flag or something there. Maybe anime style, since the Japanese are the ones calling you it.
Here siren alert
Ain't got the
update.
truth. But yeah,
Rivn,
that's all I
full
got. I
alert.
want to thank
Chernivtsi,
Zodiac for joining us
full
this
alert.
evening.
Ivano
Adding his
Frankivsky,
expertise.
full
You can
alert.
hear he's got his family in his
Lviv,
background.
full
So
alert.
we thank you
Chernopile,
for sharing your
full
time.
alert.
This takes away family
Volin,
time. I
full alert.
sympathize with you.
This
I do.
message has been generated
thank
with
you for joining
municipal
us
data.
and adding everything you do. You and Battle Moose. Always good to have our Canadian allies with us on this space. You're more than welcome anytime you want to join us. Feel free to DM any of us if you ever want to reach out to us. But with that, I'm going to take off. Slava Ukraini.
Rhyme Slava. All right, so with that, we will go to Daniel, I think, unless Ryan, did you have anything you want to add?
Nope, that's what I was going to do, is go to hands.
Daniel, go
Good
ahead.
morning, Daniel.
Good morning, guys. What I want to endorse
Here siren alert update. Transcarpathia,
small
full
caveat.
alert. This message has been
First,
generated with municipal data.
I think Ukrainian army is much more trained, much more versed, much more experienced, much better than most of the NATO armies, except Americans and probably British. For the others, let me say, Ukrainians are the other level, in my humble opinion, without military experience. Second thing, I hope if they will try to make estimation the war will be longer, the people with experience will not be kept on front. Is the
Here siren
German
alert
World War
update.
II thing, they
Transcarpathia,
put
full alert.
their
This message has
assets
been generated with
from
municipal
aviation
data.
and tank companies to keep pounding the enemy. And you have Whitman with 200 kills, for example, instead to send him to military academy to train others. Because Americans, for example, their aviation aces send after 15 kills home to learn others. about the urban warfare, where the Russians are very, very bad on their supposed fortification resistance in the cities, is the small thing of Ukrainian population. You cannot hold the city when your civilian population is hostile to you. The idea to, resist to the siege works if your population in the city is favorable, supports you, not when you have tons of partisans and almost everybody wants to kill you. This is a lot of important, because imagine Kherson City, Melitopol, Berdyansk. These cities cannot be hit. So no support from logistical train, no place to retreat. Same is applied for Melitopol and Berdyansk, because are coastal cities. And you have hostiles armed, wanting to kill you. This thing is untenable. Maybe they will resort to some human shields tactics like ISIS, but I don't think they will work. And it's another thing I think we must underline. First, we talk about experience of the officers, the troops. They are very, very affected. Aviation, for example, they lost a lot of pilots, dead or prisoners, and most of who remain in the aviation corps of the VKS are people with not even half of hours of flight on the platform compared to NATO pilots. Second, after the pilots, are the people in logistical trains. Imagine any army is built on logistics. So if you have one guy who shoots, he had at least 5, usually 10 people who supports him, from the cooks to engineers. And that engineers, sappers, ordnance guys, that there is the huge blow. When ammunition depot blows, it kills drivers, it kills engineers, it kills all the supervision, all the specialists for logistics. Another place where we understand very well they have very bad input of experience is the paratroopers. The VDV Corps are regiments who are totally wiped out. I don't mean 30% deaths, 90% losses. All the regiments who invade the north of Ukraine, most of them were mechanized infantry units and riflemen, separate regiments, but the spearheads were the VDVs, and they lost a lot of people. That people are irreplaceable. And about tactics on Kherson, and well, I can say almost nothing comes from Donetsk. But in my opinion, Donetsk is very active front, very, very, very active front. The tactics are not what we expect from American army in Iraq in 2 wars. More close, I recommend you to look at Croatian offensive against Serbians. When the Croats, everybody beat against them, they cannot beat the former Yugoslav Federation Army, and they won in less than a month with same forces, maybe less than Yugoslav, the Serbs, and they beat them so hard, they sue for peace. And I think the command of Ukrainian army learned a lot from that war. That is important. That is the war which is similar with Kherson offensive. And you said, Joseph, about maneuver warfare. We just speedballing here. We don't know what is happening there. We don't know how they move. We don't know how many units they get surrendered, totally destroyed, eliminated. And we didn't hear anything about M270s. We hear a lot about HIMARS, but they have a bigger MLRS system than HIMARS, which are active there. They have Mars from Germany, for example. This is my points at this moment. Maybe I will remember something else. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I think you're correct to point out, and I mean, it's sort of almost semantics, right, scale, but you're correct to point out that there are already units that supposedly are, I forget the exact terminology, we discussed it earlier. I want to say they said operationally isolated or something to that effect. The Ukrainian command used that terminology. So, yeah, they're definitely isolating certain units. And yeah, I think it's safe to say that we don't have a full picture of what Ukraine's doing exactly or how they're operating. So you're absolutely correct about that, Daniel. So good point.
Joseph, imagine something like this. For 4 days consecutive past week, I saw most of the losses of the Russians, and I mean 350, 450 soldiers killed, 20 tanks per day, 20, 30 APCs per day, IFVs, what else? Artillery. They didn't come from Kryvyi Rih or Kherson. They come from Donetsk and Kharkiv. And I think it's essential. We have no idea what is happening there. And I love a lot Ukrainians don't brag about, but the losses in Donetsk area are huge, bigger than we imagine. And I think is a nice exploit. Everybody is with the eyes on Kherson. They send reinforcements from Donbass to Kherson. But this opened, I think, targets of opportunity for Ukrainians. I saw Defmon and Andrew Perpetua on their maps saying past week they attack here near Bakhmut, they attack here near Izium, they attack here, and they repelled. But also I saw on them the surprise discovering villages and towns which were declared Russian control, discovering they are contested or in Ukrainian hands on Donbass front. So I think we must be a little open to understand in the East something is brewing. Thank you.
Yep, you're absolutely right, Daniel, and that's something worth pointing out is a lot of those losses, as you said, the majority really are actually in Donbass, which is kind of interesting. As you said, it sort of indicates that even though we have officially the only thing we've heard from, I think, the Ukrainian side is something to the effect of localized counterattacks are going on in Donbass area. That's, I think, the most that the Ukrainian official side has said. Even though that's the most they'll say, I think Daniel's correct to point out it's probably more than that. Targets of opportunity at the very least. And quite frankly, it looks like they're starting to capture territory. And I want to say some other analyst, I forget the name of the person, but they mentioned basically that in these localized counterattacks, or so-called, Ukraine is now in the process of now capturing more land in Donbass than Russia is. In other words, Russia's still taking a little bit of land, maybe in around the Bakhmut area. They're nowhere near Bakhmut itself yet, but Ukraine's also taking land in the Donbass front, and overall, more land as the land changes hands. Ukraine is gaining more land back than they're losing, which is kind of interesting. So something's definitely going on in the Donbass. I agree with you, Daniel. Any last follow up there?
I let smarter people to talk. Thank you.
No, thank you, Daniel. I always appreciate you contributing, and thanks for that. Linda, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks. I have two very, very naive questions. So if they're too off the mark, just let me know. But so number one is after okay, starting from a starting point of after the war is over and Ukraine has pushed the Russians out. What will have happened logically right previous to that? In other words, the next steps would be to take back the northeastern part of Ukraine or the southeastern part of Ukraine or Crimea, and why? Does that make sense? That's my first question.
Yes, I mean, I think the simplest answer, of course, is like Russian troops need to leave those geographic areas, and then Ukrainian troops will sort of move in. But I think that's obviously kind of a bit of a cop-out answer. I think Crimea is sort of a done deal. Once Ukraine gets control of Novakhovka again, Crimea no longer has a water supply. They need the Crimea Canal to sustain Crimea's agriculture and to get enough water for a meaningful population that lives there to drink it. Right. So without sort of that direct water, sustenance from, the dam at Novakhovka, Crimea kind of is withering on the vine. I don't know what that means. Like, I don't think it means that Russia has to give it up today or tomorrow, but I would say, the long-term picture is not good for them strategically or even like medium term. I don't know how they would manage to get enough water there to, like, a lot of people would have to leave Crimea basically, and that would put them in a difficult position. So I think, like, I don't know, like, time's on Ukraine's side, I guess, to just sort of like simplify it. As far as like the other areas of Ukraine, we might say, I think the question at this point is going to be, right now, Ukraine is focused on getting, its sovereign territory back, getting to the internationally recognized borders. But there are areas, and I think Kharkiv is maybe like an early prelude to this. There's parts of the border where Russia's basically using their own border as almost a political like shield, right? They're shelling Kharkiv from inside Russia, sort of knowing that Ukraine isn't going to retaliate because Ukraine has chosen to fight a defensive war, right? So I think, like, as Ukraine pushes Russia more closer and closer back to the actual border, that's going to become more and more of an issue. I think, though, ultimately, Ukraine is going to retaliate. They have every right to do so. I mean, it's guaranteed in the UN Charter. Every nation has the right to self-defense. There's no like reason that they wouldn't or shouldn't. I just think that they're not quite at that stage yet. They don't want to cross that bridge until they get to it. So I think that's the real. I think when you ask like what needs to happen, that probably is what will need to happen for Russia to finally decide that there needs to be peace. They need to realize that they can't use their own border as like a shield, as like that Ukraine will refuse to strike back against them. I think Constantine once put it like, it's like having a boxing match, but we're not allowed to punch back, right? We can only defend. We might be able to hope he gets tired, but it's ultimately that needs to happen. So I think that's like maybe the thing that needs to happen. But I think that it's a long time before we need to kind of be super concerned about that. Right now, there's plenty of territory that Ukraine has to get control of that doesn't involve that. So does that make sense, Linda?
Yeah, because I want this over like by the end of the week, basically. yeah.
You too, huh?
But okay, so
Add to that, President Zelensky yesterday said all the population from Crimea must find shelter in bunkers because bombing is coming.
Ooh. Okay.
And real quick, Linda, sorry, let's let Zodiac answer because he had his hand up as well. He might have something to add here. Go ahead, Zodiac.
Yeah.
I got nothing for this. I was going to be responding to Daniel, so I'll let Jill finish up here.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead, Linda.
Okay. My second question is, okay, just a little bit of orientation. I have a friend who's a Ukrainian American, and all of her family is in Ukraine, including her elderly parents, still in Busha, who fortunately, miraculously survived. And her sister and nieces are in Ireland. They were evacuated out in March. But she has cousins and old friends, etc., etc. And I don't know really. She's being a little bit tight-lipped. I don't really know, what's happened to her family, etc., etc. Some of them are in the military and that, but I do know that several years ago, a cousin of hers was badly injured and eventually died from, I think it was snipers from over in the eastern part of Ukraine. Basically, the Russians were shooting across the border, and the Ukrainians were not shooting back by policy. But so after the war, so if Ukraine gains superiority, or protection, right, of the skies, so airplanes, missiles, etc., that's one thing. But then there's another thing, which is, like snipers shooting over the border. Is it called mortars? Shot. In other words, shorter term, stuff, right? Is it mortars shot over the border, etc.? How is that addressed, or is that just too much off the wall of a question?
No, I understand, Linda. So it's definitely a huge issue. I mean, it's clearly, of course, we're looking far into the future in a situation where maybe there's some kind of I don't want to say, I guess, like a standoff between Russia and Ukraine involving militarily. At least I guess there's maybe a couple examples I would point to, right? Maybe India, Pakistan might be an example. Maybe North Korea, South Korea might be an example. And then maybe, U.S. and Soviet Union might be an example. So I guess one thing is that the U.S. policy towards Russia and the Soviet Union has always been, if they escalate, you escalate. If they send aircraft over, you send aircraft over. If they send an army group over, you send an army group over, right? That's just, if they're doing military exercises, you make sure that you have at least an equivalent force, maybe not doing military exercises, but to answer that, right? So it's just like part of their policy to always respond in kind to Russia whenever they escalate, even if they try to make it sound like they're not escalating, even if they try to say, oh, you're escalating by doing this or whatever. So that's kind of step one, I would say, is if Russia does something, then you should do it back to like escalate. And then the second would be, there are, bodies that are created that, deal with this stuff in the case of India, Pakistan, or North Korea, South Korea. But I imagine there's going to be a pretty serious militarization of the border, right? There's probably Ukraine's going to take monitoring and protecting their border extremely seriously. That's going to be the military's primary job for the foreseeable future. And, that's going forward, just how it's going to have to be. And I assume at some point, because Ukraine is going to have access to enough precision-guided munitions to do it with minimal, let's say, collateral damage to Russian citizens, they're going to have to answer, the shelling on the border. And I think eventually, once, that we get to that stage, it'll be there'll be some kind of, military standoff. So we'll see something like the North Korea, South Korea situation where the border's heavily militarized and monitored. That's like my view of it. Ryan, I don't know. I'm really getting into the weeds here. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I think inevitably that's going to be a contested or heavily militarized border, just given what's transpired in the last 8 years and more specifically the last 6 months. I wouldn't expect Ukraine to trust Russia moving forward under any circumstances. So I don't think you're totally off base, even if we can't predict exactly what it's going to look like.
Yeah, I think that's the best I can do with kind of what we got, Linda. Hopefully that helps. Go ahead.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so we do have Slava Ukrainian up. Go ahead, Slava.
Thank you, Slava Ukrainian. Yes, definitely no trust to the Russians. Just what I wanted to add, that the counteroffensive was like saying that it goes along whole front line. It's not just south, and it goes completely on the whole front. And in addition, like I want to make a correction to the Daniel. Yes, I listened what Zelensky said yesterday. He said, yes, people of the Crimea and all occupied territories prepare water, food, all battery banks, please charge battery banks, prepare your shelter. But he's never said bombing is coming. Daniel, please, don't do this. Don't add your interpretation. Zelensky never said bombing is coming. It will never be announced. We had yesterday, yes, in Crimea, a lot of the cotton, but Zelensky never gonna say bombing is coming. Please, Daniel, thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Slava. Yeah, so I don't know. Sometimes maybe there was yeah, we should be clear when we're quoting officials, right, and when we're maybe taking our interpretation of the quote or our understanding of the situation. So yeah, thanks, Slava. Zodiac, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. So, just talking about what you guys were talking about earlier, yourselves and Daniel, in terms of the East. When it comes to Ukraine and their operations there, I'm going to cut you in the middle, Joseph, and say, we're not talking about an offensive here, but we're not necessarily talking about localized counterattacks. What I believe, in my opinion, is going on here is, again, some shaping operations. And why I say that is, this is one large war. We're focused on Kherson, but the Ukrainian general staff are looking at the bigger picture. Okay, we're in your Kherson now. Well, we then got to look after, what are we going to do after Kherson? Where are we going to go next? And if Kherson offensive is going well, you want to start shaping the battlefield for your next move and your next offensive. And to set a very recent historical parallel, look how long ago the bridgehead over the Inlets River actually happened. That was weeks and weeks. Actually, I think it was about 3 months ago now that they first secured that bridgehead. It was just yesterday they secured that little bridgehead over the Severodonetsk River south of Lyman. That's the kind of shaping operation you need. You gain a toehold and you just hold it. And then you leave the enemy guessing if you're going to do anything else with it. And then you just sit there and poke away and get better positioning that when Kherson is finally taken, because I personally don't think they're going to go past the Dnipro River. The bridges are out and they're going to leave them out. You leave a holding force and some artillery to harass the enemy rear lines, and that's it. You then take all those forces, you rest them, you resupply them, and you move them to a new location, and you do this all over again. And if the Russians are going to lose 20,000 troops in Kherson by the time this is done, whether it's killed, captured, or straight up abandoning the front, that's a huge chunk of Russian forces out of the action, and you still will have a sizable Ukrainian force left over. You move that to the next portion of the front, and you restart this whole process over again, and you start breaking up the Russian front and turn this from a single front war into a multi-front war, and you start breaking them down.
Thanks very much for that analysis, Zodiac. I think it's excellent points. It's something that a lot of us don't have any, even a basic understanding of how it would be done, the methodology behind it. So it's always appreciated. Yeah. So yeah, if anyone does have any questions for our panel, please do feel free. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and press the little heart icon in the center. On the far right, you can raise your hand. We do ask everyone, if you would please retweet the space. It does help us spread our message. If you could tell people who might not have heard about the Maria Report that we exist, that would be great. We always appreciate getting new people in here, getting new guests, new panelists, new questions, and so forth. So thank you very much, everyone, for listening, for retweeting, all that. Very briefly, I did want to announce our upcoming guests. So we've got on, I don't think we have any guests for Tuesday. So the next upcoming guest is going to be Lukasz Tamiki, who is going to be here. He's, by the way, a managing partner of LRT Capital Management. I know he's a friend of finances. He's been a guest on the show before at least once. Seems like a nice guy. I didn't interact with him directly, but I heard him speak a little bit. He'll be here at Eastern, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, Wednesday, September 7th. So once again, Lukasz Tamiki, Wednesday, September 7th, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. I don't like these new time cards, Ryan. It's okay. Next, somehow I asked for a chaplain, and I don't know how this happened, but it happened magically, Ryan. Vasil Virozub a Ukrainian Orthodox chaplain serving as a volunteer with the Armed Forces of Ukraine, who was captured on Snake Island and spent 70 days in a Russian torture camp, will be with us Thursday, September 8th at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. So, holy cannoli, that one's going to be a big one. I'm really looking forward to that. I don't know if people know, but I majored in religious studies. It's kind of my thing. So very, very interested. I've always wanted to have a chaplain on the space. To have such a distinguished guest, such a hero on the space will be like a true honor. Yeah, wow. I know. The back end time card guy is telling me that you all love the new time cards. I'm sure you do. They are very nice. I'm sure everyone loves having the new their time zone represented on there, or at least like a frame of reference. But yeah, for me, I just want to know one time to tell you guys. Sorry. So looking forward to all that. Ryan, go ahead.
As long as they're correct, I completely appreciate the multitude of time zones. I'm also glad that you're here. Excuse me. Also glad that you're here to try to pronounce those names so I don't butcher them.
I did my best. I feel like I still messed up, but yeah, what a great guest. I'm really looking forward to that guest in particular. So it's going to be great. Always great to have so many guests. I totally missed that we had a guy from the reconnaissance unit, a reconnaissance unit, I should say, on today. Did you happen to catch that, Ryan?
I did. I actually overslept and woke up about halfway through that interview, so I missed a portion of it, and I will have to go back to the Spotify account when our unsung heroes on the Maria Report here get around to editing the audio and posting it on Spotify.
We have a Spotify account, Ryan. What URL is it?
I don't know off the top of my head, but when I get a chance, I will share it up into the nest like I have both of the upcoming speaker cards. Just trying to make things user-friendly around here.
No, that's beautiful. Thanks, Ryan. Sorry to put you on the spot like that.
No, you're fine.
I don't know the URL either.
So,
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to quickly chime in, just give like a 5-minute warning, and then I'm going to have to step off here. But if anybody's got any last-minute questions for myself, my primary expertise is in maintenance, weapon systems, particularly small arms and artillery, as well as logistics. More than happy to answer anything, but I'm going to have to get going here in about 5 minutes or so. But I'm more than happy to entertain the last couple of questions while I'm up here.
I've got a quick question, just lightning round. Can we trade you for Battle Moose?
You'll have to negotiate with Battle Moose there. We might end up being both Canadians from the same province. We might be a package deal.
Oh, you're too nice. I think we're actually owed a couple of co-hosts from the European side of the pond, since they stole our finance analysis to become the Atacam cigarette brand ambassador. We're a little short-handed over here in North America these days.
Well, that's why you just got to get on those Excalibur brand cigars. There can only be one.
Was that a Highlander reference?
Yes, it was.
Thank you for joining us this evening, Zodiac.
You're more than welcome.
We definitely appreciate someone with like actual technical knowledge behind maintaining weapons and how weapons work and things, because it's important information now, right? We all need to understand a little bit about how this stuff works to understand how the Ukrainian army, for example, why Ukrainian soldiers could say it used to take us 5 to 10 shots to hit a target with our old artillery system. Now it takes us 1, right? Like, why is that? Because of the superior engineering of these weapons and, how they're designed and how they are maintained and how they work. I don't know. I guess maybe one question I had for you is we did hear a little bit about the difficulty of maintaining some of these systems for Ukraine, or at the very least, it's the Ukrainians are having to use them at a rate that maybe the NATO armies in the last decade or so haven't really had to do. And I'm wondering, like, if you were conceiving of how these weapons were the scale or the rate, I don't know, at which these artillery cannons and so forth are being fired. Like, what do you think that entails in terms of a maintenance footprint, or how difficult will it be to maintain, for example, 100 M777s? Is that something you think the U.S. Army, it's like, they've got that, I'm not worried about it at all? Or is that like, wow, like this amount of usage of these guns, like it could be an issue?
That's a tricky one to say, because even the U.S. Army and the U.S. National Guard, they tap into the manufacturer and have them come out to assist with deep maintenance cycles and that. So it's easy enough to Google. There's plenty of photos out there of them showing off them doing that, but they'll actually bring in the manufacturer and they will show the guys how to tear down the guns, and they will do this about once a year, every year, because obviously within the military, you do have that cycle of people kind of either getting posted in, posted out. You have new people getting trained. So they constantly are bringing in the manufacturer to pass on their knowledge straight from the institution itself. But in terms of a maintenance footprint, it depends on the size of the organization. The Ukrainians are probably some kind of weird maintenance hybrid between NATO and former Warsaw Pact right now. So you're probably seeing very large maintenance organizations that have a very spread out footprint. I'd have to dig it up, but I did have a video somewhere of Ukrainian maintenance yard that was in the middle of a field, and they were in the process of rebarreling a 2S7, and that's no easy task. You need cranes for those large barrels and pieces, and that creates a very massive footprint, and you got to be able to not only transport those spare parts, but then you need the specialty equipment to change them out, and then afterwards, you got to make sure you did the job right, and then confirm it, and then ship it off to the main unit. And that is a monumentous task. And when you spread that over 100 M777s, you also got to then worry about the logistics chain of, can the manufacturers turn out the spare parts in a time frame that you can actually service them? We've never seen a war that is logistically as challenged as this since World War II. We don't have the manufacturing capacity necessarily in place. Can the manufacturers ramp up? Absolutely they can. But at the start and onset of this war, and even to this point, some of these manufacturers are still in the process of ramping up. So we might not necessarily have the spares to supply to Ukraine. So it's entirely possible, and I'm not saying this is what's happening, but it's possible that in order to make sure that Ukraine is being supplied fully, you could be seeing that guns, say, in U.S. storage are being stripped as spare parts and getting sent over. Because if they're in storage, they're not really serving any purpose, but if they're fully functioning parts, maybe the Ukrainians can use them until Raytheon, General Dynamics, and all these other manufacturers can get these widgets, whether it be a barrel, a cradle, a trail, tires, whatever the case may be that they need for these guns, to get that production ramped up to actually meet the needs of Ukraine and get these parts over to them.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense, and I think what you said about just logistics footprints in general and the challenges there are definitely important aspect of this. So I guess it sounded like you maybe had to you gave us a 5-minute warning about 10 minutes ago. So if you wanted to maybe leave us with anything, although that might be a good place to leave it, Azodi.
Yeah, I'm willing to leave it there unless I see Dan has his hand up. So if he has a question for me, I can answer that. But otherwise, I will then head off.
Very polite. Dan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just one quick question I wanted to throw in. Talk a little bit about how hard it must be to deal with the unbelievable menagerie of equipment that the Ukrainians have.
Did you get that, Zodia?
He's probably talking to muted. Oh.
Yeah, got it. I was just waiting to see if there was anything else to that. So in terms of the unbelievable menagerie, as you put it, you are dealing with a massive logistical footprint, to say the least, for the Ukrainians. We've got, what is it, at least half a dozen different self-propelled howitzers. We got M109s, we got Crabs, we've got PZH 2000s, we've got 2S7s, 2S1s, 2S3s. It's a massive undertaking for them to be able to maintain all this kit, because you not only are dealing with different parts chains for each of these weapon systems, but you are requiring different knowledge bases for each and every one of those systems. So you're going to have to dedicate entire maintenance units just to these particular platforms so that they can specialize and get good at these platforms, because especially Western kit is not going to be necessarily the same to maintain as, say, a 2S7. So you can't necessarily have a 2S7 and a Crab operating in the same unit. You're going to have very similar NATO kit working together, and then you're going to have your Soviet kit in another unit working together, and you're going to have your dedicated teams to maintain that kit with those units. Now, can you put similar systems like, say, a Crab and the AS90? Absolutely, because they're very similar platforms. They have the same base model. In fact, the Crab and the AS90, the British howitzer there, that's the same turret. The Polish just threw it on a different chassis. So those things can work together. M109s of any variant can work together, but PZH 2000, that one's the oddball in the entire mix, and it doesn't have any logistical similarities to any of the other self-propelled howitzers. So you're going to have to find something else that might be logistically similar to it, and the only thing within that German created wheelbase that would be similar would be the Flak Panzer Gepard. So could you see those ones similarly pre-positioned with the PZHs? It's possible, but that's going a little too deep in what force organization order of battle for the Ukrainians would be. But there is ways that they can mitigate some of the logistical challenges here, such as keeping everything simple for entire units having the same piece of kit, rather than trying to mix and match kit within individual units, which then spreads your logistical chain out over the entirety of the front. Whereas trying to keep them all together, you focus logistic chains to certain parts of the front.
Great. Yeah, I think we lost the questioner, so we will consider the question answered, Zodiac. So thank you very much for your time this evening, and we can't wait to see you again.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening, everyone.
Thank you, Zodiac. And I said I was going to put the Spotify link in the nest, and I did not. So give me 1 second. And Spotify link is in the nest. That should be a link to the Spotify channel, so anyone and everyone can find all of our past guests, or at least the ones we've had the time to get converted into a podcast.
We also have a YouTube channel that I wish I could plug as well right now. Ryan, is the YouTube channel doing okay? Is it stuff being uploaded to it?
You're asking the wrong guy. I don't have much time for anything other than Twitter Spaces these days. So much as I have intended to go back and review some of the previous interviews that I missed, I frankly have not stepped away from the space long enough. And usually if I get to listening, the couple of times I've attempted to, I find myself just navigating back over to the space to hear what's going on real time.
Yeah, it's tough for us obviously to keep track of this stuff because we're pretty busy on. We just got to keep the show going most of the days, right? So anyway, it's tough for us to go back and listen to old stuff. But yeah, so it sounds like I'm hearing from the little bird that the Spotify is kind of where we're trying to put our focus right now. Maybe we'll get the YouTube kind of updated soon. There's no reason we can. It's just a matter of labor and always accepting volunteers for stuff. So yeah,
Well,
just maybe a good time to go ahead.
YouTube is more of a video format. It's not really conducive to vocal discussions that don't have a whole bunch of visual interaction. And you can't really share a nest on a YouTube channel. So it kind of negates the point. The benefits of YouTube, at least as far as I'm concerned, are that you can, fast forward or double the audio speed if you take information in a little quicker than people are speaking it. But I'm sure Spotify has that functionality as well. And, you always get the benefit of the pause button if you have little munchkins running around or, distractions like bosses that walk into your office while you're trying to get work done.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, YouTube is more of an audio platform, and yeah, it's like a different audience, for lack of a better term. So it would be good to have our stuff out there, but it's a question of work for reward, and yeah, Spotify and probably other podcast platforms are where we probably want to take it. So because we have a lot of good guests on here. Go ahead.
And I'm going to throw some more credit to our back end people that choose not to get up here and do any co-hosting. They put in a mountain worth of work and effort into stuff, and we can always use more help in the back end. We're always opening to entertaining new co-hosts as well. This is an all volunteer organization. There's only about 30 or 35 of us. And, anytime we can add to that roster or increase the depth of our bench, we're happy to have new volunteers come on and offer their expertise or their moderation skills.
That's right. Speaking of, welcome up, Tim. How you doing?
He's got a mouthful of beans right now, or maybe some kind of fermented fish. I'm shocked every time I hear what they eat for breakfast.
In the sauna. Finance is usually in the sauna these days.
Or loafing around on a beanbag in Tim's office. Quick, get all the finance bloodletting out before he wakes up and hears that we're talking about him. I did see that he has started a new Twitter account, the official Atacam's cigarette company. So I hope to see, more promotional spots and maybe even a sponsorship of Maria 8 or the Maria Report when he gets the brand up and running. That was a joke, by the way. I don't think finance is really starting a tobacco company.
He coughs enough for it, right?
Well, I kind of threw out the idea of a potential partnership with some of these South Korean cigarette manufacturers. I know import cigarettes are a big business here in the U.S., and Korea is a lot closer to Ukraine, depending on which way if you take a left or a right when you're leaving the country. I'm a firm believer, and I say this in all seriousness, that if some existing tobacco manufacturer wanted to create an Atacam's brand cigarette company, they would knock it out of the park in Ukraine. And I would probably buy a case that we could launch via trebuchet towards the Russians.
Definitely.
I think it would be a beautiful PSYOPs warfare mission to just start sprinkling Atacam's brand cigarette packs all over contested areas of Ukraine. Leave them like Reese's Pieces for ET. Maybe we can entice them to go home.
I used to have such a clean Twitter feed, Ryan. It was full of, news about Ukraine and important like military updates and stuff, and now it's like full of like NAFO and dog memes, and I don't know. I got to find a good work-life balance, Ryan. I don't know.
It's a good happy medium. That's something Kama Camille had mentioned the other day. Was every time you turn on the news, it seems to be all doom and gloom, and there's the old journalistic adage of if it bleeds, it leads, as far as television stuff goes. And like Kama said, it's nice to kind of mix up some of all the doom and gloom stuff and the really heavy subjects with things that make you smile, like a 57 Chevy with a HIMARS rocket on the back of it.
It's good stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Like a lot of the media is like totally freaking out about Russia buying shells from North Korea or something. I don't understand why they think this is such a big deal, as if it's going to like matter at all. As Zodiac pointed out, these shells, and as John pointed out, like these shells are not going to be manufactured to super high quality. It's questionable whether or not they're even fully compatible, as was pointed out with Russian artillery pieces. I don't know. It's just such a weird. I always just find it interesting what they decide is like big news, right? It's like they never, there'll be a story about like, I don't know, like Ukraine will be doing this massive counteroffensive, right? And I don't know, they'll be obsessed with like I don't know, the tourist visa thing or something. But lately, I don't know, the counteroffensive itself got pretty good coverage, to be honest. It hasn't been that bad lately. I don't like to be that person that like whinges about the mainstream media, but
no, that wasn't my intention. I love when people share with us news, like a couple of days ago when somebody notified you, myself, and John Ridge that we were approaching David Hasselhoff status because we'd finally made it into the German media sphere. So yeah, I don't rip on mainstream news or journalism at all. I was just kind of paraphrasing what Kama was saying about needing a little bit of levity in such serious times. There's always room for humor. It's what keeps things humming along. Happy warriors, as Axel would call them.
Right, and it's just for me, it's just kind of like it's just like an interesting sort of anthropological question, like what they focus on, or like why, like
all clear.
Just thinking out loud, I guess.
All clear.
Adrian, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, gentlemen. Good morning from Romania.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
I was wondering if anyone called Roger Waters a scumbag yet, and if nobody didn't, I'm here to call him a scumbag. And if someone did, well, it never hurts to call him a scumbag one more time about his support for Russia's genocidal war, essentially, because of his stupid letter to the First Lady of Ukraine urging
all clear.
her to stop the war, not Mr. Putin. And I mentioned this last night. It seems that Russia is pushing really hard its proxies, useful idiots, and other nickel and dime journalists and influencers in the West on this anti-war peace needs to happen, also drop the sanctions thing. So this definitely tells me that they're losing. We're gonna see them withdraw from Kherson and maybe from other places. So they're definitely losing. They know they are losing, and their only card left is this. So I hope we won't waver here on Maria Report, but I hope the Western and the audience that doesn't pay that much attention to Ukraine doesn't waver as well, because Russia has already lost, but every morning I see more and more of these idiots. I don't know what the Kremlin has on them, just saying complete and utter nonsense.
All clear.
Yeah, Roger Waters is a scumbag.
Clear.
Go ahead, John. Sorry.
All clear.
Nobody had been in today yet to mention that Roger Waters is a scumbag, but fortunately the United States and other NATO nations don't take their foreign policy cues from washed-up musicians. I had a little respect for Mr. Waters as a musician in the past, but I think his time has come and gone, and I don't know if he's just grasping for some kind of relevance here, but he's obviously very ill-informed about what's going on around the world, and I don't know if that's
Air siren alert update.
deliberate,
Chernihiv, all clear.
malicious act,
Ribn,
or if he's
all
just a
clear.
useful idiot.
Lviv,
I'm inclined
all
to think
clear.
that it's the latter.
Transcarpathia, all clear. Kirovorod,
Oh, of course,
all
Ryan. I
clear.
mean, I agree with
Kiev,
you completely.
all clear.
Yeah, music,
Odessa,
whatever. I listen
all
to
clear.
Pink Floyd in
Vinnytsia,
university.
all clear. Sumy, all clear.
Still do some. Or I don't think I
Dnipropetrovsk,
listen to a
all
song in a
clear.
while. But okay, I respect the music.
all clear.
But
Yeah,
Kharkiv, all
I
clear.
used to listen to Pink
Kherson.
Floyd as well, but moving forward, I don't think I'll be listening to it without a little bit of saltiness in the background.
well, I have indeed. Well, I have a Ukrainian playlist I'm listening to
siren
now
alert
to
update.
be in
Chernihiv,
more of a proper
all
mood
clear.
for the current
Rib,
situation.
all clear.
But what I
Lviv,
wanted to mention,
all
what
clear.
concerns me, I definitely agree
Transcarpathia,
with you.
all clear.
Now, seriously,
Kirovorod, all clear.
is that
Kiev,
personally
all
I
clear.
see among
Odessa,
the younger
all clear.
generation, or at least
Vinnytsia,
among the
all
millennials,
clear.
not all,
Sumy,
because
all
there's
clear.
a lot of us who support,
Dnipropetrovsk,
I
all
mean,
clear.
definitely
Donetsk,
who support
all
Ukraine.
clear.
We understand where
Kharkiv,
justice
all
is.
clear. Kherson,
But I
all
see
clear.
a big push in the fringes. And I know we spoke about the fringes a long time ago, but let's just say in the cool kids circles where it's nice to rebel, or it's nice to, or it's something smart or cool. I don't know exactly how to describe. I need to drink more coffee. To be against something, to be counterculture. And these
clear.
things can
Zaporizhzhia,
spiral
all clear.
into
This message has been
movements
generated with
that can
municipal
grow
data.
bigger. Remember Vietnam always. And I'm afraid that Russia, through its very clever propaganda, agents of influence, cultural figures, and journalists, and just doing it non-stop, is attempting to do this with the war in Ukraine, where the war in Ukraine isn't the genocidal war of conquest started by Vladimir Putin against the people who want to basically ensure their existence on this planet as a country, a culture, and as a nation, the Ukrainians, so a just war. But it's made to look like the war of the establishment, the war of the elites, the war of white people.
All clear.
So I'm following this quite
all
closely,
clear.
and
This message has been
right now it's
generated
still
with
in the
municipal
fringes,
data.
this type of mentality, but it worries me that Russia is trying to build momentum to make it the us against them, not the Ukrainians defending themselves against the Russians, free people, free-thinking people defending themselves against the war of the elite. So I would be careful, because this narrative is flowing around very, very much, both in the US, in the UK, and in Europe to some extent. Only us in Eastern Europe are still steadfast, majority hardcore knowing this. And I know the US majority supports this, but this support is silent.
All clear.
The
This message
majority
has
that
been
supports
generated with
Ukraine
municipal data.
maybe I'm wrong. I'm feeling now that I'm speaking that I'm going to get some pushback, and it's justified. But let's just say I'm concerned. Let's just leave it at that, and we should defend against it.
No, you're right on target. I think you've voiced some valid concerns. My response to that would be that's where NAFO comes in. Yeah, there are a lot of ill-informed youth who have view the world through rose-colored glasses, but there are also generations of Eastern Europeans whose parents and grandparents survived the fall of the Iron Curtain and know exactly how seductive some of these storylines can be about
Air
communism
siren alert
or
update.
socialism or things like that. And
all
they
clear.
have no
this message has been generated with
frame of
municipal
reference
data.
for how those things were played out in reality versus in theory. I think it's a valid concern, but I'm not particularly worried about it myself, because decision makers here in the U.S. Don't take their cues from the millennial kids or Instagram and TikTok. And thankfully, we have people like Adam Kinzinger, even though he's not running for another session. Term in Congress. There is overwhelming support among some of the longer-toothed congressional and Senate leaders, and I don't see the U.S. changing its tone anytime in the near future. We've authorized Lend-Lease for years to come. The U.S. and other NATO nations are pot committed on this. We're not backing down and going to leave Ukraine, drifting in the wind. This is an all-in effort.
Thank God for that, Ryan, because I have no doubts that the US now is committed and it's not gonna pull back anytime soon. I'm just worried. Yes, the US politically, militarily, and economically is behind Ukraine, but not all Western rich countries are, as we discuss this often.
Maybe we need to see more pictures of Ukrainian women and children stacked like firewood, and that will strengthen their resolve.
And that's a horrible thing that they have to see that when their intelligence services are already telling them that. I'm pretty sure the German government is very well informed about what happened in Bucha and Irpin and in other places, or about the tens of thousands of deaths in Mariupol. So it just concerns me that yes, the US will keep support, especially with Lend-Lease kicking in, like the support will be there. Ukraine will have its fight, but Ukraine's fight will be still very bloody and very painful. And I'm afraid we'll be in this limbo at some point where the political support is there, the economic support and military support is there, but the society can be swayed to believe this nonsense, and that worries me. And it's not even being swayed towards believing in communism. Russia has nothing to do with that's another discussion, that these idiots think that Russia is somehow represents communism when it's a fascist kleptocracy that has absolutely nothing to do with communism, except that they keep statues of Lenin around.
All clear. This message has been generated with municipal
it just worries me that we have governments that support Ukraine, but there is a higher rift with society when it comes to support, and I think that matters too. Even though if the tanks and airplanes or whatever they should come in, they didn't come in yet. That a significant number of society thinks that's a wrong thing. I mean, I believe long term that's not sustainable, and it gives Ukraine less options. But I agree with you, Ryan. I agree with you. It's just I just raised the concern because I mentioned it last night. I see Russia making a huge propaganda push right now, and they're basically saying the same message: sanctions don't work, leave the sanctions, and let's do peace.
Alert update.
This is their message.
All clear.
This in their words, peace means Ukraine has to give up the territories that Russia is already occupying, and that worries the hell out of me. Thanks.
I shared a meme into the nest. I was going to DM it to you, Adrian, but it's so appropriate for the current conversation. I thought I would share it with the whole listener gallery as well. I think it very succinctly explains both the issue you're describing and the solution for it.
Yes, indeed, Ryan.
I will take a crack at this, Adrian. So I think your concern is a valid one, right? Personally, I obviously can't speak to all cultures or anything, but my experience on the internet, right? If we look at, I guess just as an example, I don't want to, I'm not going to use an example from U.S. politics because it'll just make people angry. But the point is, these things don't happen in a vacuum, and they don't happen out of the blue, right? It takes a long time to lay the groundwork, and it takes a lot of there's a lot of evidence. You can't do it without leaving a footprint. And basically, I guess I'll put it this way: like, I don't see any evidence of any like popular or groundswell campaign or any efforts by Russia to create an AstroTurf version of such a campaign that are like meeting any results to ultimately result in the end goal of what you described, like a kind of trendy lefty or just trendy, I want peace, man, kind of attitude about the Ukraine war. What I do see is pretty like clear evidence of an organic grassroots campaign doing the opposite, right? Like really actively and robustly. So I think that's the difference. Like if you just kind of look on the internet right now, the Russian side is some Russians and Serbians confused why there's all these cartoon dogs, yelling at them and memeing on them. And, then there's everyone else, right? So like, I don't see like it building up. I think that like what you said is a valid concern, but like personally, I think based on the evidence I've seen, it's I don't know. I haven't seen. There's no center of gravity for it to coalesce around. There's not like YouTube channels that are gaining traction. There's no big celebrities that are endorsing anything. There's just nothing to. There's nothing that they're hanging their hat on right now that could really work. They're just kind of on the fringes, kind of whining about stuff. Stop sending money to Ukraine or something like that. They're not really considered respected or prominent voices. That said, we should be vigilant. But so far, I haven't seen anything that I've said, "Ooh, that has legs and that's dangerous." That's my take. Ryan, I don't know. You're on the internet too. What do you think?
No, I think that's exactly right. That's kind of tying it back into what I was mentioning about that's where NATO comes in. Any kind of narrative that Russian
air siren alert
media
update.
or
Mykolaiv,
Russian
all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Some of these Russian collaborators can try to push out there into the ether and get to gain any traction is almost immediately neutralized by a bunch of meme dogs mocking them incessantly. And that has really screwed up their the Russian active measures campaigns that they've had so much success with in previous conflicts that they've created, like the 2014 Ukrainian invasion or the Georgian invasion in 2008. They really quickly steered the narrative of what was going on in Georgia by portraying the leader of Georgia at the time to be some kind of crazed lunatic who was crying wolf. And that wasn't the case at all, but that's how it got spun in Western media, was that, okay, well, this guy's Georgian and he speaks really good English, but he kind of seems like he's freaking out. And in hindsight, he was freaking out because Russia was trying to overrun his country. The way that kind of played off here in the US at the time was that, he was a little unhinged and he was just being, overly excitable about what was going on. But in hindsight and looking with what's transpired in Ukraine, I'm not saying that NATO had anything to do with Zelensky's performance as a leader, but his cool, calm, and collected response to the invasion in Ukraine and him, choosing not to flee the country and saying, "I don't need a helicopter ride. I need more ammunition," was something that steeled the nerves of both Ukraine and the West. Much to my chagrin, Western countries, mine primarily, encouraged him to flee the country and essentially, lead as prime minister or a president in exile. And thank God he didn't do that. I can only imagine how things would have gone if Zelensky had chosen to flee the country, but that's not the kind of man he is. We need a lot more Zelenskys in this world. More doers and less talkers.
Right. And I'll just make one last point, Adrian, and then I'll turn it over to you, is just that I think that part of the problem in the last, 20 years or so, my entire lifetime, basically, is we've been involved in these endless, counterinsurgency wars, right? I mean, if you go back to Vietnam, or if you look at modern Afghanistan, or, post-Saddam Iraq, right? These are wars that, we all remember the mission accomplished banner and all that. They don't really have a clear ending, right? And I think this is kind of a different situation, right? This is a very clear scenario where you have a democratically elected government in Ukraine. You have a Ukrainian armed forces that's very capable of achieving the goal that they've set out for themselves if we just give them the equipment that they need. And the end result will be, a sovereign democratic country having control over its territory and, being an active player in the international system versus like a newly neo-imperial power, reasserting its sphere of influence in the world as like a Eurasian, empire or whatever. So, those are like the two alternatives, I guess. And, I lost my train of thought a little bit zooming out that far. But all that to say, victory has 1,000 fathers, right? I think people in the U.S. and just the U.S. at large, like if we think of it as like a whole thing, there's a cause here that can easily be backed that's, seems to us just, I forget which defense secretary said it, but someone in the defense secretary cabinet said, their cause is just so righteous, right? I mean, it's just so righteous. There's no question that what they're doing is right. They're defending their homes, right, from a bunch of invading savages or barbarians or whatever you want to call them, right? So it's a very clear situation, and it's a situation where it's starting to look like, and I know it wasn't totally apparent to everyone at first, but it's becoming increasingly apparent every day to, I think, everyone that Ukraine will win, as Adrian repeatedly has mentioned, and victory has 1,000 fathers, right? You want to be on the winning side. You don't want to have been the guy who said, oh, we never should help Ukraine, like we shouldn't bother, Ukraine's going to lose, blah, 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 and then at the end of all of it, Ukraine won, right? You want to be cheering for the winning football team. So I think a lot of it will just be that. People will want to be part of the winning cause or whatever. So yeah, I don't know. I think that like all that will have a cumulative effect, Adrian. The grassroots support, the overt support from, governments and various, institutional power, and the, just the momentum of victory, we might call it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, both of you make excellent points, and I agree. I guess it's the thing that I was concerned about could happen, but also the things that you are talking about, the fact that it is a righteous cause, the fact that we have NAFO, and even people who are not in NAFO. I'm seeing a lot of good journalists and a lot of just regular people who are very creative in pushing back this message. And yeah, I think the fact one of the key crucial moments in all of this was Zelensky deciding to stay in Ukraine and showing that a leader has the courage and dignity to face the invasion from his capital that, I don't know, Russian tanks are like 20 kilometers away from where he is. And that inspired the people, and that in turn inspired the world. So it is, I mean, my concern, and then what could happen, what you perfectly outlined, Joseph, is like the also another fight between good and evil. Not only the fight on the battlefield, but also the fight of hearts and minds. And Ukrainians and NAFO and good people around the world are also on this fight of winning hearts and minds. So yeah, it definitely encourages me that there is this grassroots movement that supports Ukraine and supports Ukraine intelligently also, because the supporters of Russia or people who just want peace don't really have a leg to stand on when you give them, facts, history. I mean, what they will do, they'll show you a Photoshop Nazi picture of some guy with a Ukrainian flag and a swastika, which is a Photoshop or from 10 years ago from some crazy And that's their argument. They have nothing else. They don't, and there's a million other arguments that you can show them to be complete idiots. So I guess the thing I will end with this, and I'm grateful for the discussion. Last night, I don't know in which discussion, but there was a fella who posted support for Ukraine, and his fella had a Syrian flag on his jacket. And he said, "Greetings from free Syria. We support Ukraine." I don't remember, something like that. And I don't know. I kind of maybe it's too much to say. I almost cried, but it touched me because the world was basically duped by Putin. I remember I was traveling to China when the Syria thing started in 2011-12, and I remember I was following as closely as I could, and it broke my heart that this student movement, these people were trying to get rid of this brutal dictator, and it developed into this disgusting prolonged civil war where this dictator gassed his own people with the support of Russia, bombed his own people, killed tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, starved them, gassed them, and all the atrocities of war that come with all of this. And still Syrians hope, and we, the West, kind of abandoned them, or not the West, but like people in the West, because Russian propaganda worked. It worked. That it's hard to believe. Did they use chemical weapons? Didn't they? Russian propaganda did very well to demonize refugees who came to Europe. Russian propaganda did very well to prop up Assad and basically blame Syria on the United States, even though Russia was the first to be there. It's completely ridiculous. Russia is the one who has military bases, flies jets and bombs cities there, and has a naval base there. It's insane. And the West, because it's an Arab country, we're mentally detached, we have other problems, our own political squabbles, we ate it. I didn't eat it, but I'll just say we, because I was following it closely, but I'll just say we because I didn't do anything about it. I just I knew about it, but I didn't do personally anything about it. So we all ate it and let it happen. And in Ukraine, we're not letting it happen. And I see Free Syrians, and he's not the only one, supporting Ukraine because it's a righteous cause. And I hope that with the downfall of, with Russia's defeat, the downfall of Putin and the downfall of their, because that will mean also the downfall of their propaganda, because it's not working anymore, maybe we will make some steps to actually achieving free Syria. I want to visit Damascus in my lifetime and free Damascus. Thanks.
Same. I think one of the key differences between what's going on in Ukraine today and how the Syrian war developed was that there were a lot of religious militias that moved in from outside countries, namely Iraq. And more or less the Free Syrian Army, much as the FSA had admirable intentions and was who started the revolution in Syria, they were more or less cannibalized by ISIS and other political infighting. So that, along with Russian disinformation and just a general lack of knowledge of the different ethnic groups that are living within Syria, kind of helped to contribute to a U.S. lack of interest in the region if you didn't already possess some basic knowledge of what was going on there. That doesn't so much exist with Ukraine. I think one of the benefits of what Ukraine has going in its favor as far as support from Western countries is there's not much moral ambiguity here. It's extremely clear who's the aggressor, who's right, who's wrong, what's going on, and that makes it simple for even someone who isn't an initiated observer and had no concept of where Ukraine was on a map beforehand, you can pretty quickly get someone up to speed with the major mile markers that have led us to this point and why Ukraine is uh, on the moral right side and why Russia is an inexcusable aggressor. I share some of your, or I did share some of your same anxieties or concerns months ago in February and March when this thing first heated up again, and when Russia invaded Ukraine for the second time. But one of the things that's kind of alleviated my concerns on that end was the overwhelming bipartisan support that the U.S. responded with. I thought this was easily going to turn into another politically divisive issue in Washington, D.C., and much to my surprise, it has not. And I don't think that will happen anytime soon, just given what I've seen um, on both sides of the political aisle here in the U.S. I don't suspect support from America will wane anytime in the near future, even after the next presidential election, regardless of who wins. Um, I understand that Russia is actively trying to drive wedges between European nations, primarily through what they've done with Nord Stream 1. But I think most of Europe has been awakened to the nefarious aims of Russia providing cheap gas to those nations. And even though there doesn't seem to be any spine among Mr. Schultz these days, I will defer to Axel on the overwhelming public support, but I think it's way north of 60 or 70% as far as how the German public perceives what's going on in support for Ukraine. So even if they can't motivate the
87%.
there we go. And that's the big middle. Even if we round it down and call it 80, you've got that's what we've talked about multiple times. There's this uh, political spectrum, or the horseshoe as it's called, and you've got the fringe 10% on both ends of the political spectrum who are going to dissent just because they're wackadoodles. But that middle ground, the center, is an overwhelmingly large number in support of Ukraine, and that's what matters. Come election time, that's really what's going to matter, is these people who are being a stick in the mud with respect to something that should be a totally unambiguous question will not enjoy political support in the future. And their days are numbered. They're waffling about this right now because if they were to be honest about the situation and how Germany got into such a precarious energy situation, they would be signing their own political death warrant. And even the best politician is a human being, and self-preservation is a very strong driver of human actions. So politicians are political creatures. Nobody wants to off themselves as far as their career is concerned, or most people don't want to do that. And these guys aren't wanting to rip the band-aid off because they know they screwed up and made a bunch of bad choices in the past, or their predecessors did. And for them to acknowledge that and go before the population that they represent and their constituents and say, hey, we screwed up big time and this is going to hurt for a while, but we have to correct the ship because we're headed in the wrong direction. Some people don't possess the intestinal fortitude to say hard things like that because they're always politicking.
Thanks, Ryan. Now, I do have a question for you, Ryan. Do you think that your fella eats Vatniks?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so is that like, do we all eat Vatniks, or is it just a personal choice some of us make and the rest of us eat regular people food?
It's a personal choice. I mean, some dogs eat dog food, some dogs eat people food, some dogs eat poop. But I'm sure there are some fellas out there who are vegans or vegetarians, and I don't want to marginalize them. We are an inclusive organization at NAFO. We take all breeds as long as they take on a Shiba Inu profile pic.
Yeah, I will say I never asked to be eating a Vodnik. I said, I was a wood gas enthusiast, a top lift updraft stove enthusiast, and they made this a beautiful, beautiful image for me. And so, yeah, I was just wondering, it seems like it maybe added a bit of lore that we eat Vodniks, but I don't know how unique my particular character is in that habit. Bloke, I was wondering if you had any thoughts. Go ahead.
Morning from the UK. Yeah, I do have some thoughts. I find Vatniks give me wind. They're not good eating. But what I wanted to talk about was the morale and the support from other European countries. As we're coming into winter, the hard realization of how much this is going to cost your average home is coming in to focus. Now, I've just realized, with the pound being nigh on parity with the dollar, my current utility bills are about £450 a month as of the start of October. But in February, they're going up to about £980 a month, whereas in September 21, I was paying about £200 a month. It's quite a daunting thing. Now, I'm wondering if Western leaders should help people to reduce their usage. I don't think we should just necessarily subsidize, because obviously there's a supply and demand, and what we need to do is reduce the demand. Have you got any thoughts on that?
I think Tim does, and I'm going to defer to him because if you ask me, I think a healthy mix of some subsidies for lower income folks and an encouragement across the board to reduce usage is a great idea. But Tim, go ahead. You're a Brit.
Luckily, there's a very convenient mechanism for reducing usage, and that's the prices are sky high. Right? If something's really expensive, you're going to use less of it. I know that's a slightly cynical take, but economically speaking, that's literally true. Another thing I think we have to remember is the past 20 years there have been enormous efforts to reduce usage. You think about some of the stuff coming out of London and Brussels about this. Low energy light bulbs, caps on the maximum wattage of common appliances such as Hoovers and vacuum cleaners for our international audience, microwaves, etc. So there has been an effort to reduce demand, but ultimately, if the prices are this high, demand is going to go down organically. Prices do change behaviors, and I think that's really quite important to remember.
I've set my thermostat to 16 degrees for the winter.
Exactly.
I'll just have to grin and bear it for the greater good.
Put on another pair of socks.
Exactly. Another jumper, another pair of socks. Get a blanket. Turn the heating down a bit. But seriously, there is policy coming out about this. Our shiny new Prime Minister, as of today, Liz Truss. Her policy, if memory recalls, is to cap annual bills at £2,000, I think, and have a government subsidy pay the difference, amortizing over a number of years when the prices come back down again. So you're going to see, if this policy goes into effect, which I hope it does, because I think it's actually quite a smart idea, is you will see your bill being capped, and then over the next 5 or 10 years, you will see a surcharge, which is to iron out the subsidy again. So the government gets its money back, or rather, the government gets your money back. That's usually how it works. So there is policy around this. I think the demand side, there has been a couple of decades of policy around that, and also the fact that the prices are really high. As you say, Bloke, you are turning down your thermostat, so the prices really are encouraging people to change their behaviors around energy. It's cynical, but it's one way to solve it, right?
Agreed. Let's hope public opinion agrees with us and sees us on the other side.
That is exactly what we have to be on our guard for, and I think that is exactly what Liz Truss has in mind
Air
when
siren
she
alert
is,
update.
thinking
Full
about
alert.
breaking Tory holy
Poltava.
writ
Full
and
alert.
intervening in the
This
energy
message has been generated with
the
municipal data.
deregulation and unbundling of energy was a British idea. It was a Tory idea, and now the rest of the world did it, and so it had better not go horribly wrong.
Okay, thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Amaze, go ahead.
Okay, right. So I'm down in Australia. A lot of our support for Ukraine is largely symbolic. Just due to the isolation and distance between us. I'm listening to you guys talk about the obvious concerns with regard to a northern European winter, which I'll be honest, in Australia is not really an issue. But we are facing very similar energy issues because we are a large gas exporter. We produce so much gas, we could basically, our whole country could just basically do it for like a cent per megawatt. It's nothing. There's so much of it. However, because of the demands and the issues and the changes in the geopolitical dynamics, we're finding a situation where we've already, as Tim and Bloke were speaking of, we privatized along with Britain and along with a lot of the Western world. And so now we have these multinational companies. I use the word multinational very, specifically
this
here.
Message has been generated with
They're very large
data.
companies. A lot of them are Australian companies that have then, become multinational companies.
Like BHP Billiton?
Correct. And Rio Tinto and Fortescue Metals. There's a whole bunch of them. There's a smorgasbord of them, frankly. But when it comes to gas, in America they were talking about fracking around about 15 years ago. No one talked about fracking here because we've got such a stable environment under the aquifer, as long as you can get under the aquifer. But what's happening, just to bring my point to point. Is what's happening is they're selling all of that gas to an inflated market so that they can maximize profits. And as a result, a country that exports gas is now having an energy crisis. And that is leading to negative repercussions in the social ability to continuously support Ukraine, even if it is only a moral support, because we don't export weapons. Like, we can give you some weapons, but we mainly buy them from the United States, so it's just a roundabout mechanism. So where we are here is I'm a left-wing guy, and I have full support for Ukraine and the entirety of freedom over authoritarianism. I'm watching the American political realm, but what's my concern is that support is going to wane desperately as people once again. Tim was talking about £450 a month for energy. If people started paying that's about 900 Australian dollars. If people started paying, I pay $185 a week in rent.
Been generated with municipal data.
2, 4, 6, 8, so $800 a month in rent, and I don't have to pay any electricity. It's included. But when those changes start coming through and those costs start, the largesse starts evaporating, and then the expense of gas becomes an integral concern to individuals, along with the inflation. I'm not sure what's going to happen down here, and that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about a lack of moral support in the long term. So I just wanted to add that.
Well, real quickly, if I could respond, you mentioned that there is an abundance of natural gas in Australia, much more than what Australia would consume on its own. So a large chunk of that gets exported. That right there tells me that Australia isn't actually facing a true energy crisis. They're having a political crisis that's being amped up by different people within the domestic
message has
Australian
been generated
political
with
sphere
municipal
for
data.
maximum personal gain, so they can win a future election. And they're driving some hysteria. Yes, it is a valid concern or complaint that energy prices are going up in Australia. We're seeing the same thing here in the U.S. A standard unit of measure here, at least in the industry I previously worked in, was 1,000 cubic feet or an MCF of gas. I think that roughly equates to like 1 BTU. But nonetheless, those prices have doubled precisely because of what you're describing, which is international trade. A bunch of previously isolated North American natural gas didn't make sense to put on to compress at an expense and then put onto a boat and take over to Europe. Now that prices are tenfold higher in Europe than they were here in the US, it makes a lot of economic sense for those producers to compress that gas, put it on a boat, and take it to Europe. But while I understand that people, have some growing pains and they don't enjoy paying those higher prices, the truth of where that price should settle at is somewhere between what Europe is paying and what North America and Australia are paying. And, yes, that is a net negative for us, but I personally see that as a very small price to pay with respect to making sure Ukraine can assure its sovereignty. And I think we've gotten a little soft in the last 60 or 80 years since we finished off World War II. And my grandparents had to go through war rationing. We handed out stamps here in the US, and you could only get so much sugar or so much rubber or, certain products were sequestered for the war effort. And if all we're being really asked to sacrifice on an individual level is a higher energy bill, I totally empathize and understand with how that is an untenable situation for some people living on a fixed income, or people with, elderly people on a fixed income, or people with a few small kids and a limited hourly wage. But that's where government comes in. And things like Tim was describing, like some kind of subsidy. I don't think I don't think the UK government should pay every cent of someone's energy consumption over $2,000 a year. But there are mechanisms politically and financially that can be levered to ease some of this pain on the people who can least afford it, and also at the same time discourage major consumers of these energy supplies from using more than they actually need. We had a huge freeze. It was actually declared like a natural disaster in the US. There was a giant freeze in February of 2021, and prices skyrocketed here in Oklahoma and Texas so high that we took on billions and billions of dollars in debt, and people in Texas were paying multi-$1,000 electric bills because the futures markets got wonky and they couldn't supply enough gas to this central part of the US in that very short-term period. But much like Tim was describing with what the UK plan is moving forward, Oklahoma regulators decided to defer some of those costs. And now for the next 10 or 15 years, I pay an additional small surcharge of like $5 or $10 US on my gas or electric bill to offset those astronomical costs that were charged back in February. It's not an ideal situation, but that's the compromise that was made politically, so people in Oklahoma didn't have to pay a multi-$1,000 gas bill. And that's one of the arguments why totally deregulating the energy market, like they did down in Texas, is not the best idea.
And Ryan, I think you made some great points. I'll just jump in real quick to add just two things. The first thing is, I think that, like, just philosophically for a second, right? I understand, Ryan and I are both American. I think we're both at least center, maybe even a little bit to the center right. And, we tend not to want government regulation of things. But when it comes to energy, I think it's, it is a government decision. It's a social choice to like what energy infrastructure is put into place and how all that stuff works. And I think the extreme case obviously is Germany, but I think that there's just a lot of every energy decision a society makes is on some degree a collective choice, and it's a sort of political choice, and it's something that we should all be vigilant of, right? Where does our society get its energy? Like, how are we powering our society, and what sort of threat would we be under? I mean, it's like the same reason that our water is controlled by our public, right? It's considered part of the commons, because we wouldn't just want to like put some company in charge of the water. That could be a problem, right? So, I think it's just like that's just kind of a broad thing that I was thinking in terms of energy infrastructure. And then the other thing I was thinking about was just I guess these energy islands, right? When it comes to the U.S. and Australia, as Ryan said, we've had this kind of enjoyed this big price differential, but I think long term it's going to be an issue that it's probably going to even out in terms of. I don't know. We've enjoyed these lower energy prices for probably longer than or for a long time, and I don't know. It's probably like the easy or the stability of the energy market that they had grown accustomed to because of the steady expectation of returns maybe isn't the same as it used to be moving forward, and maybe there's going to be like I don't know, like shifts in. I don't know. I'm not really. This is why I leave energy to Ryan. I'm gonna let you take it, Ryan.
Well,
Go ahead.
Some people might presume, because of the part of the United States that I come from, and Oklahoma is a deep red state and a very energy oriented state, that I'm center right, and actually I'm not. I'm center left, but I am center. I'm not crazy loony left, and I'm definitely not crazy loony right. I do have an energy background. But government is the whole reason anybody defers to the social contract theory of government is because there are complicated things that cannot be easily resolved through free market principles, and those are the tough issues. That's the sausage making that politics exists. Those are the problems that politics and politicians are supposed to solve, and that's what their job is. That's when government intervention and leadership should take the front. And I'm going to let Tim go because I know he's center right, and I think we should have some both sidesism here.
I was actually going to make a more. I was actually going to make an anti-point, right?
I like those too.
I do not believe that this is a left-right issue.
It's not, and that's exactly why.
No, definitely not.
Absolutely not, right? So fundamentally, what we're failing to mention so far in this conversation is that energy is expensive, therefore we must let Putin win, is a fundamentally back to front, upside down view of how this works.
Exactly.
If we lose our unity at this point and we cave in to whatever Putin's loony desires are this week, it will not solve the energy bill crisis.
It just kicks the problem. Solve it. It kicks the problem a decade down the road, so our children or grandchildren have to face these same tough decisions and fight off, Putin's successor, which is more than likely going to be another maniacal dictator.
And I have to say, sorry, excuse me for just butting in there. That's exactly the point that I worry about, is that Australia is a very provincial nation when it comes to their politicking. And in fact, our energy situation, and Ryan is exactly correct, it is about politics, not about energy ability or consumption. But what's happening here is it's going to be used as a wedge against globalism, and globalism is one of the important aspects of maintaining, the security of Ukraine, and by proxy, the security of democratic nations and nation states in general.
Well, for anybody who wants to argue against globalism, I would tell them to get rid of their Samsung or their Apple device, because that's a product of globalism, and to get rid of the bananas they enjoy eating on their dinner table, because that's a product of globalism, unless you live in,
No, we grow all the bananas.
Fair enough. But you get my point. There are benefits and drawbacks to the global economic model and international trade. But I think countries like mine and yours, the US and Australia, have been the benefactor of abundant hydrocarbon resources for years. And yeah, that's great. But at some point, things need to normalize and equalize a bit. And that is just a byproduct of globalization. There are more and more people on the planet that, I enjoy flying all over the place. I'm a big proponent of globalism. Um, we just need to be wary of when politics are inserting parochial issues into international relations. And I'm a big fan of the quote, and I don't remember who said it, but um, at least in decades past, up until the last decade or so, uh, the old saying in the US was politics stops at the water's edge. So we can argue and bicker about whatever we want related to domestic politics until it becomes a foreign policy issue. And then, we all move together in lockstep. And I think Australia, on a, if I could embellish a little bit on a more international relations scale, has moved arm in arm with the United States for decades now. You guys are part of the Five Eyes.
As we should.
You understand exactly what the stakes are with respect to China and Taiwan. And if we don't fend off the Russian bear right now and allow Ukraine to succeed in defending its democracy, then we have two problems to face in years to come. I think
now, Ryan, I'll just interrupt you there. That is exactly part of the problem, and I'll let Tim speak just after I just briefly put this in. Most of our gas isn't going to Europe. Most of our gas is going to China and South Korea.
Lots of gas is going lots of places right now because the market is so out of whack that an extreme spike in, an extreme shortage in supply, not an extreme spike in demand, has created an unusual pricing situation. That is going to normalize itself over time because a whole bunch of companies and a whole bunch of these international businesses, some of them like BHP Billiton, have invested in liquefaction facilities around the world. That stuff cannot be brought online in a matter of months. It's not going to solve the current problem in Europe for the coming winter, but the winter after that, this problem will almost be a moot point. I'm not saying that prices are going to come back down to what they were in January or February of this year, but there won't be any people running around screaming with their hair on fire thinking that Europe is going to freeze to death in the coming months. And frankly, Europe isn't going to freeze to death this winter either. I'm a lot more worried about, babusas in Kharkiv that had their houses blown open and are still trying to live in the shell of what was once their apartment without any windows in it. Those are the people that, cause me anxiety. I know Great Britain has issues of its own, but most of the problems as far as Great Britain's supply and why they're so susceptible to these spot market pricing is because they don't have any storage like Germany does. Germany is socking away all of the natural gas they can get to get them through the current winter. And Great Britain doesn't have anywhere to store that natural gas for the coming winter. So they're almost completely exposed to the current market price because they have to buy it off of a boat. If they have some existing contracts in place, that I'm way oversimplifying things here, but that's part of the problem with this and part of why people who don't understand some of the complexities of these issues intrinsically think that it's a simple political fix, or their politician can somehow magically change the global market pricing issues. It's incredibly more complex than people give it credit for. And if you just choose to scratch the surface a little bit, you'll find that there is no silver bullet to solve all of these problems. It's an incredibly complicated symphony of issues going on all at once, and we need more what's the word I'm looking for here, rational actors or fundamentally serious leaders who are willing to address these issues and explain them in a way that the average person can understand them instead of just politicizing it and blaming one side or the other for problems that have been decades in the making.
Statesmen are in short supply.
We've faced the same problems here of domestic politicking and finger pointing over who's to blame for unusually high gasoline and diesel prices in America, and some of these political folks who call themselves leaders and have managed to get themselves elected to office and are from places like my home here in Oklahoma fail to acknowledge or orate on the real issues, which were the fact that we haven't built any major new refineries in probably 50 years now. It's not who's sitting in the White House at any given time that dictates fuel prices. It's a huge issue of capacity to refine it, where it comes from, who owns those refineries. It's way more complicated than the average politician is willing to wade into. Everybody wants a quick 30-second talking point or some TikTok video that makes it super simple for them. And that's just not how the world works. We need longer attention spans and fundamentally serious people. Tim, go ahead. I'm ranting.
No, you were just explaining why people like John Kennedy, Eisenhower, Reagan, and George Herbert Walker Bush mattered, because they were willing to deal with complexity and be serious.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a degree of sobriety and just honest, straight talk from people instead of blowing smoke up their skirt and telling them what they want to hear, which is it's all the other guy's fault and our team good, their team bad.
And that is going to be a continuing problem in Australia, unfortunately, mainly because the mining industry and the energy infrastructure industry is so large here that you're talking like 1 in 20, maybe 1 in 18 of every worker is one of those workers. So they are plugged into it, but at the same time have provincial hearts, if that makes sense.
Yeah, all politics is local, but there's a time for explaining to people why those local parochial issues are part of a bigger complex world and how those relate to foreign policy issues and things that dictate the direction our nation is taking, or that dictate how freedom and democracy is flourishing or atrophying in other parts of the world. And we can't allow democratic countries to be overrun by authoritarian kleptocrats. That's just not something that we should be willing to stand for. And that's one of the reasons I'm here on the Maria Report.
Which is exactly why I'm here. That's the reason why I'm here. Is I'm trying to garner some techniques and some argumentative ability to be able to explain to people who would otherwise be thinking more about their energy. I'm a big freedom guy. I feel sometimes like I'm more American than I am Australian. So that's exactly why I'm here and listening, is to try and figure out a way to explain it to people who aren't interested in politics, do work in the industry, and just have that extremely narrow attitude towards self.
Well, those are things that roll through my head on an almost daily basis. As I said, I'm in an extremely conservative part of the U.S., and not everybody that I live and work around thinks the way I do, but they also didn't go to school for political science and international relations and public policy and then end up in an oil and gas career.
Yeah, I think Tim's point is really important, right? First off, I think that if Russia did have some control over, the global energy price, which I don't think they ultimately do, they can play right, exactly. They can play spoiler. They can certainly freak everyone out for a hot minute and spike the energy price for what was it, a month or two. But ultimately, they aren't the dictator of global energy prices, no matter how hard they try. And Putin doesn't just have some knob, in his secret Kremlin lair that says, like, a maize pills energy bill, right? And he can turn it up and down on a whim, right? So I think that's like an important point to drive home to people who think that, like, somehow, as Tim said, like somehow giving up Ukraine or trading Ukraine will result in some kind of a lower energy bill, right? Like, the cat's kind of out of the bag. I don't think anything, even if Russia decided tomorrow, like, we're going to pull out of Ukraine and we're really sorry, everybody, please start buying our energy again, like, the damage is sort of done. And there's no going back to the good old days of, like, cheap Australian energy, I would guess. So I think that's an important point. Go ahead, Ryan.
Sorry, I've got a dog with muddy feet. I'm trying to dry off before she goes and jumps in my bed. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. I'll turn it over to Tim, and I'll just say, Tim, I'm going to call tonight, so I'll let you take over here. So go ahead, Tim.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Yeah, I was going to finish my point about the framing of this, right? As I believe it was Ryan pointed out, I'm on the conservative side. That means something indifferent. That means something different in Europe from what it means in America. Ultimately, my politics is I don't really give a toss whether energy is nationalized and you run as a public utility or it's run as an aggressive free market. I don't think it ultimately makes any difference. It's a tinkering around the edges. It is a question for domestic political systems. Ultimately, somebody has to pay the piper. And that's either going to be through government subsidy or it's going to be through higher bills to consumers. Honestly, I don't think it really makes a difference. It is a distraction from the core issue. So whenever somebody points out, whenever somebody tries to elide their energy bills with what Putin is doing in Ukraine, it is very important to point out the false dichotomy. It is very, very important. To the Russians, energy is a weapon, and it's a very, very crude weapon at that. As Joseph said, they can throw their toys out of the pram. They can be a big gorilla smashing stuff up. They can really, fuck around with energy prices for a bit. It costs them a hell of a lot of goodwill. It costs them a hell of a lot of trust. It's a very, very crude weapon. The only way that weapon can be used successfully is if we, in our minds and in our politics in the West, link it with Russian foreign policy goals and allow them to be successful in their policy goals because they threaten to be a big gorilla smashing stuff up with energy. That's the only way it works.
Perfectly said.
Only way it works.
I caught the dog before she got in the bed, so crisis averted. That was actually kind of what I was going to opine on for a second, is about a decade ago when shale oil and gas really started humming along and production was increasing dramatically in the U.S. The OPEC plus nations decided that American shale producers were what is known as a swing producer in the industry, and that's basically someone who has the ability to swing the market to an overabundance of supply and drive prices up or down. They're called a swing producer because they can basically swing the markets with how much they elect to produce or not produce. And countries like Saudi Arabia, Russia, some of the other OPEC plus nations decided that they were going to try and outproduce the shale independents here in the US and drive them into bankruptcy and basically step on their throat and run them out of business. Their failure in calculating the risks was that they did not take into consideration that the American economy is not entirely dependent on energy production, much like countries, much like Saudi Arabia and Russia are. So these OPEC nations, a lot of them are, forgive me for being so frank, but they're kleptocracies and glorified gas stations with armies. They bet wrong and tried to drive a bunch of these producers into bankruptcy. They did drive a bunch of them into bankruptcy, which resulted in some consolidation of the markets and leveraged buyouts. The Australian I forget what his name is, Amaze something. I worked for a company that was drilling up massive gas reserves in Arkansas, and they ended up having to sell one of their investments to BHP Billiton, who bought it with the intention that in about 5 or 10 years, that natural gas reserve that was landlocked in Arkansas would suddenly be able to be exported to the global markets and make BHP a whole bunch of money in the future. They bet correctly, and now they have a whole bunch of natural gas production that they can send to Europe and make a good profit on. But I'm not sure exactly where I was going with this point. I guess my summary would be that
Air
sorry,
siren
I'm
alert update.
totally distracted. I lost my train of thought from the dog.
All clear. Kharkiv.
No, that's totally okay, and that was my main reason for bringing this up was not to
this
not to
message
bog us
has been
down
generated with municipal
in
data.
gas prices and the economics of it, because the obvious outcome is the integrity of Ukraine and the integrity of the democratic order, and that's just a given, right?
You jogged my memory. So that whole swing producer status, which was such a threat to all of these nation states that are petrostates, was a threat to everyone else who was in that market. And now essentially Russia has taken over that moniker for a time, but they have artificially created this swing producer status because they cut off Europe with little to no warning. That will be a very short-lived power that they have, but they're using that power as a weapon of war. It's an economic war. It's not a guns and bullets war, because they don't want to fight a guns and bullets war against NATO, or they would, be handed their ass in short order. But that will not.
Would you like the Trident, or would you like the Virginia Stage 3?
They won't. They won't be able to enjoy their leverage over European markets and countries for a long period of time. So I presume they've taken the scorched earth approach of cutting off Nord Stream 1 entirely, specifically so they can drive a wedge between all of these different countries and try to affect their political objective long term, which is to break us up and reduce our solidarity. And much like Tim said a few minutes ago, this isn't a problem that we can kick down the road like a can. It's something that needs to be addressed now and not later, because if we allow Russia to succeed, they will only increase that leverage that they have to use against us.
Well said, Ryan. Thank you. But then they have already lost.
I'm not sure if it was well said, but it was said.
It's all right.
I think I conveyed my point.
It's definitely important, especially, a bit like I said, being so isolated. It's very important to hear the opinions of the European community and especially the Western United States community. I mean, I don't mean that there's some fascism in the United States going on at the moment, but the Western United States and the European Westerners, it's very important for us to hear that, because we do get quite isolated down here, and news can be very sporadic and difficult to understand.
Air siren alert
update.
There are
so many TikTok videos to watch. People
partial
don't
alert.
Want to engage
this message
their brain
has been generated
and,
with municipal data.
Spend the time it takes to understand the complexity of these issues if it can't be explained to them with some kind of meme dance.
70% of all media. 70% of all media in Australia is owned by Rupert Murdoch.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, we made him. We erred.
Can you come take him back?
You keep him.
All right, but we'll need Nicole Kidman, and I don't know who else is Australian that we actually want, because Crocodile Dundee's dead.
Look, this is my first year in fantasy football, and that sounds like a good trade. we'll get rid of Rupert Murdoch if you'll take
Siren
Lachlan
alert update.
and all of the
Michael
stars.
Live. Partial alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Alex, our favorite Georgian, is back, and I don't think I've seen you here in a couple of weeks. So I'm not sure if Jake was next or Alex, but I'm going to defer to Alex.
Hello. Yeah, indeed, I haven't been in a while. I was listening to this conversation, which is very interesting. One thing I wanted to note is, well, actually, it's not one, there are two things. First, what's the impact of all those honestly very silly decisions on the Russian side? The impact on Russia, and apparently their budget revenue for oil and gas is about half of what it was back in March right now. And so they are shooting themselves into the foot and other parts of the body. And the other side is, the best tool that spurs investment into something is the price. So these astronomical prices will spur investment, and I'm pretty sure Europe will be fine next winter, and probably winter after that, it will be totally gone. Like I agree here with what Ryan said, but I understand people like this is hot topic to discuss right now, but honestly, look at people, say in Russia, there are so many people, they still live in cold, very cold climate actually, and they haven't seen gas in their whole life. And they are surviving. So nobody will freeze to death. And again, I agree, in Kharkiv, for somebody who is trying to live in an apartment without windows, it's going to be much harder. There will be probably more economic refugees. Well, not economic, more refugees. But I'm pretty sure that the world will be able to share its wealth and help those who are in need. But I don't think Russia will be back to market. Energy market, and this is the only market for Russia right now, so anytime soon. So they will do the damage for decades. It won't be, and it's not even matter of perception. They may become totally, pro-Western, whatever. They will start building pipelines again from Russia once this is gone. So, and the time will be also shift too. Some will look back at nuclear energy. There will be more investment into other sources of energy. So people will burn much less gas for electricity generation and use it where it's economically more kind of valuable resource. And there will be savings in place. There are a lot of tools humans can use to reduce consumption of gas. And honestly, burning anything, especially to generate electricity, it's kind of silly. You just can't change it overnight. It will take some time. So, yeah, those are my two comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim. Alex, I think I've also been hogging the mic a little. I have a new co-host here. So, Tim, I'm happy to let you take the lead a little more and me not be hogging the ball, so to speak.
I'm sure we'll strike a sensible balance.
This isn't cricket.
Very good. Alex, could you talk a little about the energy situation in Georgia and how how it's being affected or not affected by Russia's aggression?
Yes, in Georgia, we don't talk a lot about energy here, and there are two reasons for that. First, we are getting most of our energy, if not 100%. I remember during maybe a decade ago, it was all 100%, but we are getting it from Azerbaijan, who is exporting a lot of energy via Georgia and Turkey to Europe, and they could export way more. It
Here
was
siren
just
alert
update.
Mykolaiv. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
And they were willing to. And we can get some of it back. Some energy that we had. It was a big problem for us like a decade ago because all our energy was like 100% dependent on Russia. But due to all those factors, I said we were able to very quickly change this situation, and it was again, due to our former president Saakashvili. He did a lot of things, long-term, good things. So, yeah, that's energy situation in Georgia. But the prices are kind of, again, they do not bite like in Germany because, again, whatever we went through, because it was on a smaller scale because Georgia is a smaller country and it doesn't require that much energy for industrial needs. Germany is quite different. It was like very, very short-sighted to be dependent on Russia and assume that things gonna be fine. It was utterly short-sighted.
Thank you, Alex. Good morning, Tom. Absolutely. Glad to have you back, Alex. Good morning, Tom.
Morning, guys. I'm driving, so reception might be a bit dodgy. I was wondering what effect the Russians cutting off the gas and having reduced it to 20% for, I think, a couple of months now, was having on the reserve currencies that they've actually got access to. Because I think there was the idea right at the start of Western sanctions that with so many of the Russian overseas reserve currencies being frozen and assets being frozen, that they might burn through the reserve currency that they did have access to fairly quickly. But then because, we were continuing to get oil and gas from them, they had a lot of hard currency coming back in. And then they've demanded we buy it in rubles and stuff to try and strengthen their currency. But I was wondering what effect it's having now. I think it was Decoding Trolls that posted like a little infographic showing decreasing amounts of Russian reserve currency. But I had no idea where that graph was from or if it was even accurate. Does anyone know about that?
I'm not a Forex guy, but Ben is here, and he might know a little more about the finance stuff. I think our resident MBA financial expert is still sitting in the sauna somewhere in Tallinn, and no, I'm not salty about it. Good morning, Ben.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Good evening,
morning, Ben.
Ryan. To answer Tom, the fastest way of answering you is no. No one has any idea. The Russian central bank and the Russian Ministry of the Economy have stopped pretty much publishing anything interesting, and definitely anything reliable a couple of months ago. That being said, you might be missing the main issue at the moment, which is that whatever currency reserves they have left, they cannot use it easily. And on top of that, they cannot not use it either because holding value is difficult. So whatever they have in dollars is good because the dollar is on the rise. But whatever they have in something else than dollar is losing value very, very fast. And as a result, they're not managing. They want to change. They want to have something which is both more liquid and more secure as a store of value. And it's absolutely hilarious. They're not managing. They floated the idea of buying Turkish lira. I don't know if you quite perceive the level of desperation you need to be in to think that out of all the currencies, I'm going to go for Turkish lira, the one currency that has lost 90% of its value over the past 5 years. That's such a smart move. I'm going for it. And they've also floated the idea of going for yuan. Unfortunately for them, this requires a series of agreements, exchange with the Chinese government, which is less than keen at the moment due to their own problems, plus the fact that it would be perceived as too overt a support to Russia. So apparently the Chinese are not buying this either. And so now they're going for the ultimate desperate move. Maddie will probably tell you more about it, but apparently they're trying to get on the cryptocurrency market for their reserves, which is just hilarious. I'm following this from afar and I'm enjoying every bit of it. So yeah, how much they have left is almost less important than what is the right basket for them, which would give them both liquidity and the ability to store value. And for the moment, they have not found it.
Thanks, Ben. That's really interesting to hear. I wonder if there's even enough liquidity in crypto to make much difference to the Russians with the sort of volumes that they would need. If I could just ask you another question, maybe. I just saw that the pound is at $1.14, which is like really low. Should I be concerned, or is this just a bit of a blip while we're changing prime minister?
As long as you're not in Taiwan or Malaysia or something like this, you should be okay. The pound is a sound currency, as far as I'm concerned. Every currency at the moment is losing against the dollar. The euro is below parity. I've seen a few messages of people saying that there's a number of currencies across Asia which are going vertical against the dollar. That's how fast they are losing. But the dollar is a refuge currency when people are expecting massive economic issues. And once they bite, the dollar will go down. So we've seen that. I think we've seen that maybe 5 or 6 times over my lifetime. It's a cycle. It's well known. Keep your pounds. Just maybe don't buy too many American things at the moment. Come to France. Enjoy the much cheaper accommodation, and I'm sure people will be so desperate to see some foreign faces and tourists. They will even be nice. So yeah, or Georgia. Georgia's fantastic.
Well, and I think one of the big distracting commentaries on revenues being earned from Russian oil is, and I've heard it numerous times from people outside the space, is, oh, well, these sanctions aren't doing any good because Russia's, making up all the difference on increased oil prices. And that is somewhat accurate in a short-term view, but it fails to take into account that Russian oil production has already declined by something like 600,000 barrels per day. And that is lost production that they will not be able to bring back online. So while they have enjoyed some short-term gain from causing price shocks to the global energy prices, that is not a long-lived benefit that they will reap rewards from in the future. It staved off some of the worst effects of the sanctions right here at the beginning. But as people have said numerous times, these sanctions will have a biting effect as the days and weeks and months go on, and these aren't things that the Russian economy can easily recuperate or remediate once or if the sanctions ever come off. Ben, go ahead.
Thanks. Just to complement what you're saying, the accounting on how much Russia is making from the extra energy prices is less than clear. Once more, I've seen several reports of people saying, oh, the money arrives in the bank, that's for sure. The problem is it leaving the banks?
Yeah, they don't have anything they can spend their extra money on. They can't get the microchips they want. They can't get the airbags for the Ladas.
It's actually even worse than that. What you're referring to is assuming that the banks gave the money to the government or to the company, which in turn gave it to the government or something along those lines. But what I'm saying is one step further, one step before actually. Are they able to, well, not able, but willing to take the money out of the bank? There are some people saying that Gazprom Bank at the moment has massive amount of money just because they're not bringing that money back to Russia. The way I read it, I might be wrong, but the way I read it is that they know that the second they bring that money back to Russia, it is lost for them. They won't be able to take it out. So what they're probably trying to do is to keep the ruble out of Russia. And when the ruble is out of Russia, it still has a certain level of liquidity. Russian assets are a bit more liquid. Some of them can still be traded openly, even in New York. So the result is that they might be just trying to access this liquidity this way. But the result is that the Russian government may not be seeing a lot of the revenues that we assume they're seeing. It's fairly. We're talking billions upon billions upon billions, and it's not clear whether the Russian government is getting them. And the other thing is that if you look a little bit at the Russian industry at the moment, they're spending so much money, but so much money on everything, trying to compensate for imports left and right, trying to pay pensions, trying to pay salaries of people whose companies cannot pay for them, etc., etc., etc. That all those billions, they just vanish in a matter of minutes in many cases.
I think this is a very good point, Ben, which you're just making, that essentially they're currently trying to replace product quality which they need by means of mass replacements. They're currently trying to replace capital expenditure in some cases with lots and lots of labor. And they are incapable of producing those key items, spare parts and equipment and kit which they actually need even to prosecute the war. So they will burn through their resources, and that's fine.
Oh yeah, and although they are receiving a lot of support, according to this Guardian, a real industrial powerhouse has moved in their favor. North Korea is selling weaponry to Russia at the moment.
We are very much afraid.
Well, they're getting the team back together. That's that. If you like the 50s, you're going to love that.
Anna Barra, go ahead.
So I'll just try and step you through why they're attempting to be paid in rubles and why they're hunting around for accounts in yuan and Turkish lira. the problem they've got is that any foreign reserves that they hold in US dollars have to be held in a foreign account. A Russian institution can't hold US dollars on its accounts forever. It has to basically park those in an overseas institution that's US dollar denominated. And the problem they've got is that the US is basically sanctioning all of those accounts. They're going around hunting for them, and when they find them, they freeze them. So that's why normally in a situation like this where they've got this huge current account surplus because they're not receiving any imports because of the sanctions, but they're receiving money from lots of exports, that would actually cause their currency to rise. The reason they're doing this is not because they're trying to make their currency rise. It's because if the money is parked in euros or pounds or US dollars, it's subject to sanction, and they're trying everything they can do to get around that. So to Ben's point, he's right that any of this money that they have been receiving in US dollars, if the US government and federal treasury can find it, they are sanctioning it and freezing it. And what they're trying to do is force all of these nations to pay them in rubles, because the only other option they've got if they want to take US dollars and keep it domestically is to take it as actual cash and stuff it in safes somewhere, and obviously their money is too large to do that. So yeah, I just hope that simplifies what they're trying to do. It's not a mad strategy. It's the only strategy they've got to actually receive these payments. Thanks.
Thank you, Canberra. I think that's very important to stress, right, is that currencies exist in 4 places. They exist as physical cash, they exist in the Bank for International Settlements, they exist as reserves in a central bank, and they exist in the domestic banking system of the country that hosts the currency. Right, so if a Russian institution has sterling,
Kirovorod, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Exist in a Russian bank, right? So it will always be within the reach of British authorities. If it's dollars, it will always be within the reach of American authorities, unless it is, as Canberra says, literally, a suitcase full of cash, which is simply not practical for international trade. So this is quite important. As Canberra says, the reason they have to move towards alternatives to the global trading currencies is because any sterling, euros, dollars, etc., that they have is within the control of European countries, the United Kingdom, and the United States, ultimately. So we do have to think about where it's possible for currencies to exist. They effectively cannot use a major Western currency in a risk-free way. For example,
Siren alert update.
Russian central
Kirovorod, full alert.
21
this message has been generated with municipal data.
That's now effectively being confiscated from them. So they can't deal in these currencies because they only exist domestically in the countries that host them. Canberra.
Yes, I was just going to say it applies to the central bank as well. They can't keep this. The only way they can keep it ultimately is as cash, or they've got to hold it at a foreign institution. And you might remember a few months ago that they also brought in rules to prevent gold trading in and out of Russia for new gold amounts, and that was the same thing. It's basically cutting off their access to instruments of trade. So even though they haven't been able to get the SWIFT system completely sanctioned and removed for payments, what they have been able to do is ensure that they basically can't store these payments anywhere easily. Thanks.
Absolutely, and this is why it's so important to understand exactly what's happening when every so often a story comes out about some shithole country moving towards, I don't know, renminbi denominated whatever, and tanky media goes absolutely nuts and uses words like, oh, multipolarity and, oh, the dollar is losing its preeminence. No, it's not. It's bullshit. What it is, when countries do this, is it's a sign of political disfavor.
Air siren alert
it's a sign of weakness.
Michael Live.
It's not a sign that
this message has been generated with municipal data.
Is losing international faith and credit. It's not. It's a sign that a certain country is so worried about its international image that it is being forced to move away from the currencies of countries that probably won't like them so much anymore, right? It's a sign of weakness. It is the anti-Western system, if we can call it that, effectively blinking, and that is exactly what Russia is doing here. You know, this idea that they're denominating stuff in rubles instead of dollars. It's a sign of weakness. It's a sign that they have no other choice, and it's ultimately a sign that their economic strategy is failing. Let's go to Dermot.
I'll defer to Tom. I'll just ask Canberra to stick about because I have
Siren alert update. Mykolaiv, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Okay, I'm on the motorway, so there might be a bit more background noise. I guess one of the things I'm thinking about is sort of zooming out and looking at the really big picture of the entire conflict, not only the war in Ukraine, but the economic war that is now global. It really seems to come down to what is it that's going to collapse first, and what predictions individual parties in this conflict are making about what might collapse first. So I think Putin was hoping that the Ukrainian morale and military was going to collapse, and he was deeply, deeply wrong. And I see absolutely no sign of that. We all know that their morale is sky high. And even though they have taken quite significant casualties, they're getting more equipment and more troops trained up by the day. So that's not going to happen. Again, in the actual armed conflict, the Russian logistics are in a process of collapse. Russian morale is pretty low, but not quite collapsing yet, although it could collapse on an individual unit level day by day. And maybe they'll get to the point where there's a military collapse because the logistics and morale are so poor that they just simply can't fight. But Putin's also gambling on either sort of economic or social or political collapse in at least some of the European countries. I think by cutting off the gas supply, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to weaken our resolve. And it's very much a question of sort of who blinks first, you know. And then at the same time, with the Western sanctions, we're trying to collapse sectors of the Russian economy as a whole. And I suppose what we're hoping is that might lead to some kind of political collapse in Russia, whereby they just simply can't continue with this awful genocidal war. And so we're all sort of pushing for one part of the system on the other side to collapse first. And it looks like it's Russian logistics that are going down first. Because they already are. But I just wonder what people's views are. Are there any other things, important parts of the system that haven't occurred to me, or what are other people's views on that? I know it's a very general question, but you get my point.
It's only about industrial production and related logistics. Everything else fails to matter. There's nothing else other than the complete and utter degradation of the Russian capacity to wage war, produce weapons, and support a war by means of its own economy and what it can import. That's all that is there, and they are already... The cracks are opening, they're failing in many regards, and this will continue and it will increase, and it's not a linear function. It goes in leaps and bounds, and some things happen. That's a dog situation. Stop, dogs. Be nice. Cut it. Well, I'll come back in a minute.
I might jump in here. So Putin believed that he could cause a global economic crisis that would affect predominantly Western democracies through energy inflation, and he believed that was going to bring all of these powers undone, that they'd all lose power, and that pro-Kremlin style leaders would be elected. And you can sort of see he's got a point, because he's managed to engineer something in Italy already, and he made a speech about it in June, where basically he sort of opined about how Western economies rely on financialization of assets that basically are all whereas all the resources come out of developing nations. Well, of course, the reason they're developing nations is because of the corruption involved in the resource industry. We could go on about that for hours, but what he didn't really understand is that it's emerging when developed nations, in particular the US, suffers from inflation. The nations that suffer the most are actually emerging markets because the US dollar strengthens so much. Emerging market currencies weaken, and their spending power or their relative wealth or their purchasing parity power falls dramatically in response to that. And so, all of these, and I saw the speech, there were all these African leaders in the room when he gave the speech. I think it was over Zoom. And they clearly, it'd be interesting to know whether they quite understood the impact that these actions were going to have on those nations. But ultimately, I don't think that the impact on the Russian regime is going to be pervasive. It's going to be through their economy. Their shops are going to remain open. People are still going to be able to buy stuff. But other parts of their logistics chain, they're going to find increasingly difficult. And the problem is they've got to keep everybody satisfied at home, because otherwise they might start getting grumpy about the war. They might start thinking the war is the cause of this, which of course is what he wants to try and inflict on the West. And the only way he can avoid doing that at home is by pumping more and more of his nation's declining national wealth, because you've got to remember, even though they've got this large current account surplus, the problem is it's all denominated in ruble, which is basically worthless externally. So he's got to keep everybody happy. So he's got to keep that pumping that into an elite and a middle class in the large cities, and that means that it can't be pumped into the war effort.
Doman, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go on.
No, Tom, if you have a sub-questions, I have time.
Yeah, it's just a very brief follow-up. So what Actor said, I agree that, the destruction or degradation of the Russian industrial system is clearly, vital, because that's what enables them to fight the war. I guess that is ongoing, and it's getting worse and worse, and we know that they're struggling to manufacture things and, get ball bearings and microchips and stuff like that. So it looks like that would collapse before there'd be a collapse of sort of European solidarity, or before economic situations in Europe became so bad that people started to get along to the sort of Macron and Scholz type position. So that makes sense. And thanks, Canberra, for following up. That helped to understand as well.
Well, that's the gamble that Putin took, was that he could play this game of chicken and Europe would blink before Russia did. And now his attempts to manipulate the energy markets are having a boomerang effect. And even though it's not something that's immediately perceptible to the casual observer, over time, their declines in production are going to have a catastrophic effect on Russia's economy. It's not something that's as easy to read as the current price of West Texas Intermediate or Brent oil. But in the long run, the fact that their daily production has decreased by well over 500,000 barrels, and that decline will only continue to accelerate and cost them tax revenues, is going to break their bank before it breaks the will and the solidarity of European energy consumers. Yes, this is a tough situation. Yes, there will be some presumably government interventions, either at the individual nation level or even, EU-wide. But in the long run, Putin has lost this gamble. It's only a matter of time, and I think he bet big and he bet wrong. Doman, you can go ahead. We'll have Doman all morning, by the way, Tom. So if you want to, if you have any questions or whatever, go right ahead. I'm not trying to cut off Doman.
Okay, I have a macro question. My macro question is the following. in recent weeks, there were some reports by some estimations saying Russian GDP is only going to drop by like 5% this year or something, which, looking at Russia, makes no sense at all because a whole lot of their factories are stopped. There's lots of stuff they literally can't do anymore. A bunch of the industries are in complete collapse because they literally don't have anything to make anything with. The cars they're now making are, bad cars by mid-90s standards, like bad cars, awful cars by mid-90s standards. How could it be that their GDP only goes down a few points, right? And obviously, much greater government spending on military stuff is part of the reason. But what I think is behind this is that somebody was using a methodology where they calculated Russian GDP in dollars last year and the year before. And now they're calculating Russian GDP in dollars again using the official ruble exchange rate. Last year, the exchange rate was like $80 to the ruble. Now the exchange rate is $55 to the ruble. Thereabouts. The numbers don't really matter. But basically, the ruble appreciated massively against the dollar for all the bad reasons that we described earlier, such as not being allowed to import, therefore your balance of payments is really out of whack, plus the measures that the government imposed where they instructed anybody who's bringing dollars in to immediately trade them in for rubles, right? Like Gazprom, for example. So, is that why? Is that really why that number is the way it is? Because if you say, last year, the Russian economy made, I don't know, some number of rubles worth of money. This year, they're making way fewer rubles worth of money, but it's still worth almost the same amount of dollars because the exchange rate is so much better. But we're calculating the GDP in dollars first anyway, so that's why the drop is so little. Can somebody tell me if I'm on the right track, or is it just someone making wrong stuff? Canberra?
Okay, well, there's two reasons. One you've pointed to, but it's not the most significant. The reason the GDP drop is only 5% is because the largest component of Russia's GDP is their energy exports and their commodity exports, and all of those commodity prices have risen astronomically. So even though their consumption has shrunk, particularly their consumption of industrial goods, it's being offset by the increased prices they receive from exports. And finally, the issue is the distinction between GDP and GDP, PPP GDP, which is what you're talking about, which is, think of it as the Big Mac index. Can ordinary Russians buy a Big Mac? Well, the answer is no, because McDonald's closed. But if they could, what would the price of it be relative to, could they afford it relative to somebody in the US or Europe? We won't get those figures out from the World Bank probably for another 18 months to see what drop there has been in PPP GDP. But I would imagine it's bigger than 5%. I would imagine it's, possibly somewhere close to 18%. But still, what's going to hold up their economy is essentially energy exports for the time being. And just coming back to these gas markets things, this will be the real this will be the real question, or the real issue for Russia going forward. We were talking. Somebody was talking before about how Australia exports most of its gas. The reason it does that is because those contracts were struck a very long time ago when the gas was discovered, and they were struck at very low prices. And I think they partially linked to the price of oil, but mostly they're fixed. Those contracts to China and Japan and to South Korea, but particularly I know the ones to China were largely fixed. And the reason that occurs is because the cost of infrastructure in building, in setting up gas infrastructure, the cost of the gas infrastructure is so expensive that you have to pre-sell all of the gas before you invest in the infrastructure. Now, what's going on in Europe at the moment is they are having to invest in infrastructure, liquefaction and deliquefaction, all the transport hubs, that sort of thing. And once they've done that, they won't go back to getting gas from Russia because they will have invested in the infrastructure to get that gas, and they will have pre-bought the gas at fixed prices. from reliable suppliers that aren't going to renege on the contracts. And once that's in place, those contracts with Russia are going to be cancelled because Russia hasn't met the terms of the contract, and they will never get those contracts back again. And this is going to be something that, if you think Russia looks like a third world economy now, in 40 or 50 years' time, people are going to look back and say, how come Russia hasn't recovered from the war? And the answer will be because they have as a nation, which is their commodity sector. And the reason they have a big commodity sector is because they are such a sprawling empire. And the question is then whether the population starts to catch on and work out, well, we can't be part of this big sprawling centralised structure anymore because there's no value in it. Thanks.
Guys, can I follow up that with just a quick joke? Just work, and then I'll be gone. So is that all right, Lewis? I don't think he minds. Okay, so it's fairly quick. So there's two Russian economists, and they're walking down the road. And as they're walking down the road, they see this big pile of dog shit. And one economist says to the other, "I'll give you 1,000,000 rubles if you eat that pile of dog shit." And the second economist looks at it, and he's like, "Okay." He eats it down, and it's horrendous, and he feels awful. It's really hard, but he eats it, and the first Russian economist puts 1,000,000 rubles into his bank account. So they're carrying on down the road, and they see a second pile of dog shit. So the second economist says to the first economist, "I'll give you 1,000,000 rubles if you eat that pile of dog shit." And the economist thinks about it, and then he's like, "Okay," he does it, and it's horrendous. He's gagging, it's awful, but he does it, and then the second economist puts 1,000,000 rubles into his bank account. And they walk down the road a little bit further, and the first economist says, "You know what? I'm feeling pretty bad. We've both eaten shit, and neither of us are richer than the other." And the second economist says, "Yeah, but we just increased GDP by 2,000,000 rubles." There you are.
Very good, Tom. Very good. Luis.
Hey guys, good morning. I would change a little bit topic if you are okay with that.
Shall we bring in Pendolino first? Pendolino, did you have a question about the economics here while we've got so many brains up?
Yes, because I have no economic brain, and that's great. I learned so much about the currency stuff. And I think the last explanation on the purchase power parity GDP answered it already. So when Russia produced ordinary Renaults in 2021 for, let's say, $30,000 and is now producing Moscovics for $30,000, then it is a stable output from an ordinary GDP point of view. But when you have a look at the PPP, it's a decrease by, let's say, 60%. Is this correct from what I understood? Because
yes,
GDP has somehow to consider the quality increase, right? Because computers today are different than computers 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's your purchasing power. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And just in Russia's case, the figures are going to be highly distorted by the energy markets, so that what you're going to see in Russia's case is that you're going to see some sectors where PPP is rising, so particularly the energy sectors, and you're going to see a narrow group of people who will benefit from that. And the only way you can look at this is through things like the Gini index. So some areas of Russian society, they're going to be fine and they're not going to care. But the average Russian is not going to be able to purchase a car, let's say. Or if they can purchase a car, it's going to be a car without, we heard about the Lada that doesn't meet any of the European standards. That would be a classic example where they have to downgrade the type of car that they can make available, because nobody can afford a car with all the bits and pieces that you ordinarily expect a car to have. And that is a really good example of where something like the Big Mac Index measures is often considered a better measure of PPP because it avoids the top strata of society who might be accruing purchasing power because they're basically creaming off all the national wealth and causing all the people in the bottom 95% of society to lose wealth. And I think that's what's going on in Russia at the moment.
Okay, thank you. That was the answer to my question. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Canberra Pendolino. Canberra, good to have you up, because though I am a reformed banker, the economic side is not really my strong point. So please do stick around in case we have any questions. I know Luis wants to change the subject, but I'm guessing Amaze Pools has come up about economics. So forgive me, Luis. Let's go to Amaze Pools first, and then we can move on.
No, no problem. Go ahead. I will come back later.
Oh, thank you. I'll only be very quickly.
Sorry, very quick. My question was also to Canberra because he's, from my neck of the woods, and I was hoping that he could help to explain. I don't want to bring up before, but I'm hoping he can help to explain to me what might be reasonable in our economy. Sorry, I'm on the main road here. I'm sorry. What might be reasonable for us to be able to adjust our economy slowly but surely so that we can then continue to support European freedom, because I believe it's going to be a continuing problem over the next decade. That's essentially my question.
Well, I think it's going to be difficult, to be honest, because most of our gas is tied up in, as I say, contracts to these Asian nations, and we're not able to get out of those contracts. So the only thing we could really do is expand our gas production. Now, I think our investors here domestically are going to be reluctant to do that because I think the shipping costs to Europe are too high, and basically the world is awash with natural gas, to be honest. One thing I haven't mentioned to you, I meant to mention before, is that the global natural gas price, to me, appears to have peaked. So I know that in Europe the gas price is still going up, but I think that the global price has peaked, and one of the things I think that's an indication of is that globally supply and demand is now in balance, or there's probably excess supply, because there's plenty of natural gas in the world. There's not, it's just, it's a byproduct of the oil industry. They're discovering it all the time, and there's lots of places closer to Europe where it can either be piped in or they can develop facilities. And of course, one of the reasons that Ukraine has been invaded is to prevent the piping of gas from the Middle East into Europe. And it's also one of the reasons why Russia invaded Syria, to prevent pipelines going through Syria that could get, by the most direct route into Europe. That's and also to control the sea lanes around there as well, to try and stymie shipping as well through economic means. So a lot of this is viewed through this prism of wanting to monopolise the supply of energy to Europe. But I think if an Australian investor looked at expanding natural gas supply in Australia, the problem they'd encounter is that they'd be doing it at the peak of the gas price cycle, and what would likely happen is that the price globally is going to plummet, and the cost of transporting it to Europe is going to be too expensive on ship. It's very expensive over that distance, and you've got to have these very expensive facilities. And I think it's more likely that some of these newer supplies, there's plenty of gas in the Black Sea, for example. There's plenty of supply around, Adriatic, the Mediterranean. There was a big gas discovery off Egypt about 18 months ago from memory. So I just don't think, I think there's lots of other places that the world can invest and get cheaper gas into Europe. And just remembering that probably to some extent gas is only it's a transitional energy. What we're really talking about here is gas is being used to replace coal, because coal, is deadly for the world in terms of CO2 emissions. And ultimately, we've got to get away from both gas and coal, and we've got to get into a mix of renewable energies, and I'm not going to specify which ones. I'm just going to say the ones that produce as little carbon as possible. And so ultimately, all of the investment probably needs to be domestically into these things in Europe over the next 10 to 20 years, and in fact throughout the world. And so over-investing in new gas hubs at this point would probably be, it'd take too long, it would be futile to some extent, and it would send a lot of people broke. Thanks.
Росіяни обстрілюють нацгвардійців боєприпасами, які заборонені Женевською конвенцією.
Thank you very much. Canberra, I have a quick question. Do you think we might reach a situation where governments begin to subsidize new exploration for gas? Or do you think this is going to be left entirely to market?
Well, I don't think they'll need to, because price is what drives that. And because prices are high, it will drive exploration, but it will also drive development. There's not really a need for exploration. We know where a lot of the gas is. It's really a question of whether we want to invest the capital to extract the gas out of the ground, and more importantly, this process of either compressing it or piping it. They're the big investment decisions that have to be made around gas. So now, if government has a role, it would be either in the removing regulatory blocks for the development of platforms. So, for example, developing these platforms, one of the big barriers is the environmental hazard associated with developing a platform. They're usually done just offshore, and so they're in and around coastal areas, and people don't like them because they're ugly, and they muck around with the fishing environment and things like that. So, they're very politically unpalatable. So if government had a role, it would be creating a policy, where you didn't brook any dissent from NIMBYs preventing the development of a platform. Because if you did that, then I'm sure the private sector funding would be there nearly immediately, knowing that the resources available, particularly if we say from Egypt to get the gas into Europe, that could be done, I think, relatively quickly. But you'd have to make sure that all the roadblocks were cleared, both at the European end and at the Egyptian end, for example. And that's just plucking one out of my bottom, really. But there'd be, I'm sure that all of these private companies, they have schedules of what is the most investable asset, and all as they're waiting for is knowing that the regulatory environment is right to approve those what are called final investment decisions. Thanks.
You're exactly right. They don't need subsidies. They need a regulatory environment that assures them that long-term investments will have a return and will not be shut down. If somebody's going to build a pipeline from Egypt to Italy, for example, they're going to invest billions of dollars. Nord Stream 2 is a perfect example. People need to know that if they invest in something that is that capital intensive and that large and has that long of a ROI, or return on investment, they want some certainty that their investment will eventually see a return. We don't need to subsidize exploration, but we need to make some or create some assurances for the midstream segment of the energy market, which is the transportation of things once they've been extracted from the earth.
Ryan, talk to me a little about how these explorers manage pricing risk here, because at the moment prices are absolutely bananas, right? But they're bananas because of clearly identifiable events that will end in the short to medium term. So how is an exploration company able to account for the risk that things will normalize? So, for example, say drilling for gas in, I don't know, the southern bit of the Black Sea may be viable at these prices, but if prices go back to their, back to their trend, if there is a trend, then it ceases to be viable. So how are these companies assessing that risk? Are they purely locking into long-term contracts for future delivery, and they're kind of amortizing any price drop over time? Or how do they do this? Do you know?
Some of that is done in the form of VPPs, at least here in the domestic market in the U.S., and that's an acronym for a volumetric production payment. So a company, if they're really tight on cash up front, they will take the majority of their payment in an upfront down payment and promise to deliver a certain amount of fuel over the next months, years, whatever it is, usually years. But they're basically taking their money early at whatever the prices are at that current time and locking in some kind of pricing agreement. They can also hedge. That's what commodities markets are. They can basically purchase an insurance policy that says, I'm grossly oversimplifying here, but they can hedge the price of fuel or crude or natural gas and buy offsets, so to speak, that help them to mitigate large fluctuations in price swing. In overseas markets, I presume, and I've never worked for a multinational, well, kind of not worked for a multinational. I guess one of the oil companies I worked for had some business up in Canada, so
all clear.
I have to.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
Pun intended. If you're working in an overseas market like a developing nation, like I'm trying to think of. Doesn't matter. Some company based down in Houston that has a bunch of African investments. If you're working with an emerging market or developing nation, you can, I would presumably, work a deal with the host country and get some guarantees from them. But that is one of the things that inhibits major offshore oil and gas investments right now. That's one of the reasons that the current presidential administration was being beat over the head because they were refusing to issue new offshore permits or permits on federal land. But what a bunch of the
this message has been generated with municipal
detractors were failing to recognize is that there's a large, significant, very significant portion of U.S. oil and gas production that does not occur on federal lands, that the federal government essentially has no purview over and can't manipulate. So specifically in Oklahoma, we have little or no federally administered lands. And all you heard about locally in politics here was that, the federal government was destroying the oil and gas industry when anything
siren alert update
could be further from the truth as far as U.S. or
this message has been generated with municipal data.
Concerned. They're all doing splendidly well right now. And they're just, that's a side effect of global energy markets that they're tangentially benefiting from. I've never been on the investment side of an oil and gas company. I have worked to try and forecast the commodity prices and basically procure some of the largest ticket items that an oil company utilizes in drilling and producing a new well. And even that, we would sit down on a monthly basis and look at the price of coal coming out of Australia, because that's coking coal that's used to make steel. We would look at the historical
partial alert.
Pricing indicators
this message has been generated with municipal data.
Into producing new steel. We would review the price of scrap iron that is melted down. In a lot of cases, I think Turkey's a huge recycler of steel. But some of these things are not necessarily foreseeable. That is the problem with the oil and gas industry, is it's kind of a feast or famine business. When things are doing great, everybody hates you because you're making good money. And when things aren't going well, all of your employees hate you because they're afraid you're going to lay them off. Prudent energy producers do everything they can to try and mitigate those peaks and troughs. So instead of them riding a roller coaster that is the energy market, because things always go up and down, either with demand,
siren alert update.
a deficit of supply,
partial
or
alert.
suddenly
This
the market
message has been
responds and
generated with
everybody starts
municipal
producing
data.
oil, and you have an oversupply situation, and then prices fall. So it's a constant yo-yo back and forth. But the prudent operators in that business do what they can to try to level off those peaks, which also kind of helps out with the lows as well. Nobody wants to go on, an extremely drastic up and down cyclical situation, but it's a lot more palatable if you kind of smooth out those sharp edges and make it a little more predictable.
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv, all clear. This
So
message has been
in your view,
generated with municipal data.
Is there enough of a kind of expected price stability for new investment at the moment? Because it kind of goes back to what I said, right? Is that this spike is not normal market behavior, and I don't know how long term decisions are to drill for new gas. I mean, I don't really know if that's considered a long term.
It depends. That's another one of those niche facets of the energy industry. Some oil is a lot quicker to bring online than others, primarily shale oil. One of the reasons, or one of the things that happened during the pandemic in 2020 is oil and gas producers had already committed to purchasing raw materials like steel and frac sand and leasing up acreage that they had contractual commitments
Air siren
to
alert
drill
update.
and produce oil on a certain
all clear.
patch of
This
land.
message has been
Otherwise,
generated with municipal
they'd
data.
lose those leasing rights and have to give that up to whoever the mineral rights owner is. It's basically a notice. It's a line item in a contract that says, if I'm going to lease you my acreage, you have to go ahead and produce something from this in a certain amount of time, or I get my rights back and I can lease them out to someone else who is going to produce those products. That puts oil and gas companies in a precarious situation where they have to go ahead and at least produce something in order to hold the acreage. So in 2020, when the bottom fell out of the market and oil and gas prices literally went negative, they didn't go zero, they went negative. So you could get paid to take oil in 2020. It was a brief market. It was a brief, weird situation in the market, but how the oil companies that I know of tried to mitigate those issues was they had already committed to contracts with drilling companies to punch holes in the ground. They had already purchased the steel that they needed to put in the ground to keep those well bores open, and they couldn't renege on those commitments. The pipe had already either been produced or was being produced and on a boat en route to the U.S. The contracts with the drilling companies had already been locked in. So the producers that could afford to, rather than canceling their drilling contracts and putting a bunch of people out of work, either continued with the existing contract or went to the drilling operator, knowing that drilling operator had a bunch of other people canceling contracts, and said, hey, we can cancel this contract or we can renegotiate it a little bit for a better price, and we promise to keep all of your employees at work. So with that benefit, what they did was deferred completions. And I've talked about this in the space before. It created a record number of DUCs in the oil and gas business. And I'm not talking about the things that go quack. I'm talking about drilled but uncompleted wells. So the price of an oil well, at least if it's a hydraulically fractured well, and if it's an onshore well, somewhat traditional, about 50% of bringing a new oil or gas well online is spent in drilling and putting pipe in the ground and creating surface equipment, pressure vessels, tanks to store the oil and the water and all that stuff. The other 50% is in the completion and the drill out. So the fracking, putting in the cast iron bridge plugs, using explosives subsurface, which is perforating the casing so you can actually pump water into the shale reservoir and get the oil and gas back. But just for illustrative purposes here, we'll say an oil well costs $8 million. So $4 million to drill it and case it, and another $4 million to frack it and complete it. what they decided to do, since they had already committed the money on the raw materials, the casing, the pressure vessels, the tanks, and all that, was go ahead and keep drilling the wells, but don't pressure them up with a fracturing process and then start producing that oil when prices are negative in 2020. They basically started just sticking ducks under their belt and waiting for greener pastures or, better times in the future. So there are small things that they can do to mitigate these, but at least in the US, because we're not, a state-owned oil company and everybody has the freedom to do things a little differently. I know a bunch of the prudent operators kept drilling with the rigs they had already rented and kept using the casing they had already purchased, but they deferred those completions until prices had normalized, or at least been brought back up to a profitable range. In some instances, very drastic situations, like a gas company, a former gas company I worked for, actually the one who sold off all of their Arkansas acreage to that Australian organization called BHP Billiton. They were the number one driller in the US, bar none. Actually, they were the largest driller in the US. Even if you added up the next three largest drillers beneath them, they were running close to 200 rigs at one point, which is an amazingly large number. But they basically drilled themselves into bankruptcy and way overproduced natural gas in the United States because there was not a domestic market for that much natural gas. That created artificially depressed natural gas prices in the US for almost a decade. Now those numbers are finally equalizing out because there's such a price disparity between what's going on in Europe and what's going on in the US. But I remember very vividly sitting in a meeting one day and having some of the people from the former parent company I worked for called us up to the corporate headquarters and said, hey guys, it's a wrap in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And what that's called in the industry is a play, but it was the Barnett Shale play, which is in and around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And they very simply explained to us, we have costs of production involved here. So once we drill a well and then we pay the local municipal and state taxes in Texas, our break-even price on a natural gas well, we need to earn at least $5 per MCF for this natural gas, or it is not worth us. It's not worth it to us in a financial situation to extract that product from the ground. So we're losing money if we produce natural gas out of this well, unless the market price is $5 an MCF. What that means to you, Ryan, and the company you work for, is we're pulling out of this area tomorrow because we cannot move our natural gas to a market that it is profitable in. It's more beneficial for us to just shut in these wells and hopefully wait until prices rebound. In that particular area, prices didn't rebound for almost a decade, but those resources still sit in the ground. Some of those well bores are probably, screwed up now, but what it meant immediately for them was that they slammed the gate shut and said, we are not producing any more wells than what we currently have online in this particular area. And they moved a bunch of their resources up to the Ohio, Pennsylvania area, presumably so they could deliver more energy to the East Coast and earn a profit.
Okay, so very crudely then, it's basically if an oil company has the money or a gas company has the money, they generally do both, don't they? It's always worth drilling more assets and then managing fluctuating prices by effectively turning those wells on and off.
Yeah, but if you're in an area that has an inability to move its product to market for geographic reasons or for legislative reasons, whatever restrictions for a number of decades, you could not export crude oil in the U.S. unless you imported an equivalent amount of refined product. So we essentially had an export ban. People referred to it colloquially as an export ban, even though there were loopholes like the trade method where you could get oil out of the U.S., but you had to bring something equivalent back in. There are, a number of factors that would dictate what an energy company would do. but usually the midstream problem, which is the logistics of getting things delivered from a wellhead to a refinery or to an end user or a consumer in the market, are a huge factor in oil and gas production that people often overlook. They think this stuff just magically comes out of the ground, already gasoline, and is immediately delivered into their car. And that is a huge oversight in how all this stuff works. Canberra, I think, could probably explain some of this stuff a little more clearly. And if Doman has a question, go right ahead.
I have a minor interjection. If anybody who's interested, check out The Nest. In 35 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Olga Boychak, who is a Ukrainian researcher based in Sydney. She's a sociologist, lectures in digital cultures at Sydney, and she's also the editor of the Journal of Digital War. That's the sort of stuff she specializes in. You might have seen her viral tweet, an analysis breakdown of that abhorrent mural in Melbourne that has since been painted over. But just so that you know, we'll be joined by her in just over 30 minutes from now.
Excellent.
And if you know any Australians, bring them on.
I want to also plug one of our other guest speakers that's coming in. He's an investor. He runs an investment firm somewhere down in Texas. He also knows a lot about energy. I don't think he and I's politics necessarily align perfectly, but the guy knows what he's talking about, and he makes some really great points. He has in the past, even if we don't agree eye to eye on everything, he always points out that, or he has pointed out in the past that there's always an ever-increasing demand for energy. The one thing that you can always count on going up over time is how much hydrocarbon or energy in general is demanded by the global population. If the population's always growing and developing nations are wanting to drive cars and have modern amenities like electricity and air conditioning and heating, then we need more energy constantly. And there are only a finite number of ways to get those products, either through hydrocarbons or renewable energy like solar and wind, or nuclear energy. And every one of those things has its pros and cons. So I encourage everybody to join us on the space when he's here again. I will definitely be here to listen to his insights, and I'm glad that we have a guest speaker coming on in 30 minutes I didn't know about, so we can put a button on this energy talk. Put a pin in this energy talk.
I'll just quickly summarise, Tim, what I think Ryan was saying. You were asking about how companies make these decisions. They normally, large companies have a menu of these projects, and they've got them sorted in order of priority, and they might shift them around all the time based on what things like sovereign risk and the prevailing price of the commodity. So there's normally two ways that they manage the risk of price fluctuations. The first way is one Ryan described, which is where there's a break-even price on a project, and if the prevailing price of the commodity is higher than that break-even project, they forward sell for a very long period of time to ensure that they get both the cost of each year's production plus the cost of capital back and a profit for their shareholders. Now, usually they are, small to mid-sized companies that are doing that sort of thing in the commodity space. But the largest producers, what they try and do is they try and use the size of their capital to drive all of their competitors out of business. And so what they do is they keep data on the cost of production of all the other producers in the market, and they work out what the lowest quartile cost of production is. And if they have a project that is in the lowest cost quartile of production, they will bring it online regardless of what the commodity price is, knowing that what's going to occur is that all the higher cost producers in the market will be driven out of business, and they will be left to capture the higher commodity prices when supply and demand falls out of whack and you get too much demand and you get these big upswing prices in gases. And that's kind of what BHP was trying to do with Ryan's project. Now, as it turns out, BHP actually sold off or merged their oil and gas assets with another Australian company, Woodside, the last year, and I'm sure they will take the same approach. And so what you encounter at the moment is where the gas price is really high. What this is encouraging companies to do is all of these projects that have been discovered for many years now, they've been sitting on their books waiting for the price to be sufficient to encourage investment. They're sitting there saying, well, okay, how long is the price going to stay this high for? And if we don't think it's going to stay this high this long, can we forward sell production for the next 10 years or 20 years at an average that's lower than the current price? So there will be forward sales going on now on the gas price, you know, the current, I think it's 10,000 per cubic foot or something. You know, they might forward sell it all at 5,000 per cubic foot. Or it might be tetracubic foot, sorry. They might be willing to sell at half the current prevailing price for the next 10 years. And they know that they'll recoup their capital on that because, you know, not long ago, they were getting just a couple of $1,000s per tetracubic foot. So the third type of producer is the type of producer who does neither of those strategies, and you want to steer clear of them as an investable asset. That's probably where we can end this discussion, and I'll step down and make room for your upcoming guests. Thanks very much, fellas.
Still half an hour to go.
Yeah, I'm not trying to run anybody off.
Sorry, I just wanted to jump in and just thank everyone for all of their, this is the first time I've been in a situation like this on Twitter, and I'm extremely impressed and just so happy to be able to hear all these views. So thank you, everyone.
You're very welcome. Don't forget, we've been here since the night before the invasion, and we're not going away until and unless Ukraine is free.
I'll be definitely coming here regularly.
So, ladies and bruisers, in just about half an hour, we'll have Olga on. Saddle up.
I just want to briefly note, I'm very excited that we'll have Olga. Olga's been studying things like Russian media interference in eastern Ukraine over the decades, and in Ukraine at large, but especially notably in eastern Ukraine. She's this exactly sort of expert that we needed here for a long time, and we wanted to have here for a long time, and it's very fortuitous, actually. It's a silver lining that awful mural went up in Melbourne, that we ended up getting in touch and getting Olga here in the next half hour. So I am barely containing my excitement. That might be related to the second cup of coffee that's now empty, but I think it also has a lot to do with Olga herself.
I always love surprise guests.
We need to have more ladies from down under giving the Russians a hard time and speaking truth to power. Sorry, Ryan, for interrupting. I apologize.
No, you're perfectly fine. I was just going to add that I enjoy it when I find out there's a surprise guest I wasn't previously aware of. And I would encourage all of our...
Thanks to Alex, who managed to get in touch with her. We had a chit-chat beforehand on the day when Olga came out with her tweet. I think both Alex and I were on it within minutes because we really, really liked what she highlighted and said, and wanted to get the antidote festival / speech, which she had agreed already at that time, out into the open. And she fortunately was so kind as to agree when contacted by Alex to join us, because I think it's very important to have some Ukrainian voices from down under and have people who can literally move a mountain.
And for any of our listeners that are not already aware, if you go up into the nest, we have posted a number of upcoming guests that we'll have in the coming week. Olga is the first one on the list. Obviously, she'll be here in about a half an hour. But we've also got someone coming on Wednesday and Thursday, if I'm not mistaken.
But I can fill you in on those. So on Wednesday, you've mentioned Lukas Tomicki, who's the Polish investor in, I believe, Texas. I might be off of that. Who's been with us before here, and he'll be talking. Well, finance can tell us in a second what he'll be talking about. But just after I highlight who we're being joined by on Thursday. On Thursday, we'll be joined by Vasil Virozub, who is a priest in the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. He's assigned to the military. That is to say, he's a military chaplain, and he was, if I understand correctly, on Snake Island at the start of the full-scale invasion. Was taken prisoner together with the border guards of Snake Island, kept imprisoned for over 2 months, tortured in prison, literally put on a medieval stretch rack, and then eventually exchanged for some Russian POWs around the 1st of May. So that's who we're being joined by on Thursday. Finance, I hope that doesn't.
I think Benedict Arnold has a question.
Who's Benedict Arnold?
I told you we're trading Doman. He's coming to North America as soon as he sorts out his paperwork. That's between the North Americans and Doman when he gets there. I can say that I have never in my life before been excited to hear a priest speak. As a Jew, that's just not something I get excited about. But this is the first time. No, dead serious. This is the first time ever. I really want to hear what this gentleman has to say. I think that his experience has been harrowing, and he sounds like a true hero and a man of faith, and I say that in the most positive possible way. And I really am excited to hear him, his story, his views, and how he supports his people. And I'm really looking forward to it. It is truly the first time in my life that I absolutely want to hear a priest speak.
I don't disagree with you there, and I was not laughing. I just thought the way you put it was really funny. I know you weren't making light of the situation.
I know it's fine. I tend to make light of lots of situations, and I make large amounts of jokes here. Notably, I am speaking out of the Atacams brand cigarette pack here, and I normally, on a daily basis, remind everybody to thank the Russians for smoking, especially at their ammo dump. And Doman, how's that paperwork and Move to America coming?
Sadly, and you'll laugh at this, but I was just smoking my evening cigarette last night. It wasn't one of yours. It was a much cheaper one, and it fell onto the paperwork, and then the paperwork caught fire, and then whatever was left of it was too soggy to be any use. So I think it's going to take a while. Sorry about that.
It sounds like you were smoking one of ours. That's exactly what ours do. They just light everything on fire.
I think the problem is his visa application was printed on flash paper, and that was probably a deliberate action by him. He's self-sabotaging.
That's between the North Americans and Doman. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, in other news, I can highlight that Doman has just renewed his contract with the European Society for Discombobulation and therefore will remain in Europe.
Is that a subsidiary of NAFO?
No, this is the scientific research, base research facility domiciled currently in Denmark.
So all of my hopes are dashed for any new additions.
Completely, yes. Breaking news.
To the North American team. Yeah. Well, I'm going to go cry myself to sleep. You guys enjoy your featured speaker. Kidding. I'm sticking around for the interview.
While we're here, and since Olga's appearance here was catalyzed.
Oh, Doman, I'm sorry.
Olga's appearance here was catalyzed, so to speak, by the appalling mural. Tim, is there something else we can be appalled by today?
Yes, there is. I was very, very surprised to learn. You'll see my tweet is nested third. in the nest up there. I was very surprised to be reading The Guardian, which is one of my go-to papers on the Ukraine conflict, because their coverage of the Russian aggression in Ukraine has really been quite excellent. I was very surprised to learn that they went with the sub. What do you call the little thing below the headline? Subheadline.
Subtitle.
Something like that, yeah. They described the Russian occupation authorities in Kherson as Kherson separatists, which just made me kind of do a double take, because this is...
I think that's called the lead, LEDE.
Yeah, the lead, okay. Because this is just such an appalling slip for an August publication. And it's not the only one as well. I pointed out in a second tweet that
who wrote this? Tim.
This is Isabel Koshiv and Dan Sabag. I think Dan Sabag is the defense correspondent of The Guardian.
The communist ragtag Polly Toynbee shit paper came up with what?
I like to differentiate between their news people and their comment people, because their news people are extremely good. Their comment people are generally a collection of total loons. But there does seem to be usually there is a rather effective Chinese wall between the two. It seems to be that this wall has rather spectacularly crumbled in this particular case. So apparently they're using the term Kherson separatists to describe the occupation forces of the illegal Russian invasion, which is an enormous surprise. My tweet's garnered.
Isn't that a case for our friends at NAFO?
Yes, it is. I really
should
start.
What NAFO is for?
This is what NAFO is for.
Absolutely.
Can we tweet this out?
Hold on. I have some NAFO followers, as does Ryan and Alex. What is it we need the Atacam cigarette brand and our NAFO fellows to talk about?
So if you look at
Tim's feed has it.
Yeah, if you look at my nested tweet, it's the third from the left in the nest. There's some really quite appalling and repeated uses of language by The Guardian, which is just so obviously upside down and wrong-headed that I can barely fathom it. I think what has happened here is they've credited TASS, which is the it's what the Russians call a news wire. So it's the Russian propaganda wire. They've credited TASS for this story. And I think what's basically happened is they went to TASS for some free copy and forgot to change the language. So I think this is probably more laziness than malignance.
The Guardian reverts back to type and quotes TASS. Why does that raise a Michael Foot kind of stomach urge in me?
Because your hatred of The Guardian is pathological, Axel.
Hatred? No. This is just complete and utter disdain.
Disdain. Like I said, I mean, I think their coverage of the war has been very good. So I think I would credit this to laziness rather than malice. But I think it is a case for NATO.
Separatists and crediting TASS in The Guardian. That's returning to type of the 1970s and early 80s. Are they going to reinvent Arthur Scargill now? Is Polly Toynbee rearing her ugly head again?
I'm not sure her ugly head ever went anywhere. She's still a Guardian columnist, still writing preposterous shite on a weekly basis.
Ah, that's what I'm saying. So they're returning to type. Thank you very much. Spouting Kremlin nonsense and propaganda.
It is disappointing to see it apparently bleeding over into the news side, which is usually pretty good. But anyway, NAFO doggy people, I know a lot of you listen. I know a lot of you follow me. If you would check out my tweet on The Guardian, and share that, and be as kind as you usually are towards our friends at the Guardian until they mend their ways. That would be enormously helpful.
Curse on separatists. I mean, please. What the heck? Looting, pillaging, raping, occupation army. Genocidal loons.
I like this. One of our NAFO doggy people has just tweeted, NAFO Article 5, on my retweet. NAFO Article 5 on the Guardian, not the poster. So I'm hoping that I don't fall victim to a friendly fire incident here.
I don't think you will. I think people can read. More importantly, Shiba Inus can read.
Yeah, Shiba Inus can read, but you may be getting quote-peated from here till Kingdom Come on our way to reading and discussing the incredible amount of fire that may or may not be pointed at the, shall we say, dog pile that could be headed towards the Guardian for this one.
Yes, I look forward to getting caught up in that. This is so fun having NATO, having NATO. I love this organization.
You're welcome to join the NATO expansion. You need to join the NATO expansion, Tim. The NATO expansion is non-negotiable.
Well, I've been told by my shadowy MI6 handlers that I must strike a serious tone for the purposes of this information war. So I'll leave the silliness and the memes to more capable men, and I'll be boring.
I can say as a spokesman for the Atacam's Red Cigarette that you don't actually need to be a profile picture. You can just put it on the background portrait. If you look at my background portrait, you see a nice doggy promoting smoking. So all those British gentlemen lined up and firing, you could, toss some fellas in there firing at some Russian orcs. It works just fine.
I will think about it. I will think about it very hard. I'm not sure I have the prerequisite level of silliness to be a full member of NAFO. Maybe some associate membership.
Бойцы ВСУ вжимаются в окопы, головы не поднять. А эта тройка решила добежать до укрытия, но неудача. Одному пришлось оказывать медицинскую помощь.
Результат мне нужен, результат.
Это работа командиров одного из батальонов 4-й бригады армейского корпуса народной милиции ЛНР. Они постоянно рядом с линией фронта, получают разведданные, отдают приказы расчетам и бронегруппам уничтожать...
One of my favorite Jeremy Corbyn moments, and this is in a busy market, was when Jeremy Corbyn said that Jews don't have a sense of irony. Because whoever heard of a Jewish comedian, right?
В дело вступают танкисты. Только съехав с трассы, прикрывая движение БМП, наносят точный удар. Загорается броневик противника.
I see we got a lot of fellas coming up now. It's turning into a little doggy panel.
I was just going to ask, given your previous statements, do I need to revert back to an ugly portrait of myself instead of this handsome little meme dog, so people will take a guy from Oklahoma more seriously? I guess I'm from Oklahoma, so nobody took me seriously in the first place. It's okay, I'm used to it.
I mean, I never have, personally, but I guess it's a question of taste. Of course, I'm teasing Ryan. Your endlessly fascinating talks on oil and gas are enormously appreciated and enlightening. Shaggy, I see we've got a fella coming up to speak. Shaggy, welcome to the panel. Or finance, I guess, if Shaggy's indisposed.
While he's getting off mute, I was just going to say I only have one drum, but I really know how to bang on it.
I don't need to know what Ryan bangs on. If Shaggy can hear us and get off mute, they're welcome to go. Otherwise, I was going to bring us to a useful and productive discussion. Lately, we've had a lot of articles coming out around the European energy situation and the Russian economy. These are two tightly tied together situations because obviously the European energy situation is tied to how much natural gas especially they are, or right now, and possibly for the foreseeable future, are not being pumped from Russia because Russia has just shut down Nord Stream 1 entirely until, as Russia says, sanctions are removed. Now, the reason why this is stupid for them as well is that they can't send that gas anywhere else. So if they're not selling it to Europe, they're just not selling it. So sure, they might be willing to close it for a winter, but after a while, that is a metric ton, actually many metric tons of gas revenue that they're not receiving. And they probably want that money. At the very least, somebody wants it in their Swiss bank account. If Europe makes it through this winter, I would expect the Russian corruption to pull through, especially in any sort of peace scenario where even where sanctions remain, they're just going to be willing to sell gas again to Europe because they want that cashish, and there is nowhere else they can sell that gas to. Part of the problem of tying themselves to Europe is that while yes, they make Europe dependent on their cheap gas, they also make their cheap gas dependent on Europe as a customer. There are no other ones for them. They don't have LNG facilities. They cannot export it. Europe is in something of a pickle, but they have notably reduced their dependency on it. Storage is ahead of where people expected it to be, mainly because gas consumption is down. The key to Europe making it through the winter is reduction of gas consumption. It helps a lot that all of France's nuclear power plants, for the most part, will come back online. That should make France a net energy exporter. That will make a nice big difference. But there is a lot going on in discussion about exactly how this is going. Speaking of money heading into Russia, Bloomberg has what I think is slightly optimistic, but a relatively grim economic picture painted for them if sanctions continue, of basically their economy crashing since downward from before the war and just not coming back for 10 to 20 years, even as long as sort of the sanction regimes continue. Like, it will just not recover to pre-war, and I should say pre-2022 version of the war. Obviously, this war has been going on since 2014. But currently, Bloomberg's like, well, if they don't get out of sanctions, which might require they do things like return all the Ukrainians, possibly even submit that some of their people committed war crimes, etc., maybe pay some reparations, their economy will truly not get back to pre-war levels, which, let's face it, this wasn't the strongest economy in the world. A bunch of their people still don't have, like, running water and electricity in their houses. So, yeah, that's what's going on in Russia, and that's what I'm seeing. If anybody has any comments, that's sort of the contours of the discussion. Europe is doing better than expected, still lots of risks, but the market has kind of worked. Some people have done the same things for energy policy. Germany is still not coming along and doing what it could be doing, but it is doing a little more than it was originally. France is doing a lot more. It's doing the intelligent thing in energy policy, at least, even though Macron sounds like he's on the train to Vichy half the time. So that's where I am seeing things. That's where I am hearing things as far as the European energy situation and Russia natural gas exports are at once. The other problem Russia has is once Europe pulls themselves away from Russia as a key energy producer, they don't need to switch back.
And this is really the point here, right? As time goes on, and I have to know, I never understood why they were in Vichy. Clermont-Ferrand, that's just around the corner. Because they wanted to be closer to the wines of Saint-Poussin. But this is exactly it. The energy sources are just going to be switched away from Russia entirely over the next year and a half. Europe will no longer be interested in Russian gas, period. Europe will no longer need Russian gas, period. There will be no point in any of that anymore, nor will Europe ever trust Russia again with anything ever again, right? Because how could you? So, of course, everything's going to switch off.
Europe is done trusting Russia, right? Like, the part, like, nobody's trusting Russia as a gas supplier at this point because they've already played the card that would break your trust, right? You can't trust them as a supplier now until Kingdom Come because they've already, they've already shot that relationship with a working Su-300 if they have any of those.
Exactly. Kaftelli.
Oh, thank you. I was just wondering, can they redirect their gas supplies to China using plastic bags or something, balloons?
Nope. They would need to build pipelines from Eastern Russia to China, or they would need to line up a whole lot of Russians and pump it right up their tuchuses, and they could all fart towards China. But I don't think that works particularly well either. Balloons will not take care of business. As funny as the idea is, they would need to build pipelines. Unfortunately, all the people who build pipelines just left. So they also need high levels of skill to build pipelines. And Siberia is not the easiest place to build pipelines because the thawing permafrost makes their ground quite tricky to deal with. And they don't have people who can build that kind of stuff anymore.
Oh, who could have thought? For years now, I've been hearing that if Europe decides not to buy Russian gas, Russia will redirect it to China. And it was Putin himself, promising that kind of stuff. He should have asked first.
Absolutely. Shaggy, let's try again.
Hi, I'm in the Chilterns at the moment, so it's a really bad connection. Just a little tip for Tim. Tim, it's kind of, you don't have to be a kind of childish or whatever when you join NAFO. It kind of occurs once you're a member of NAFO. It's kind of natural. I'm very well in touch with my teenage side now, having been a member of NAFO for about just over a month. So it's just a natural progression. It's kind of like the expansion. It just takes you back to your childhood. So definitely become a NAFO member. And if you want, I will sponsor you a fella. Just let me know.
Thank you, Shaggy. I've just been inundated with fella offers. NAFO is recruiting very aggressively. I think my problem is that I am so very childish that if I take that step, then I fear I'll disappear down a kind of trolley meme rabbit hole, and never to return.
But we're all
so I do have to
down
manage that very carefully.
But we're all down there. You're going to have such a party down there with us.
It's fun down here.
It's great down here. Come join us.
The
I will
weather's
think
lovely.
about it.
Okay, all right then. That's my only point. I'm going to continue driving now and listening. Have a good day, fellas, and non-fellas and fellas to be.
Thank you very much, Shaggy. And I think this is the perfect transition, talking about digital culture and what effect it can have in wartime. To welcome yet another fella, a very studious fella, a most excellent fella, Olga Boychak, scheduled for this hour, more or less, who's joining us from, I believe, Sydney. Well, very warmly welcome, Olga.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Greetings to all the fellas and non-fellas and fellas to be. So today I'm here to talk about, so in my research, I study civilian resistance, and I'm looking at the different ways in which Ukrainians and people around the world participate in wars. Of course, I'm most interested in the Russian-Ukrainian war. I've been following it closely since 2014. I am myself Ukrainian. I've participated in 2 of Ukraine's revolutions, in the Orange Revolution and in Maidan. And after that, I went on to do my PhD on the topic because I was really keen to tell the story of what I was seeing on the ground. And here I am. So, let's get started. If you have any questions, I'm happy to chat.
Thank you very much for joining us, Olga. Let's first dive into the proximate cause of you joining us today, which was that abhorrent mural in Melbourne. Can you walk us through that a little bit, and then we can delve into things in Ukraine, within Ukraine, maybe NAFO as well, if you want to talk about that. But let's start with the mural because it is so very topical and so very recent. What did you see when that mural was painted? Can you walk us through this through the eyes of a genuine expert?
Sure, absolutely. So I first learned about it from the Australian Federation of Ukrainian Organizations, and the only reason why I made that thread was that some of the community members, the community is not represented on Twitter as much, and so I pretty much was there to share my outrage at what I saw, and also to do a bit of a cultural analysis of why framing the Russian-Ukrainian war in those terms is wrong. And so that I didn't expect it would blow up like that, but I guess that just is a testament to the fact that many people as well felt outraged. We since have been following the developments, and we know that the artist has apologized, sort of, about that mural, and also it's been painted over, but well, the apology itself was still rather problematic. He said, well, I'm sorry if I offended anyone, which I guess doesn't really count as an apology. And to me, that is the same issue as when we talk about treatment of minorities, treatment of oppressed people, which I believe in this case, Ukrainians can claim that victimhood and that oppression historically and contemporarily. And so, so the fact that someone says, oh, I didn't mean to offend you, doesn't really cut it, because it's the effect that counts and not the intention. And that's what we're seeing, unfortunately, today.
Well, do we know anything about the intention and what the artist had in mind and who sponsored his idea?
We know that the artist was working on behalf of a charity organization. We know that he's currently selling the NFTs to benefit that charity. We also, I haven't done this myself, so I really don't know this for a fact, but there are allegations of the Russian connections to the charity, which would then explain the narrative. Because the narrative that we saw in this mural, and I'm not just reading into it, right? This is something that jumps out at you. It's not my own interpretation, even though, of course, there could be multiple interpretations of this artwork. But what we're seeing is essentially this narrative of two brotherly nations, right? Two soldiers that are sort of on equal terms, that there's more similar among them than different, and that if they only stopped fighting, and then somehow it's connected to nuclear annihilation. And I guess the name of the artwork, From Peace to Pieces, is it? Something like that. Is very problematic, because what Russia is doing in Ukraine right now, as we speak, is it's immediately threatening nuclear security through its occupation of the Enerhodar nuclear plant. We saw in the past they were shooting at the Chernobyl sarcophagus. So ironically, Russia has Ukraine in this double bind, where on the one hand, yes, they're threatening the use of nuclear weapons if the situation escalates, which it's never been clear what counts as an escalation. And then, on the other hand, there's a very distinct and real threat of an actual nuclear accident that has already taken place. And so, so I guess that's another point why I think this artwork is misinformed and misguided.
I think you're being a little too charitable about his connections, because I'm just having a look through his Twitter, Olga, and he's tweeting out this alleged artwork, and he's tagging a number of really quite virulently unpleasant accounts, such as the musician Roger Waters, who is kind of a tanky cultural icon. So yeah, I think we can be less charitable about his intentions and his connections here.
Yeah, well, that's I guess those facts speak for themselves, right? And we can look at those things and draw our own conclusions. But in any case, I think we can agree that this was not done in good faith. We know that there has been a consultation with some members of the Ukrainian community, and we know that the artist chose to ignore the reservations that the Ukrainians expressed. So we do know that, that was done against the will of the people, and a lot of people are finding it really triggering. And as we saw on Twitter, not just Australians, a lot of people are judging Australia. So this is actually quite unfortunate when Australia has actually done so much for Ukraine in terms of military aid, in terms of humanitarian aid. There's a lot of people who have joined us in our rallies, in our protests, who have put out Ukrainian flags on their lawns, and we know that there's an overwhelming public support of Ukrainians in this war. And so that kind of, I guess, ruins, in a way, the great reputation Australia has internationally, where there's a lot of outrage and people are saying, Australia, are you crazy? Which is unfortunate, I guess.
What was the response on the... Sorry, Tim, apologies. If I may just jump in briefly. What was the response in the first 24 hours after the tweet? Which, Alex and I followed you and we looked at your tweet and immediately shot it out so that across time zones that people would be equally aware of it. But I'm sure you will have had many responses also in general mainstream media, or was there more, say, quiet darkness about it?
Oh, it's caused an overwhelming response from mainstream media, from the Ukrainian Twitter, which, to be honest, is an amazing place. Ukrainian Twitter is just, people are so creative. And looking at those accounts and looking at the conversations that are happening in those spaces are just, just incredible. Really, you see people very well educated, really on top of the current events and discussing really profound matters, and this just, I guess, makes me happy as a Ukrainian. So a lot of the retweets were actually, a lot of my quote tweets, if you look at that tweet, were shared by Ukrainians who have added a little bit of indignation or outrage as they were sharing it. So it definitely got propagated on the Ukrainian Twitter. It actually reached Ukraine. There's articles by the Ukrainian media right now describing this situation. And of course, mainstream media have reached out. I have been interviewed maybe 5 times by different media. Some of them have reproduced my tweet. It's interesting that a lot of the times when I speak to the journalists about it, of course, they have a duty of, impartiality or objectivity, which is their standards. But at the end of each interview, they have expressed their support for the people of Ukraine, especially in this situation. So this is something that's really significant, and this is something that I feel I'm thankful for. For such a widespread media attention and public attention to this issue, because I think it's important. I think there's going to be more and more Ukrainians in many different countries, Western countries, and we just need to make sure that these occurrences aren't going to be happening increasingly often. And I guess this sets a precedent for anyone who's going to be involved in art that has to do with Ukraine to really think through their steps in creating it.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for that. I just wanted to circle back to something you said earlier on. It's very disappointing that these incidents such as this are being used as kind of bellwethers for a nation's opinion. We saw the same thing with that idiot Mick Wallace, who was an Irish MEP. We had a discussion with a couple of Irish viewers on this. This is kind of, these people are so artificially amplified by social media that they come to, casual observers will think that they're, somehow representative of a nation's take, when, nothing could be further from the truth in both Australia and Ireland's case. So it's hugely important to stress that, I think. So thank you, Olga. I'd like to ask about the process by which this mural occurred. Was this an act of graffiti? Was this a kind of spontaneous thing, or did it have, was there a political process that allowed it to happen? And also, by what process was it removed? Like, what's the local politics behind its painting and its removal, if you know?
Yeah, I know some of it. I unfortunately don't know the names of the organizations that are involved in it, just because I'm not in Melbourne and I don't know Melbourne's art scene as well. But I know that this mural has been planned for a long time, for about 6 months. And what the Ukrainian community has told me after this whole thing happened is that they initially had a consultation with this artist 4 months ago or so. And that's where the response was negative, and they have kind of recommended for the artist to reconsider the design of the mural, and then the artist had disappeared. And then 4 months after, a couple of days ago, this is what we saw. So that graffiti had appeared, well, that mural, I guess, had appeared. It wasn't a form of graffiti. It wasn't an underground kind of way of protest or anything. It was actually planned. I think he received permission for it. So I think it's also painted on a proprietary property. So he had to receive the building's permission for it. So yeah, it's been a lengthy process. And then I think he shared in his interview, the artist, that he woke up at 3 a.m. to paint over it. And so that was the outcome. But then after that, he's still selling the NFTs, which have, I believe, increased in price. To be honest, I don't know the details as much, but this is what the Ukrainian community have told me. There are a lot of Ukrainian artists in Melbourne who were part of these discussions, and of course they feel betrayed, and they feel like the artist could have done better.
Thank you very much, Olga. Shall we turn away from the mural and to a little bit more general things, perhaps? Unless, Björn, did you have a specific mural question before we move off of the mural?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's about the NFTs, because I think when you plan to make the mural and starts an NFT series right after it, this was a planned thing, and I think there's also a financial motivation. Maybe, Olga, you can say your opinion about the whole crypto, not especially crypto, but about the part of the crypto scene, the NFT scene. How it is in Ukraine. I haven't seen many people who are trying to do something in NFTs, and I'm really happy about it, because I think most of the NFT things are some kind of pump and dump and scams, and not really good for artists, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, I guess, thank you for your question. I guess you can look at it both ways. With the NFTs, I know some Ukrainian artists in Australia who have tried creating NFTs of their work, and I know that the sales of them haven't been specifically successful. So it's sometimes difficult to sell those products, I guess, or non-fungible tokens, whichever way we choose to characterize them. But in terms of crypto, so there are volunteer-driven organizations, philanthropic organizations and charities that are actively accepting donations in crypto. One of the big ones is Come Back Alive, but there's also, I believe, even the Ukrainian National Bank is at this point able to accept donations in cryptocurrency to benefit the Ukrainian army. So that is something that I find very cool. That is actually something that's very agile. And so looking at the military, command and control, and at the ways in which the Ukrainian army, and it's not just the credit doesn't just go to the army, it is to many of the volunteers that are supporting the Ukrainian army from all sides, is that they were able to really incorporate this innovation, this kind of, an innovation, on many fronts, right? The use of new platforms. So crowdfunding has been huge starting from 2014, and Come Back Alive and People's Project were the first kind of crowdfunding platforms where you could actually go online and, get a helmet for a soldier, or get a first aid kit, or buy a drone, which to me, as a sociologist looking at how people participate in wars, was something unprecedented. So today we also see that this has grown, of course, and there is the project that's called Revenge 4, for example, when you can sign a missile with a custom signature, which completely takes it to another level. It's not just buying some ammunition or buying a drone or buying personal protective equipment, but it's also deliberate, really customizing the weapons that are being used to fight a war. So this innovation is one thing that I believe has predicated the unforeseen success of Ukraine's army, and it has been developing and has been in place since 2014. So the Ukrainians had many years to really test run it and make sure it works. And we can see this on many other fronts. So tactical GIS maps, for example. The Ukrainian army has very sophisticated tactical GIS maps. The military have regular iPads on which they have been trained to use these maps. And this has all been done by the Cartographic 100. So this is just a volunteer-run organization of cartographers who realized how bad things were in early 2014, and who have contributed massively to developing these technologies, training the militaries in how to use them, and implementing them and distributing them. So a lot of these kind of bits and pieces, that's where they fit, and that's where crypto also plays a role, because many of these organizations have learned how to work with it and really translate it into something that the military needs. And it's usually very fast, agile, really gets things to the places where they're most needed. And that's something that's fascinating, because usually looking at how the military logistics work and looking at how they work when they're under a lot of strain, we know that there can be bottlenecks in when the supplies are, happening. And I'm not a military expert, so I wouldn't be able to talk in more detail. But based on my interviews with the soldiers, that is what every soldier has told me, is that whenever we need something, the volunteers are the ones that we call, and they will be able to get it to us really fast. So so I guess crypto is part of those innovations, and it's exciting to see how they are going to develop looking forward.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify. Also, I don't think crypto is bad in general. Some parts maybe, but I really thought the NFT thing can be kind of problematic. And but I'm happy that they could integrate these new systems so good. And maybe you can share some of these volunteer platforms, like the cartographers and something like this. Would be really interesting for some people, I think.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. With the NFTs, I guess my main question always is who gets to benefit from the from the sale of those NFTs, and that's, I guess, the same issue as in Australia. We have a concept that's called Aboriginalia, and that is people creating artworks that mimic kind of the Aboriginal artworks, and then selling them for profit. That doesn't actually go back to the Aboriginal communities, right? So a lot of the things, so as we see in the case with the mural, it is really not clear who's benefiting from the sale of those NFTs, and that is a huge issue in the contemporary time, because any event, any Ukraine-related event or any Ukraine-related merchandise, it really is imperative that the costs that have been raised by its sale should go back to the community that actually needs it.
Thank you very much, Olga. Let's scroll back to a time when the blockchain was just an academic concept and cryptocurrencies hadn't even started yet. You noted previously that you participated not just in the Revolution of Dignity, but also the Orange Revolution before that. Could you maybe take us into a time of, say, early 2000s, give us an idea of how the conventional Russian media were trying to sway allegiances within Ukraine, or Russian-funded media for that matter, televisions, newspapers, etc., and how this resistance, this grassroots resistance in the informational space that eventually led to the Orange Revolution started within Ukraine?
Oh, yes, I think that's a great question, and it's really exciting to be looking at the role of digital media, the kind of early adoption of internet technologies in the Orange Revolution. So back then it was late 2004, and at that time only 2 to 3% of the Ukrainian population had internet access. Most of these people had internet access at work, and so email and online websites were the primary form through which this communication happened. And what that gave rise to is online journalism. And so it's really interesting because a lot of these blogs, and I guess that is where we see in early 2000s, we saw the Ukrainian Pravda, Ukrainska Pravda, founded by Georgy Honhadze, who, as you know, subsequently got assassinated for his political activism by Russians. But or I guess by pro-Russia, Ukraine's then President Kuchma had a lot to do with it. Let's just say that. But what Honhadze essentially did is he gathered a group of professional journalists who were very good at investigative journalism and who had this platform of publishing their findings independent of the mainstream media. That could have been Kremlin controlled, could have been controlled by the president and his kind of power hierarchy. And so this rise of online journalism that was done by people who were highly trained, who were highly professional, but also that had spaces for citizen journalists to contribute different things, was really something that predicated the Orange Revolution, when a lot of inconvenient things started coming out, and when essentially after the election got rigged, this is what got people out in the streets. And I remember being a student in those times, and we would email our counterparts, many different universities in eastern Ukraine, to communicate what is happening in the West, because there was a lot of disinformation about what the demands were, what we were protesting against, and things like that. Yeah, so I guess that was a really exciting time, and that had allowed people to mobilize all over Ukraine, and it didn't have any significant outcomes. There's still the outcomes of the Orange Revolution are still largely critiqued, but this first instance of mobilization had then, I guess, prepared Ukrainians for what came next. And so the revolution of dignity, of course, digital media were much more involved in that mobilization.
Can you tell us a little bit more about how Russia, in maybe a little bit more details, how Russia and Russia-affiliated and Kremlin-affiliated or Kremlin-aligned conventional media were what were they doing, let's say, around the time of the 2004 presidential election, just before that, in the immediate aftermath? What was the conventional media landscape in Ukraine during the time of the Orange Revolution as well?
I guess the main thing that the Russian or pro-Russian media were doing is they were trying to keep Ukraine in the orbit of influence by Russia. So that was a big issue when Ukraine was to determine its course. And I guess Ukraine had a bit of an identity crisis, if you will. Starting from its independence in 1991, there wasn't a coherent foreign policy in the country. There wasn't a coherent state-building project domestically. And so that led to a bit of a uncertainty of what Ukraine of the future would look like. And so that is essentially what the Russian media did. Well, first of all, it dominated the media landscape by a huge factor. So all of the Russian-owned channels, they were pretty much culturally assimilating Ukraine into the Russian culture. And unfortunately, we still had that lingering way into 2010s, and even in 2020 in eastern Ukraine, it's predominantly Russian media dominated. And so the internet, of course, created these feasible alternative and these spaces where people could actually perhaps share some other, even culturally, even looking at the things that at the popular culture products that had been consumed by Ukrainians at the time. A lot of them, unfortunately, were Russian. And so Ukraine was very late in adopting some of the, I guess, more protectionist laws that had to do with Ukrainian language, with the use of Ukrainian language in the public, with the use of Ukrainian language in the media. So that language question became a bit of a battleground, starting from early 2000s, and I guess even before that, and going into, of course, 2010s and into the Revolution of Dignity. And so I guess the discovery that was made in the Revolution of Dignity was that language wasn't as significant as many Ukrainians had been taught. And the Revolution of Dignity was the first time when Ukrainians from the West stood next to the Ukrainians from the East and realized they were one people. So this formation of the national identity, that is when it happened. And that is something that unfortunately wasn't possible before. And we can look at the classical works of, say, Benedict Anderson that talks about the the imagined communities, and he starts his history with the Roman Empire and how the newspapers were being delivered all across the Roman Empire, and that really helped foment that national identity of a Roman. And so I guess that understanding that media plays such an integral role in the formation of national identity, and how media was in a way mismanaged through the first years of Ukraine's independence, how there was no independent media, strictly speaking. So after the Orange Revolution, actually, or through the Orange Revolution, we see not just the online media, but there were also alternative television channels that had appeared during that time that sort of tried to convey a more objective vision of what was happening in the country and expose systemic corruption that was happening in the government, and just really do high quality investigations of that. So I guess that is one issue with the media landscape from the Orange Revolution and kind of extending to the Revolution of Dignity, is that still there wasn't media wasn't part of the state building project to the extent that it should have been, and that is what created spaces for Russia to really manipulate public consciousness. Even though right now what we're seeing is a lot of Ukrainians are making a conscious choice to speak Ukrainian, for example, even though they have been Russified or have been coming from the areas that have been forcefully Russified over the past hundreds of years. And so right now there's finally this reckoning. Let's not consume Russian popular culture. Let us not consume Russian literature. There's excellent literature in Ukraine. There's excellent music in Ukraine. And so I guess this cultural renaissance is also really significant, even though we're in the wartime and there's much more significant things happening. But that is also integral for, I guess, determining Ukraine's future and what it's going to look like.
You mentioned already the assassination of Georgi Kungadze, the journalist, the founder of Ukrainska Pravda. There was the other big scandal a few years later, just before the 2004 presidential elections, was of course the poisoning of Yushchenko. Right? How did that reverberate, let's say, in the new informational space within Ukraine? How did the coverage of it in the freshly established internet media, perhaps, or the precursors to social media, differ from that in represented by, let's say, the established media run by a few oligarchs, people friendly to the Kremlin and the likes?
So yes, definitely the poisoning of Yushchenko was a pivotal moment, and if you remember, that was right before, I think, the third phase of the elections when Yushchenko ultimately won. And yes, it was there is a broad history of assassinations, and some of them we know, and I guess some of them we will never find out. And the case, so it starts from Vyacheslav Chernovil, right in the early 90s, who was assassinated under very mysterious circumstances, and who was that political figure that kind of potentially could have united Ukraine, or at least been elected for office, and so on and so on. We also know that these political assassinations haven't stopped. We remember the case of Katerina Handzuk, who also was an investigative journalist, actually in Kherson, and who had been assassinated by, I guess, the people who are related to the state apparatus. She had something on them. So the poisoning of Yushchenko is really puzzling because it hasn't been, no one's been caught. And so this is a big question to Yushchenko as a president, to the judicial system that was under him. That's, I guess, a question that many people are actually curious about, is why would he not even have a personal goal to find who poisoned him and punish them? So that is one thing that I guess is still a question that's up in the air, but it also signifies that the judicial system at the time hadn't been properly reformed. And unfortunately, that lasted all through the Revolution of Dignity. Even now, there are some
Siren
questionable
alert
appointments
update.
in the
Donetsk, full
judiciary
alert. This message
sphere
has
where
been generated with municipal data.
So after the Revolution of Dignity, there was a point of it's called lustration. So basically, to not allow anyone who has been appointed previously to be reappointed under the new government. And unfortunately, that has been fragmentary, and some of the kind of very old guard had nonetheless been appointed to the new positions. And so this reform, I guess, of the judiciary system is taking place, but it's been slower than expected. And I guess Yushchenko's poisoning was one of those cases that really showed that, well, even Yushchenko couldn't punish whoever did this to him. So how effective is it really? But I mean, under Yushchenko, there have been many cultural advancements and cultural developments.
Siren alert update.
One significant one was the
full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
And also which produced a massive archive and massive kind of public knowledge on the Holodomor, on the hunger genocide of Ukrainians, which is one of these pages of history that, looking back, right, being in the middle of a genocide that we are today, looking back at how it was, it really resonates with a lot of people right now. And so there are a lot of things that Ukraine owes Yushchenko as the third president. But yeah, there were also valid criticisms.
I'll ask you one last question about the Orange Revolution, kind of to build a foundation for then what were the differences between that and the Revolution of Dignity. How did organizing take place for that? How much was the internet important in it, precursors to social media, chat rooms and the like, and just how did it occur?
So being a participant in both revolutions, and I've also worked for Nasha Ukraina at a certain point, that was later after the Orange Revolution, starting from, I believe, 2006. I do know that there was a large degree. So Orange Revolution was still a more traditional form of organizing, where there are party headquarters that organized buses. So of course people went out to protest on their own, but there was infrastructural support. So for example, if one wanted to go and protest in Kyiv, there would be a lot of kind of infrastructure that was enabled that to happen. And that was funded to a large degree by Nasha Ukraina, by the party, and also by many private donations. But it was mostly done through institutions. Whereas in the Revolution of Dignity, that is where we see this phenomenon. And I'm very critical to this idea of connective action, because connective action is, well, it doesn't really do justice to kind of platform-mediated movements of the present time. And I guess one of these remarkable movements that connective action theory is built on is the Occupy movement. And so basically what connective action says is that we don't need institutional intermediaries anymore because we have social media. We can just organize on social media. We can personalize the framing of the protest, so we can articulate it in personal terms, stuff that's important to me personally, and that is why I am joining this protest. And that is kind of that seems to be the theory, which we should be critical about, because in fact, the Revolution of Dignity was built not on social media, but on social networks. So these were the people's networks, people that knew each other, people that were together in different community organizations that knew each other from the past. They were the ones mobilizing their people, I guess. And that's one thing that's really different from between the Revolution of Dignity and the Orange Revolution, is that these people in the Revolution of Dignity, of course, mobilized over social media. They kind of communicated through social media, communicated through text messages, and that's how they were able to organize. But essentially, the role of social media in this protest is somewhat exaggerated. It would have, of course, happened in the absence of social media. Of course, we can talk about the fateful Facebook post by Mustafa Nayem, which did help gather people on Maidan, but things would have probably happened in the absence of it. One thing that was significant in the Revolution of Dignity were the live streams. And that was something, if you remember, there were many new media channels that had appeared at the time, Espresso TV being one of them. And Espresso TV, all they did in the early kind of days after their inception was just broadcasting the live streams from different Maidans and showing what's happening. And we all remember the journalist Bogdan Kutepov walking around with his iPad and just interviewing people. And that actually helped show this kind of very grassroots nature of the protest. Because again, Russian narratives have really tried to delegitimize those protests, talk about Ukraine as a failed state, talk about those protesters as paid and all these things that weren't true. And so I guess these live streams really helped provide a counter narrative to a very powerful Russian narrative pushed by the Russian propaganda machine in delegitimizing Maidan.
Would you say that they helped maintain it as opposed to start it? You said that it would have started anyway, even without the Facebook post by Mustafa Nayem. But would you say that this helped maintain the resolve a lot more than it would have been otherwise, and maybe bring in people who wouldn't otherwise have been brought in, and thus really maximize the efficacy of it?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, that was definitely, it amplified the scale and it amplified the scope. So those are the two things that social media helped do. And that is why we saw those very numerous protests. We saw those I participated in the March of the Millions, which was happening in early December. And that was pretty much shared on social media. It was like, well, let's all go to Kiev on this and this day, and we need millions marching in the streets of Khreshchatyk. And that was, I guess, that was a significant thing that happened on social media. But also a very curious thing that I personally found fascinating is seeing how Maidan was happening in spaces that weren't supportive of the Revolution of Dignity. And one of those very interesting cases is the case of Mariupol. So in Mariupol, the Russian propaganda was it was overwhelming. And once, as you probably know, when the occupation of eastern Ukraine started, it was a soft kind of occupation. What happened is a lot of political tourists were bused to different cities in eastern Ukraine. And that is it's really an interesting strategy, because if it's a big city, it is really difficult to say if somebody is not from your city, because people don't know each other as well. And so in those circumstances, protesting and being part of the Euromaidan in Mariupol was actually quite dangerous. And the people who did feel like protesting, who did feel like they could relate to the causes of the protesters, they were really afraid, including because these political tourists sort of manufactured the consensus that Maidan is illegitimate, that people of Mariupol don't support Maidan. And so social media were their only place of refuge where they could communicate with people who were like-minded. And the way they did it is they changed their names to some random avatars. I guess they adopted avatars. And their avatars had something patriotic on them. So they would usually be a blue and yellow avatar or some patriotic symbols. They wouldn't know each other's real names, but then seeing those people in different publics, in different Facebook groups, they knew they could trust those people, and then they accepted them into kind of a smaller circle of trusted people. And so right now, seeing what's happening with the fellas, it actually reminds me very much the situation of Mariupol, where that is how people found each other. That was one proclamation of identity, which side you're on, and kind of proclamation of one's views that helped people feel safe, helped them not be persecuted. They understood that they were under immense danger, and so when the Luhansk and Donetsk People's Republics were sort of announced, Mariupol knew that they were next, and they did everything in their power to prevent it. Unfortunately, they paid a very high price for their resistance. But what they did is really, it went down in history as an incredible act of mobilizing. And they pretty much were able to turn the tables in the whole city, where many people just came to them. Well, so later on, when Mariupol was liberated from the Russian occupiers in 2015, they had so many people come to them and say, well, I had a sense that I was alone and that nobody, none of the people that I knew in the city supported Ukraine. But then they realized how many there were of those who felt very strongly about living in independent Ukraine. And so that was a pivotal moment when they were able to turn those tables and to, Mariupol was Ukraine. It was very clear. They were protesting up until the full-scale Russian invasion.
Olga, I'll briefly ask you something about the current invasion, then revert back to a little bit more details about the Revolution of Dignity. There was a suggestion by someone, I forget whom, in this space back in March, maybe early April, that part of the reason why Russia is destroying Mariupol the way they are is to punish Mariupol for daring to go against them, go against their designs and interests back in 2014, 2015. Would you give that any credence? What do you think of that idea?
I mean, it's a really difficult topic, right? And it's really difficult to speak of Mariupol, knowing the terrible kinds of atrocities that happened there, knowing that the body count is still being calculated, that there's, I guess, between 87,000 and 120,000 of the death toll, and it keeps rising as the new remnants are discovered. So in a way, it's really, I feel it's really problematic to say, oh yes, all of these people were punished for doing this. But essentially, I think Putin understood that he wouldn't be able to take Mariupol. Mariupol was a stronghold. There were exciting things happening in Mariupol post 2015, ever since Mariupol made it very clear that it is part of Ukraine. There were really exciting cultural developments in the civil society. Mariupol was an amazing place, and I guess there is some truth to the fact that Putin understood that he's not going to take it. And I guess as the more kind of they forced and they tried to take it, the more resistance they saw. And we know that the defenders of Azovstal had fought until the very end, and that was pretty much they defended it for as long as they could. And I guess Putin, I'm not sure if it's true, but I heard that Putin's military command reported back to him that it is not going to be possible to take Mariupol, and Putin said, well, allegedly, again, we don't know what he said, but he said that, I don't care about the casualties, go ahead, this is your task. And I guess that is what ended up happening, and it's really tragic. And again, we see that Kharkiv was very inspired by Mariupol. Kharkiv also had those widespread protests. Many people in Kharkiv felt the same way as they have in Mariupol. We saw the same happening in Kherson, and we are seeing these cities are being deliberately destroyed. So I guess there is some pattern to Putin seeing the resistance, or Kremlin seeing the resistance, and really understanding that they're not going to be able to occupy it and pretend like peaceful life still goes on. I remember Russian media tried to film the occupied Kherson for a few times, and the optics just weren't great, because every time they tried to film the narrative, something went wrong, somebody would jump into the camera or shout something. And so what they ended up showing is they showed some film footage from the streets of Murmansk, that is in Russia, to show that Kherson is doing well, everyone's happy in it. So even with relatively little destruction, they weren't able to craft the narrative that they wanted to. And so I guess the understanding that in Kharkiv, in Mykolaiv, in Kherson, that's just not going to happen, puts these cities at this point to a tremendous risk.
Thank you very much, Olga.
In this context, Toman, if I just may jump in very briefly, I apologize, but because I have to go to the other call. Olga, thank you once again for sharing your thoughts and taking your time with us. It's much appreciated. Our colleague Tim Sennett earlier this morning discovered yet again that media on all fronts is not quite infallible. Tim, could you highlight what you discovered today in what can only be described a very unfortunate circumstance of the opinion page headliners and liners of The Guardian? Maybe we have just another mural.
Oh, it's important to stress this was not on the opinion page. This was on one of the Guardian's lead Ukraine stories from Isabel Koshev, who used to work for the Kiev Post, and Dan Sabag, who I believe is a defense correspondent in Kiev. The headline was Ukraine offensive prompts Kherson separatists to pause poll on joining Russia. Kherson separatists, which is just a truly insane way to say Russian occupation authorities, for that is what they are. So yeah, I've got a tweet about that.
So the question is for Olga. Yeah, Olga, what do you think about otherwise reasonably reputable newspapers in the world and their online presences coming up with statements like that?
I saw that headline, and I, of course, share your indignation with it. I felt the same way, but I think also we have to remember that there are editorial policies. And so as a Ukraine scholar, writing about Ukraine starting from 2014, I have encountered many times when, for example, I would say, after Euromaidan, the Ukrainian government did blah, 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 and the editors would correct me saying provisional government, right? So a lot of these things are ironically really, a lot of these editorial policies are very inflexible. That is one very significant facet of Russian intervention and Russian foreign influence, is the fact that Russia really plays with our view of reality. And so that is very hard to change. And so, of course, right now, we don't talk about separatists anymore. But back in 2014 and 15, whatever I would write about Ukraine, it would get corrected and it would be Russian-backed separatists. Whatever that means, that was the official version of truth. And unfortunately, for many international venues, that remains to be the case. And so I suspect it might have been the case that there have been some editing that happened to that article, and perhaps that's where the separatists came from. I'm not sure if it's the two Ukrainians who wrote it, to what extent
I checked in the meantime. And it evidently is a line given by the editor in agreement with a journalist, which I find rather surprising given the fact that she once worked for the Kiev Post. What is more, should we say, inciting, is that this is the first time somebody in Western media uses that Russian tagline. Kherson separatists has not been used by any of the main press outlets at all so far. Now, Tim was so kind as to look into it and believes that there is a likelihood that the Guardian's editor used a news aggregator underlying it, which could be related to TASS, which then feeds through Reuters marketplace yet again.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's Reuters marketplace used by the Guardian and pushing it through their editorial staff, then that just means somebody at the Guardian needs to take a leave of absence, preferably until they reintegrate themselves into the food chain.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I do think that's a very plausible scenario of what happened there. To be honest, I was surprised to what extent this merger between, or I guess not merger, this agreement between TASS and Reuters at the very beginning, at the early days of the war was missed. Nobody actually talked about it. And then sometime, every once in a while, we would get an outrageous Reuters headline, which somehow everybody would be surprised. And I guess my reaction to that would just be like, what did you expect? They're affiliated with TASS. They're essentially the mouthpiece of TASS at this point. But yeah, definitely, that is something that hasn't been talked about enough. Perhaps that has to do with the kind of broader media ecosystem and how reliant many of the international newspapers are on those news aggregators, and how perhaps there is some implicit unwillingness to expose Reuters for what they've done, but really Yes, it is hugely concerning that some of the narratives are sifting through through there and over, kind of spilling over into the broader coverage of Ukraine. The New York Times has also been guilty, not in all articles, but in many of the articles. They still talk about Russian-backed separatists, for instance. And so many
You
venues,
mean the paper
unfortunately.
of Walter Duranty?
Yes, the same paper, yeah.
Well, they never get out of their mud, right? I mean, they are still stuck in that rut.
But they refuse to take the Pulitzer away from him post-mortem,
Yeah,
so...
I've tried to highlight this various times here on this base. I would join you in whatever kind of campaign you want to wage from down under. So we'll put it into the northern hemisphere. That this is really high time for them to revert those two genocidal Pulitzers.
Two genocidal Pulitzers. Who's the second?
They received 2 Pulitzer Prizes in relation to the reporting of Mr. Duranty.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I just knew that he was a Pulitzer, but okay, yes, definitely. I mean, the Ukrainians worldwide have petitioned to have the Pulitzer taken away many times, and I guess after the most recent campaign was after the movie about Gareth Jones. I hope that some of you have seen this movie. If you haven't, it is really essential viewing, I guess, for understanding the Holodomor and the ways in which it was distorted in the Western media. And I guess a lot of it has a very contemporary, eerily contemporary feeling. And that is something that Agnieszka
Siren
Holland
alert
did
update.
especially well with that
Donetsk,
movie.
all clear.
So
This
yes,
message has
definitely,
been
if
generated with municipal
there are
data.
campaigns every once in a while, and I would encourage everyone to join them, because this is something that is happening in front of our very eyes again. And I guess it doesn't really, to me, the most ridiculous thing is that we're still debating. So there are scholars of genocide who are right now debating whether what's happening in Ukraine is an accident, is it just a byproduct of war, all that stuff, whether it's a true genocide. And to be honest, I just can't believe that these are the discussions that we're having in this day and age, knowing very well that in the Ukrainian, the reality is that it is textbook version of genocide, and if it's not recognized as genocide, then perhaps our definition needs to be expanded. But then again, I guess history will
Siren alert
judge us, and
update.
hopefully,
Donetsk, all clear.
yeah,
This message
hopefully
has
we'll be
been
able to
generated with
get to the
municipal
bottom
data.
of it.
Olga, why do you think so many people, wise, smart, educated people, refuse to take Putin at his word? Right, a year ago or so, he published that essay, that article, in which he clearly outlined that he is intent on pursuing genocide. How much clearer could it be, even if people might say, oh no, it's a fog of war, we don't really know what's happening on the ground? When the intention is so clearly stated as it wasn't there, why do people refuse to believe it?
It's a great question, and it's something that has puzzled me in the early days. So we all were observing, we had a lot of information about the Russia accumulating forces pretty much on all sides of Ukraine. So from the north, from the east, from the south, we saw that this was about to happen. And so this dismissive kind of complicit tone of many analysts that said exactly that it's the fog of war, that it's a diplomatic maneuver, that it's whatever. I don't know, but I guess to Ukrainians, of course, they felt threatened because they have been living through this war for the past 8 years, and they really knew what was possible. We all knew about the stories in the occupied areas of Ukraine and what happened to the people there. We all know what happened in Crimea. This is such a classic example of settler colonialism, when a lot of national parks got really tall fences built around them that people could no longer use. I mean, it's just outrageous what was happening. The land grab that had happened in Crimea is just colossal. But even though this information was there, I guess very few people reacted to it, and very few people prepared for it. Ukraine including. Ukraine was utterly unprepared to face this invasion. let's be frank about it. Right now, everything is much better organized, but in the early days of the war, I guess those are the alarming signs that were missed. And this has probably something to do with how we view the world, right? We're looking at Mearsheimer and his opinion pieces on Ukraine. He still won't admit he was wrong. So a lot of the theories kind of that we have about how the world works probably need to be reconsidered in dealing with Russia.
Thank you, Olga. Now I'm kind of at a decision point. Right. Let's go through the questions from Alex, Finance, and Alex, and then I will revert back and ask you a little bit more about the revolution of dignity, let's say the counter-revolution to the Euromaidan that was sponsored by whom you termed earlier very appropriately as political tourists, because I think there's a lot more that we can learn from that, and especially since this is a very international space. We have people from all over, well, lots of Kiwis and Aussies right now, as well as Europeans from all over, as most Americans are asleep. But nevertheless, I think it'd be very valuable to look a little bit more into that in a minute. Let's get to Alex W. first, however.
Good evening, Olga. You were talking about a bit about the relationship between TASS and Reuters, and the question that sort of occurred to me was, do you think that, within the Australian media environment, the ability to report on international news has largely atrophied, so we're very reliant on those cable services? Do you think that that more emphasis should be put on perhaps making sure that these sources are actually checked? And would you agree, firstly? And do you think that we should place more emphasis on doing, proper reportage and proper journalism and making sure that we verify the sources rather than just taking these cable service stories and then just republishing them?
To be honest, Alex, thank you for your question. I think that's a good thing to discuss. I've been observing closely the Australian footage of the escalation in Ukraine before the war started, and obviously of the war. I did find it at times much higher quality than the top international venues, and I must say I have been pleasantly surprised with the level of granularity, with the depth of analysis that has been present here domestically. I was slightly sometimes more upset, or I guess disappointed with SBS, and I think part of it could be that SBS actually has a Russian arm. And so this is one thing that I still can't kind of wrap my head around, because we've petitioned. So in our protests, in our anti-war protests that have been happening since the invasion, one of the things that I personally had a poster for was to sanction Russian media. And we know that this Russian propaganda, it sifts through. It's not as easy as just sanctioning the source, so blocking RT and Sputnik TV and all the Russian channels. But at the same time, we have to remember that there is a significant, not significant, but there is a Russian minority, right? There is a Russian population in Australia that still has access to Russian domestic news. And that is one thing that I'm finding really problematic. I understand the rights to access these news, and I understand the willingness of SBS to cater to multicultural audiences, which is commendable and which is something that Australia does particularly well. But in this case, with SBS, I felt like there were conflicting, allegiances, exactly because of the way that it's set up. Even though, to be honest, most stories, and at the end of the day, weren't, for the most part, they were decent, and the coverage was decent. So I think there was always the need, and also I worked with an organization with RMIT Fact Check. I actually did help them fact check a few legal documents from Ukraine in the biolabs case, where Russia has manufactured some hostage documents, invoices and whatnot, as if to prove that Kyiv was really developing biolabs, which was ridiculous. But in any case, we do have that. We do have fact-checking in Australia, and I feel like they're doing a decent job. Of course, they could always do better, but sometimes the analysis has been really insightful.
Thank you, Olga. Finance.
Yeah, every once in a while I don't post or talk about economics. I wind up getting to talk about genocide as a Jewish dude whose family ran away from Russia. So here we are. Yeah, it's a fucking genocide. I don't understand why this is an argument. I don't understand why there's still debate over the Holodomor. Like, I don't get it. Like, there's 500,000, give or take, kids kidnapped to Russia, 3 million Ukrainians kidnapped to Russia that have gone through concentration camps called filtration centers. We're seeing, I mean, they even have Auschwitz on friggin' wheels, that have been seen in battle space. So I don't really understand how this is a fucking argument. Like, the scenes and discussion coming out of Kherson Oblast before this offensive started sounded straight out of something from the Nazi World War II occupied territory. Like that's what we're talking about here. And I truly don't understand how people have missed this memo. 100,000 dead is the estimate of Mariupol right now. Like, I truly don't get how media can call this anything else. Like, what the fuck other term do we have in humanity for this?
Thank you for your comment, Finance. It's really insightful too, because I guess one thing that we Ukrainians are trying very hard is to be respectful to, to the Jewish people who have been through recognized genocide and who might get offended if we start comparing our experiences, because of course there's always arguments that they're structurally different and everything. But I do think that there's benefits in drawing those historical parallels, because what you've just mentioned, it's actually true. Yeah, those mobile crematoriums, the filtration camps, we already saw that, and somehow, ironically, I think I actually saw it on Twitter. It said that, what did it say? It said that Germany, so when genocide happened again, Germany started funding it or something like that. Germany denied it and funded it. And that's, I guess, that's a very sad takeaway from the history from World War II in particular, from those times, that we're not drawing these lessons and we're not recognizing historical events that have a lot of similarities. I had a really insightful chat with a curator of the Jewish Museum in Melbourne. And actually, I think Jewish museums and Holocaust museums in particular are very well positioned right now to have their say in really extending these historical parallels. And there's a lot to be studied, I guess, in this by those who study genocides. So yeah, I can only hope as a Ukrainian. And I guess another thing, so when I was talking to my Jewish colleagues, they recall that at the time when the Holocaust was acknowledged as a genocide, a lot of people who have been through those concentration camps, to them, it was almost as if too little, too late. And so, in a way, I'm not sure how much retribution would it be for so many Ukrainians who have been through all these atrocities if it gets recognized. But I think it's really important that it is recognized. And I think, yeah, I guess hoping that these things will never get repeated, but seeing them happening in the real time is surely unsettling.
And again, we're back to, even if they don't believe what's going on the ground, for whatever reason, whatever harebrained reason they might have for that, Putin told everyone publicly, it's black and white. He published his intentions. Right? How blinded do you have to be? How reticent do you have to be when, the serial killer leaves you a written description of what he intends to do and the reasons for it, and there's a series of murders going on, and you don't connect those dots. That's the thing that always stumps me, because it is so easy. It is so easy when you not only have the motive, but when you have the one of the perpetrators behind it, outline it very detailedly and very clearly. Alex Kafteli, let's go to you, and then, as I flagged before, I'm going to return back a little bit to the Revolution of Dignity. Olga, how are you on time? We've already had you for an hour, and we could obviously keep talking to you for many hours. Are you all right staying a little bit longer?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to stay for 15 more minutes, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Alex Kafteli, please go ahead, and then I just really want to cover some points on Euromaidan. Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you. I was very interested in when you were describing these so-called political tourists and how they infiltrated and how they created false picture that they are actually, their opinion is the majority. I find many analogies in a situation where Georgia is now. I'm Georgian, currently also in Georgia. And there are a lot of Russian so-called tourists coming here, and people do not see really the risk. At first sight, like the property prices are going up, some of those girls are easily available for a glass of wine. I don't think, there is always this boy talk, but I don't think people really understand the risks that they are. It's not that glass of wine they are trading, it's potentially their freedom. Those people are also targeting, and again, they raise property prices up because they don't even start negotiating prices. They pay whatever you tell them to pay. So I'd like to see more of that information. I joined your followers. If you could advise, I'll probably write to you in DM. If you could advise some of articles that describe this phenomenon in details, like they cannot hide their language barrier because they are Russians, but still, Russians do know all the weak points and are pretty good at exploiting them. So I'd like to kind of increase the awareness of potential risks, especially the hidden ones. Just wanted to comment on that.
Thank you for your comment and for your question, Alex. I do know that Russia has employed, so pretty much Russia has used the exact Georgian playbook that they used in 2008 to occupy the eastern Ukrainian territories. We all know and we all stand in solidarity with it. And we see Russia being extremely good at this. So it is those organizations that are hiding under the guise of different cultural communities of interest. We know of the Night Wolves, which are I have a lot of interest in the Night Wolves. I'm actually about to publish a paper on them worldwide, just looking at the role that these kind of seemingly authentic community organizations play in furthering Russian geopolitical influence in various democracies. And you're right that, they're easily identifiable. You can't outlaw Russians. They create different communities, and they seem they don't seem dangerous, I guess, right, on the surface. But once you start looking deeper, it is very easy to activate those communities. And I know I sound like someone who's paranoid, but I've looked at this deeply, and I'm very concerned. And it's not just the Night Wolves. You have Russian Orthodox choirs. You have what have you. In Australia, I know for a fact that they have different publics. Sometimes it would be a Facebook group for people who like to go hiking. Somehow they're very well funded. They're joined by unsuspecting Australians. They hire a bus and go somewhere, explore. But what they're doing is they're actually creating kind of those core communities through which that foreign influence then can take place. And I do agree with you that this is very concerning, especially in light of Georgia's history and seeing what Russia has done in Georgia and continues to do. So I do agree there is a danger of it. I don't have any suggestions, I guess, at this point, even though I'm seeing increasingly. So there is, as you know, a movement in the European Union to cancel the Schengen visas for Russians. I think this is a matter of Georgian national security as much as of any country's national security. And yes, I'm going to watch the developments in your country with great interest.
Thank you very much, Olga. And Alex already breached the thing I really wanted to go into. Could you outline for us very briefly how the Euromaidan happened in places other than Kiev? Because it's often wrongly portrayed as though it was a Kiev-only affair. And also how these counter movements to the Euromaidan were structured, organized, televised, let's say, or at least portrayed in the media by those connected with the Kremlin or working in Kremlin's interest at the time of the Euromaidan, so the winter 2013-2014, the time of the Revolution of Dignity.
Sure. So every city, starting from smaller towns to medium-sized cities, had its own Maidan, right? Maidan is the central square, so presumably there is one in every city, and that is where people gathered to express their concern with the reversal of Ukraine's European course towards European integration, of the not signed the association agreement by Yanukovych. And that was happening. So in the West and in central Ukraine, that was happening in pretty much every city. It wasn't as safe to be doing these things in places like Mariupol, which is why it's so interesting to look at this. So what Mariupol residents have told me, that at the time it was a purview of maybe up to 20 activists who really felt the courage to go and protest against not signing the association agreement by Yanukovych. Whereas these anti-Maidan, what these political tourists did is they utilized, they used the opportunity to recruit people who were unemployed, who were in all kinds of precarious circumstances, usually suffering from alcoholism and unemployment, or destitute, or really poor. So these are the people who they offered some amounts of money to recruit them into this anti-Maidan. And so those who knew these parts of the local population really well could, I guess, figure it out very fast. But for the television, it might have looked legitimate, and that was what was used to create the vision of there being an anti-Maidan protest. We also know that in Kiev and elsewhere, we also know the phenomenon of titushki. This is something that I guess it was so long ago that we seem to forget that they even existed, but titushki were essentially thugs that were used to do the bidding of those who paid them and essentially beat up some of the protesters. And as we know, some of the heroes of the Heavenly Hundred of Nebesna Sotnya were beaten to death by these titushki in some completely random places, going home from Maidan, descending into the metro station and in many different places. So these, the activation. But I guess the key thing was to bring in the Russian population, or some parts of some batches of Russian political tourists into the country. It's much harder to do that, for example, in Western Ukraine, where, again, as Alex had mentioned, you see that language barrier. You see that people do not speak Ukrainian, and that's a huge distinguishing. That's a telltale sign that someone might be from Russia. Whereas in Eastern Ukraine, it was a much more subtle difference, and it was harder to tell until we saw people. The local people saw people not know the landmarks. They saw people not know how to pay in Ukrainian currency, in hryvnias, and so on. So there were signs that suggested that people are new to the city. But overall, they were highly effective in recruiting those marginalized populations, precarious populations. But this is where the internet played the role, because people across different cities started communicating with each other. And I forget the exact distribution, but I think Kharkiv received tourists from Rostov and Mariupol received tourists from elsewhere. So they were actually they could identify even the cities where those tourists were coming from, and they usually came from the same city. So yeah, that's how those early stages of Euromaidan, that's how they were organized, and that's how they were broadcast in the Russian media to delegitimize the Maidan protests.
And additionally, on top of that, how did that then spread into the, let's say, broadly Western, everywhere west of Ukraine, at the very least, media space as well? And how was that countered by the grassroots, the ground up social media decentralized offensive by the Ukrainians?
I guess the breaking point in Maidan was the beating of the students and minor children, essentially, by the riot police. And that was something that didn't... So at first, so this is actually one of the things that had provided such an impetus for Maidan. Because before that, it was mostly... the protesters were mostly highly educated people who understood what it means to be part of the EU, who saw that as their future, but it was a very particular part of the population that was usually highly educated. Whereas after those students got beaten, it became a national cause. Many ordinary people were coming and saying, "This is not happening in my country." So that is how it escalated, and how the local Maidans had started. One fascinating thing with these mini Maidans is that they were happening worldwide. There was one happening in every major city in the United States, which had Ukrainian communities, and so it's one of my research papers looks at really the role of these diasporas in articulating and translating the Euromaidan protest to their local communities, to their national governments. This is something that we, of course, saw a lot happen here in Sydney, where I am, where a lot of the times, even as in the case with the mural, right, the local Ukrainian community was able to articulate their vision and their reading of this artwork. And so this is I guess, one of the legacies of Euromaidan, is this mobilization among people from different backgrounds, from different social strata, from different waves of immigration, and having them work together side by side, which is, I guess, really amazing in terms of its unification of the Ukrainians.
And then these political tourists that you mentioned were going to places like Mariupol, like Kharkiv. They changed into something much more insidious still, right? With the annexation of Crimea, with the attempt to foment something that might look like a separatist movement in eastern Ukraine, but was nothing of the sort. Also in places that escaped the face of Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts early on, such as Kharkiv, for example, right? How did that transition happen, and how was that countered effectively by, say, action with the social media as well?
Well, in many ways. So Kharkiv, Dnipro, Mykolaiv, Odessa, they knew they were next on the map, and they mobilized, and there was a lot of resources were engaged and thrown onto countering these political tourists. We know that in Dnipro, we know that Kolomoisky, the oligarch, played a significant role in, I guess, supporting this mobilization efforts, to the extent that Dnipro doesn't get repeat the fate of Donetsk. So there was definitely that, but it by that time it was the people's struggle. So everyone understood the risks. Everyone saw the consequences of political tourists and their actions, and everybody who understood it got together and really tried to repel this threat. That's pretty much all I can say. I really only have studied Mariupol in detail, so I know how the events have unfolded. There's an excellent memoir written about those early events in Mariupol by the author whose pseudonym is Ivan Bohdan. He wrote a very detailed, he's a former national security analyst, and he wrote a very, very detailed account of who was where, when the events in Mariupol were taking place. And that actually helps really chronicle those events and put accordingly and understand what was happening. So I know some parts about what happened in Kharkiv, what happened in Dnipro, in Mykolaiv, but my knowledge of that is very fragmentary. But I do know that they took the lessons from Donetsk very close to heart, and I know that they were able to succeed partially because of social media, because they could communicate with people who they knew from other cities and understand, because once you catch this pattern, then you know what to look for, right? So this is the kind of the nature of the Russian influence operations. This is why it is so important to watch what is happening right now, as we need to know what the pattern is. And then once we do, it becomes easier to detect and contradict or somehow intervene in those scenarios. So at the time, that is what people did, and that was a big role that social media played in it, is that they were able to communicate very fast across different cities and really update each other on what was happening.
After 2015, during the years, say, between 2015, 2016, and then 2022, a lot of Ukrainians previously here with us, and a lot of our actually fellow moderators who are from Ukraine, told us that during that period, a lot of people in Ukraine who might have previously had actual some genuine pro-Russian sentiments, even though those were relatively few in number in the first place, in places like Odessa or Kharkiv, that even they largely changed their attitudes after they've seen what a disaster the occupied territories in the east of Ukraine have been, also economically, but also socially from a perspective of freedom, whereas Ukraine has modernized, Europeanized in this period since 2014 until this most recent full-scale invasion in February 2022, decentralized quite substantially with the introduction of Hromadas and the like, and how even they have changed their tune by and large because of all of these very observable differences between regression in those occupied territories in the east, both socially and politically and economically, and this progress that Free Ukraine has been making in that period. Would you say that this was also amplified by this internet culture and in the spreading of information through non-standard media, also portals that have opened during this time, be that the various newspaper portals and the like, and how much of an effect would you say these have had in promoting this vision of a free European Ukraine, especially in places that might have had some more people that have had genuine pro-Russian sentiments, however small those were in number in the first place?
I think that's definitely a good point. That's definitely something that we saw. I know that there's been surveys about that, and I know that probably whoever has that data can give a much more distinct and clear answer to that. But definitely there was a lot of that happening, and I guess one frame through which a lot of Russian-speaking Ukrainians, that was one significant counter-narrative to the Russian narratives, is that the emergence of this, prototype or a type of a Russian-speaking Ukrainian. Because even now, one huge mistake that a lot of international media are making, a lot of the times when I'm being interviewed, that's the question that I'm being asked. Something like, well, but you do realize that there are Russian speakers in the East. So a lot of the times the fact that someone spoke Russian was equated to them being pro-Russian. And that is something that a lot of external observers that didn't have a sufficient background on Ukraine had a very hard time understanding. So I guess that was one of the counter-narratives to the Russian propaganda narrative about separatists, was that these are Russian-speaking Ukrainians. They're as Ukrainian as it gets. They had been forcefully Russified over the past 300 years, but they are essentially Ukrainians and they have a Ukrainian identity. And I guess that inclusive articulation of Ukrainian identity, not an ethnocentric, right? Because the Russian identity is essentially ethnocentric. It is about the great and mighty Russian nation. There's all these myths, historical myths connected to what it means to be a Russian, whereas Ukrainian identity throughout the early years of Ukraine's independence, there really wasn't any clarity on the boundaries of that identity, who counts as Ukrainian, who doesn't. So it is only during the times of Euromaidan that this identity solidified, and it was a national identity in the civic sense. It wasn't that whoever is a Ukrainian only speaks Ukrainian and has pure 100% Ukrainian blood, or whatever that might mean, since where Ukraine has been through so many historical events that there hardly are any 100%, ethnic Ukrainians. There usually someone has some other people of other nationalities in their families. We even saw that the first victims of Maidan in the Heavenly Hundred, they all represented different ethnicities and nationalities, which was something beautiful, a beautiful kind of cosmopolitan statement about a contemporary Ukraine. And so this articulation of a civic national identity, of who counts as a Ukrainian versus who doesn't, I guess was really key to solidifying the Ukrainian territories and the people on them and mobilizing them to counteract these Russian narratives. And this is something that I think is really significant, that Ukraine continues the development of the civic identity, that Ukraine doesn't draw ethnic lines. Ukraine has many minorities. The Crimean Tatars have also been, at times, their history with Ukraine hasn't been unproblematic. But at this point, of course, there is so much support, so much allegiance coming from the Tatars in the contemporary situation that it is really one of the most exciting developments that I'm seeing is surrounding that inclusive civic national identity.
Thank you, Olga. You've just spurred another 7 questions in my head, but I'll be very mindful of your time and pass it off to Finance and Jim so they can ask their questions instead. Finance, please.
Hey, Olga, I have a quick question. You mentioned how Russia uses its diaspora to leverage and gain influence across the world, wherever the Russian diaspora is. I wondered what the degradation of that over time is. Like, does it take a whole generation? After 10, 15 years, do people just not feel as strongly towards what they feel is their mother country is anymore? What does that look like over time? I assume there's some sort of degradation rate, right? That after a generation, after a while, that people just it doesn't work as well. What's that like?
So Russian diaspora is actually a very interesting thing. About half, maybe not half, but about half of the Russian diaspora actively hates Russia. That is one really important thing, right? To not, I guess, accept or perceive Russians as the homogeneous peoples, Russians abroad, because really there are many people who are either assimilating into their host countries to the extent where they don't want to acknowledge any of the Russian roots, where they change their names, where they do not speak Russian to their children. There's a lot of that, and that is their choice, and there's reasons for that, right? There's still, right now, I guess there's a lot of people trying to escape Russia for ideological reasons and whatnot, and we can anticipate that they will probably do something similar, either completely assimilate in the host countries, trying to erase that connection to a genocidal state, or to find like-minded Russians and have a small kind of intellectual community. And we also saw some of these Russians here in Sydney, and they're really supportive. So they've done a lot to help the Ukrainians who have been harmed by the war. So, of course, there are all kinds of Russians out there. I'm not trying to perpetuate a myth of the good Russians and bad Putin, which I think is really harmful. But of course, not every Russian that will immigrate or has immigrated will become part of the diaspora, and that's okay. I guess there's the same things happening in Ukraine, although to a lesser extent right now, because it's such a existential thing for Ukrainians to keep together and to be doing something for the benefit of their country at this time. I wouldn't say there is a decay period where a generation will pass and then all these Russians will be okay and the second generation will be okay. The Russian communities through which foreign interference is done, they're funded. The key is to follow the money. They're usually well funded by Russia. So this is one thing. And actually, I saw a brilliant presentation by a sociologist in Western Australia who has studied and discovered that Western Australia has something like 30 Russian NGOs that are registered in Australia. So their population is about 4,000. There's about 4,000 people who identify as Russians in Western Australia, and there's 30 organizations. So that's a huge number of NGOs that is so suspicious, and it's not clear what they're doing. And it's really not clear how whether they're collaborating with each other. So this is something that I would really pay attention to, is those well-funded organizations, whatever their alleged goal is, that are gathering Russians on behalf of the Russian state. We see this with the Night Wolves. The Night Wolves are extremely well-funded. They get to buy property, they get to build their, whatever it's called, their clubs, and they seem very innocuous. They've been interviewed in the Australian press many times, and they're all like, oh, we're just trying to popularize the Russian history. But the fact that they're getting really generously funded is one thing that I would be concerned about. And so, so I guess it's a matter of how they're organized, much more than how long ago they immigrated or to what extent do they feel like they're Russians. These could be people who have very remote Russian heritage. If they're supported by Russia or funded by Russia in any way, we can reasonably expect them to do certain things that might be beneficial for Russia. I hope that answers your question. I unfortunately don't have any details, but perhaps Jim, we could go to Jim's question.
Jim.
Yeah, thanks, Olga. I mean, Dr. Boychuk, rather. Amazing work. So, to your question, I mean, we all wrestle with the counter narrative, right? I spent a week meeting old finance friends in the UK, and some of them still hold on to the idea that Euromaidan, the Revolution of Dignity, was a CIA operation. And I was there, as was you. You understand that it was a bona fide grassroots revolution. I mean, the emotion, the feeling at the time was obvious, but you've researched that. You have proof for it. And it's very, very valuable to get that information out there. So, I've looked at some of your work with Sydney Uni, crowdfunding in remote conflicts, mapping cross-platform mobilization. I mean, you understand better than almost anyone how successful mass movements are achieved. What can the tens of thousands of motivated listeners of the Miria report do best with their time? I mean, is it trolling with NAFO? Is it reaching out to gently cajole people sitting on the fence? Street demos, pressurizing your politician. I mean, do you have a handbook for successful activism? And please write it if you haven't already. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you for your kind words. I mean, I'm to be honest, I'm in awe of seeing what the NAFO fellows have achieved, and I think it's one of those creative vernaculars that, I wish maybe maybe next year I'll be able to write something about it, because I feel like this is a story that should be told. To be honest, I am so in my research, one of the central arguments that I'm trying to make in whatever I write is that our daily actions matter. So no matter how small, we actually create that geopolitical impact through our very kind of basic daily actions, be that boycotts, or be that, as you said, convincing people who are on the fence, or participating in different NAFO activities online. Any of these things are helpful, and if done in good faith, they can, seeing how successful NAFO has been, they really have the effect. So every additional person really helps tip the scale in Ukraine's favor. Again, crowdfunding is extremely important. There's even people, so some of the things that I'm mostly fascinated about is people, for example, who make camouflage networks from scratch. These are the people who have nothing to give. A lot of the times it's people who are retired, people who live somewhere very remotely or in rural areas, who really do not have the money to contribute to crowdfunding, who have no one left to convince, who don't really have the purchasing power to significantly boycott Russian goods, but who actually do that manual labor and make those camouflage networks, or knit socks for that matter, to help the cause. And so that is something that I'm finding particularly fascinating, is how the community is coming together and they're creating really long-lasting networks. And this is something that has been missing in Ukraine over the Soviet times. This is something that I'm particularly fascinated about, because this is the true civil society as we understand civil society. And I guess it is my hope that everyone who supports Ukraine through this time will get to be part of those grassroots communities. And these communities will stay long after the Ukraine wins the war, and people will just be able to be part of this community and to really enjoy hanging out with like-minded individuals and engaging in productive activities with them. So I guess whatever it is that one feels like doing with others, that helps create those networks, especially in the contemporary times. It's really important and really commendable.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olga. One last little bit, and I promise we'll let you go. Could you comment a little bit on NAFO? Because we have a number of fellows here. We have some very important fellows and the listeners this whole time who've greatly enjoyed and commended your appearance here. What do you think NAFO is? How much of a surprise did it take you by, as someone who researches things very close to this? And you are a fellow yourself, of course.
Well, I've been gifted this avatar just today. I am very proud of it. It was given to me by a good friend, and I'm just really thrilled. But to be honest, I think it's such an amazing idea, and I don't claim to be an expert on NAFO. I would be happy to learn more. I would be really happy to get to chat with NAFO fellows and understand how you guys are organizing and how you're achieving the outcomes that you are, and the prominence kind of in the public imaginary even now. So it's really amazing to see it covered by the mainstream media. It's really amazing to see. So in digital cultures, we're really interested in memes. We're interested in this remix culture where fragments are being repurposed and circulated online. And that is exactly what I'm seeing with the avatars, which is fascinating. So I guess I'd love to have a chance to interview some of the fellas. If you're a fella, feel free to hit me up. I'd love to chat with you because I'm really keen to know more. And I guess the more I know, the more I'll be able to produce some knowledge about it and tell others about it. And those are some of the stories that have to be told. And I would be really privileged to tell these stories. I'm also, if that's a shameless plug, but if you're in Sydney, I'm gonna be speaking at the Antidote Festival on Sunday. So I think it's 6:30 at the Sydney Opera House. So I'd love to meet you in person. Please come and say hi if you're there. I'm gonna be talking about civilian resistance and networks and all the stuff that I care about, but I'd love to meet some of you there.
Thank you very much, Olga. Please put out a tweet in that respect, and we will make sure to publicize it. We have a number of Australian listeners. Of course, not all of them are in Sydney, and Australia is a big place, but I'm sure a number will show up. Olga, at this point, I would normally ask you to please consider returning back to the Maria Report somewhere down the line and stay in touch. But I have a very specific proposal even here for you. Would you be interested, because I see that Goblin Borscht is listening, and Goblin Borscht is one of those who said that you're just absolutely amazing. I'm sure we can organize something. Would you be interested in us setting a time, not now, but setting a time sometime soon in the next week and a half, to maybe have a space here, invite lots of fellas. As you can see, we have a number of fellas here on the speaker panel right now as well, and maybe you can just have a chat with lots of fellas, and maybe let's flip the script. I can help moderate, and you can just talk to a number of fellas about their experiences, their views on these things. Maybe we can get something out of it, and maybe kickstart your exploration of fellowdom from an academic perspective as well this way.
Oh, I would love that. I think that's a great idea to have like a huddle where we get to know each other and where I get to understand more about how fellows are working. I would need to get my university's permission for that because we have ethics approvals and whatnot. But at this point, I am authorized to research these topics, so I could totally join you in a huddle, say 2 weeks from now, if the fellows would be able to join and to share their experiences, how they became part of NAFO, all of the things. I'm pretty sure that there are so many things that are beneath the surface that we actually don't know about fellows, and I'd be really keen to learn.
I think I know how it goes with ethics permissions and the like, but I think a very preliminary, exploratory conversation, well in the public, maybe doesn't need as much of an ethics permission or anything like that.
Absolutely, and also given the fact that the fellows are all using avatars, which makes it easier because they're not as easily identifiable and not easily traceable to their actual personas. So that is one thing that is making it, I guess, better for me, ethics-wise, and I guess better for you as well.
Thank you very much, Olga. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really want to pick your brain more on another occasion about more details of Ukrainian recent history and how civil society emerged. We're big fans of globalization here as well, decentralization.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
We are here 24/7, so do please drop in whenever you have the time at all. And want to listen to people talk about Ukraine or indeed engage in conversation with us. We will always be more than happy to have you. Just click that request button in the bottom left corner, and we're so happy to have you here with us.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for hosting, Domen, and everyone. Thanks for inviting me. It's been a great pleasure to chat. And let's talk about organizing a huddle in 2 weeks, and I'd be really keen to know more. And meanwhile, I'll of course try to join the BRIA report and see, because it's an exciting space. And thank you to everyone who's doing this important work.
Air siren alert update. Kirovorod, full alert. Dnipropetrovsk, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
And we appreciate your patience with us, most of all. So, thanks again. Great chat. Brilliant. And thank you to Domen, who may or may not have been slightly surprised by this interview. CJ, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. What a great chat that was. A lot of interesting topics covered, and really shows how, 6 months into this war, I guess I really thought that the Russian disinformation, powers that be were, I guess, a lot stronger than they actually were. And
Air
so the
siren
fact that
alert
they're getting
update.
deconstructed
Kirovorod,
day by day,
full alert.
as they also get their
Dnipropetrovsk,
military deconstructed
full alert.
day by
This
day, is
message
definitely
has been
encouraging, not
generated
just
with
for Ukraine,
municipal
but the
data.
rest of the world.
Oh, very much so. Let's go to Canberra, and then CJ, I want to talk to you about things that go boom, things that fly, and then go boom, things like that. Canberra.
So just a couple of quick community service announcements in the wake of that of Olga's interview. The first thing is that for Australian listeners, she referred to a movie, Mr. Jones, about a journalist that was covering the Holodomor. Now that movie is available free of charge for Australian viewers on SBS On Demand. So if they log into SBS On Demand, the
siren alert update.
the makers of the movie will get their royalty.
This message has been generated with municipal
Australian
data.
taxpayer, and it's a great movie. It's a fantastic movie, and really does illustrate the distortion of the Soviet Union's portrayal in the West at the time, and how that was manipulated, and gives you an idea, an insight into what's going on today. And the second thing is, while I was listening to Olga, I was scrolling through Twitter, and I've got to mention this tweet from Constantine, who's just done a fundraiser for, I think it was winter gear, and it's got his daughters featuring in it, and it's just a brilliant tweet. It'll bring tears to your eyes, and he's raised enough funds. He doesn't need any more funds, and he's referring us to the other charities that he recommends.
Siren alert update.
From this point, but it is
full alert. This
just
message
goes
has
to
been
show the
generated with
sacrifice
municipal data
that he has put himself through to organise those dispatches. And while I appreciate what he's doing, I hope, if I did that, I'm sure, I'd be divorced in 5 days. So I just can't acknowledge enough the sacrifice he's put himself through to organise those dispatches. Thanks very much. That's all I had to say.
Did I say something?
Thank you very much, Canberra. Sorry, William, do you mind raising your hand?
Siren alert update. Full alert. Kurson. Full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Yes, William, you need to mute your mic first, and then click the heart with a plus. Put your hand up, like everyone else who's a well-mannered guest of the space. CJ, how important is winter gear for soldiers in the fight? How important is what Konstantin's doing in reality, down on the ground? Can you characterize that a little bit for us? I'm sure that you've undergone some serious polar or winter training.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I was about to bring up too. Of course, Konstantin's done a lot of incredible work before too. His initial fundraiser drive a few months back was to get hearing protection for Ukrainian artillerymen, with an initial goal of about 50 headsets. Again, because we saw a lot of videos in April and May of
Siren alert
Ukraine
update.
getting this new and
full alert.
Much better
full
artillery.
Alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
They were losing their hearing quickly. They were getting TBI, traumatic brain injuries, a lot quicker. So the aid was helpful, but they really needed that. And so Konstantin sought out to get about 50 sets for about one battery of guns, and he ended up getting 500 sets of hearing protection and was able to outfit multiple brigades. So really pretty life-changing. And then hearing the stories from those soldiers, the difference it made and their ability to keep shooting longer and more really makes a difference in the battlefield. So with winter clothing, it's not something that's been completely forgotten about, right? Ukraine does its best to equip its soldiers, and even with the Ramstein meetings and a lot of NATO member states have pledged to give about $40 million specifically to this end, which is going to equip about 200,000 Ukrainian soldiers, right? Which is an incredible amount of people. But it's important to note that, Ukraine has about 700,000 active duty soldiers right now of all types. And so there is going to be a gap there that needs to be filled. So Konstantin is doing work to this end. And so what the winter clothing provides is it allows you to be not just more comfortable, but honestly safer outside where you're, primarily fighting. And the reason why so many soldiers, of course, are outside, which seems like a very simple thing. You think a lot of fighting happens outside. You'd want to stay warm. As buildings and things like that might be warmer or shelter are very distinguishable under thermal sensors, and also, of course, under night vision and things like that. So the more you're outside and in the woods and you look like you're in nature, the harder it is to find. And what that means, of course, is you're going to be a lot colder while you're doing it. One thing we saw in the end of February and March was, of course, a lot of Russians who were in their vehicles, of course, that were turned on and warm, were very easy to spot by drones with thermal capabilities and easily targeted. So what they did was, of course, they went out of their trucks and into the woods, but they didn't have any winter gear really at all for a lot of the cases. And so they ended up getting frostbite and having a lot of casualties from that alone. And if your fingers don't work and you're really cold, it's not difficult to say that it's very difficult to shoot, write down notes, use a map, use a radio, all these sort of very key things you need to do in the battlefield. So the warmer you are, the better you can fight. And even things like 50 degrees or 60 degrees, or, for, most for our audience, Europeans, even 20 degrees Celsius, it doesn't seem that bad for, maybe a day, but when you're weeks and weeks on end, it starts to really pay a toll on you. So having that gear will just be essential to keep their body temperatures regulated and allow them to stay in the fight more, in order to avoid going inside to buildings that are easily spotted, or turn on their vehicles, which is also easily spotted.
Thank you, CJ. I think we have Shin, and then Miko also wanted to chime in on these things. Shin, go ahead.
Thank you, Dom. And actually, I was about to ask a question of your topic here. Since you're from Slovenia, maybe you can help me with a TV program there was from Slovenia about some archives that have been revealed about the Yugoslav National Army dumping money to Liechtenstein. Maybe you know
go
about
ahead.
it.
Go ahead and DM me about that, and we can chat about this offline. I'm not familiar with the particular program, but I swear I will look into it if you shoot me a DM and a couple of links. Is that all right?
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, Shin. Mika, Winter Gear, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to ask you, CJ, great comments, and I just want to give a couple of tips and regarding the, how you can be better prepared for winter battle, and I think so our audience, who are the Finns who went to the army and conscript training, you know this, but I noticed actually that even though in the request list, what they want from the Amazon, it pretty much actually says it already. So the wool is a very important material. So use wool, and nowadays, we have a better material called merino wool. It's very thin wool layers, and you can totally cover yourself. You have Dominic Domin, you have a hot one. And
sorry, I just noticed.
Yeah. You can cover yourself with merino wool, everything, long underpants, long upper pants, and shirts and gloves and socks and everything like, just use the merino wool. And then my second tip is that, what is probably not known so well is that the paper itself, you need to stuff that actually into your boots and inside of your clothing. So it actually will suck the moisture off. So all the Finns, who went, it's very cheap and it's very usable material. So wool, merino wool, and newspaper paper, I would recommend, and please keep changing those, every time you need to dry up. So just my comment.
Yeah, I know personally, as a military member myself, I would defer to anyone that fought in a war called the Winter War, right? This is something that a lot of countries that are both in NATO and also trying to join NATO have brought to the table and really are experts in. And this is something that I can only hope and do imagine it's pretty realistic that, the Finnish, Swedish, and of course Norwegian trainers that are in the UK training Ukrainian soldiers are giving some more advanced tips, right? Of course, Ukrainians that have lived there their whole life are somewhat aware of the conditions, but they may not have to have fought in them, and that is something that is really valuable that all these countries can hopefully teach them and bring them to bear.
Kemper?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Constantine, he's putting a lot of effort in, and his own resources, but probably the best resource he could bring to the table is his expertise. I heard him speaking the other night about what sort of winter wear was and wasn't appropriate for soldiers, and he understood the context of the fighting exactly, more so than a lot of the other people who had experiences in the cold, but not fighting in the cold and not fighting in the Ukrainian cold, which, has a different range of temperatures. And, I think probably the best thing would be is if his effort was directed into providing the expertise to groups like Maria Aid, who are doing the procurement and aiding them in making sure that they make the right sorts of purchases, so that we centralise the procurement so we're not bidding against each other, and that the right sort of gear is being purchased with the expertise of soldiers who have fought in that sort of environment. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Kemper. CJ, any thoughts to that? I think you talked to Konstantin quite a lot about that.
Yeah, the last thing I'll say is, I think maybe people think that the fighting won't continue too much in the winter. It'll slow down. And I personally think the opposite, because although, of course, the winter is, difficult to fight in outside, there are some key advantages, the first being that the ground is frozen. And so a lot of roads that are impassable in the mud become actually more easy to move on. And the second, of course, is the lower visibility, right? The lower cloud cover or ceiling. And the worse weather actually makes it difficult for drones to fly. So there are some key advantages, in GPS-guided munitions and artillery, in terms of the fact that if Russia can't get their drones off the ground to call in artillery, then they're kind of stuck. Whereas the Ukrainians, who have sort of better GPS-guided weaponry that's far more accurate without the use of drones, they gain an advantage there. So, it's not all bleak in the winter necessarily. There's actually some advantages that can be won, even if they're hard fought. So, I know some people were getting down about it, but the reality is it's not necessarily a bad thing inherently.
Thank you, CJ. Oh, before I forget, would it be alright, CJ, if you prepared a little bit of a lecture on how artillery is done in indirect fire and the like for sometime not too far down the line? I've had a number of people asking me, what is indirect fire versus direct fire, etc. And I think maybe having a little segment at some point where we delve deep into artillery 101, maybe 102, that'd be very greatly appreciated.
Yeah, sure. It's a pretty simple talk. So you let me know when you want to have that.
Perfect. Thank you, CJ. Whenever you have like a good period of time. Daryl, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Well, good midday to you guys, Doman. One of the things I wanted to just bring a little levity here. Hey, CJ, do they still prescribe nylons? Women's nylons as a form of cold weather protection? Because when I was in way back, talking about going to cold weather training, they prescribed getting a set of women's nylons to go under your clothing to hold in trying to keep you warm.
Yeah, so great question. So briefly for the audience, in terms of military wear, there's a bunch of levels of winter protection, 1 through 7. The first one is level 1, which is these nylons that Daryl is referring to. However, they have men and women's types to help fit bodies better. And that's like typically the primary layer you wear because the nylon not only retains heat, but also can get wet. The second layer and second level being something like fleece, or something that really provides a lot more warmth. And then the third thing, of course, you put on top of all of that is some sort of shell or waterproof material to help prevent you not only to keep dry, but then all the layers underneath, of course, keep you warm. It seems pretty simple, but the reality is if you don't actually have those materials and you can't change quickly on the move or in whatever position you're in, then you could get wet, which is either going to lead to, of course, infections or other sort of types of problems, especially the feet, but also, of course, keeping warm. So yes, Daryl, they do it. I think a little bit better than maybe when you were in, which is a good thing. We like progress, right?
Yeah, you didn't have to worry about your stockings running.
Cheers, guys. Mika.
Yeah, just want to add, number one, you can't use in the winter war any kind of winter padding is cotton. Never use any kind of cotton, because it will kill you in the end of the day. And like CJ said, you need to have the multiple layers. My best advice is to use this wool, in the end layers, because you don't need to change that so often. In 1 week, you can, stay with, wool underwear and etc. And that's a great thing. And if you're looking for the cost-wise, I still recommend everybody, try the newspaper, the papers actually, stuff into your boots. Sometimes just try it out. And, it will suck all the moisture. That's not expensive. I mean, that's very, effective. Just comment.
Усім італійцям, які допомагають нам, також захищають українські прагнення до свободи, до Європи. Запропонував нові.
Cheers, Mika. Terma Fella.
Hello. Yeah, I've got.
Terma. Yeah. No, you're having bad issues. Sorry, we can't. We can. We can distorted Terma Fella. When you're in a better reception area, jump back up, please. Okay, well, we have CJ here. CJ, what's been going on with things that fly and then go boom? Anything particularly notable that comes to mind?
Yeah, of course. Well, of course, everyone's focusing on Kherson, and that's where I would keep most of my attention. I posted a video to the Nest relevant to what I think should be talked about, which is, of course, these airstrikes in the Dervelika. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Probably not. But
Darivka.
The strikes on the pontoon bridge that had been constructed on the Inglets. So if you look at the Inglets River, right, it goes to the Dnipro and is much narrower, but still a significant body of water to cross because it pretty much cuts the Kherson battlefield in half, right? North to south, you could say. And so what the Russians had done is when that bridge first started taking hits, they put a pontoon bridge across. So this was a body of water that I believe was only about at this point 150 meters across. So it was something that you could temporarily construct a barge system on with, reasonably easily, because it wasn't as fast flowing or as wide as the Dnipro. And so what just happened, within the last 6 hours or so, is allegedly Ukrainian attack aircraft. It could be Su-25s, it could be Su-24s, it could be MiG-29s. I'm not really quite sure exactly what type of aircraft, of course, but they hit the pontoon bridge that was going across and completely severed it. And this is huge, right? Because this is, even if the Russian units that got across the Dnipro in a barge or one way or another were successful, now they can't really move back and forth to the front easily. So this is pretty detrimental. And it's also tied with new reports of significant progress, upriver on the Ingolets, where the initial penetration occurred for the Ukrainians, with them taking about 2 more towns in the last day. So really good news overall for Ukraine as they continue this a couple different drives at once, right? We're not here to say which one is the main effort or which one is the most successful, of course, but there's at least, several different attacks. And by several, I mean something on the order of 50 to 70 different attacks occurring simultaneously. And Ukraine is still pushing forward here about a week into the offensive. So pretty great news overall. Another significant note in all of this talk is the fact that apparently now it's a little bit hard to parse through, but civilians who have been using these barge systems to get across the river to and from, the north and south side of the Dnipro are no longer permitted to do so on the barge system. This is significant because while it affects, economics, or the economic state of Kherson and also, of course, the civilians' well-being, it's a pretty good sign that Russia, is basically has so few barges that are working correctly that they need to prioritize the military traffic. So it's pretty much, I would say, good news overall that Russia is not letting anyone but their trucks go across, because it means they have such so few barges and such a small capacity to get things across that they're basically only having to use it for military traffic. So I would say that's pretty good news.
Thank you, CJ. Do we have a good grasp of what the Russian ability to replace, let's say, these barges, pontoon ferries, or whatever else that are getting destroyed by HIMARS and other Ukrainian artillery is?
That's a great question. It's something Craig and I look at daily. What it basically boils down to is there's about 7 to 9 crossing points that are possible. And within those 7 to 9 crossing points, they're constantly getting hit. So there's no real good sense of, how many barges are possible or what Russia can move in a day. It's just good to know that a lot of people with better satellite imagery are watching, and they're not letting them get very far. So really encouraging news across the board, even if it's not just that one Antonovsky Bridge crossing. There's a lot more going on, but basically it's pretty well known by those that need to know.
Excellent. Thank you, CJ. We see more strikes on Chernobyl, more strikes on bridges, more strikes near bridges, more strikes on these pontoon ferries. Would you say this is really the crucial battleground in a sense? Oh, CJ left us. Okay, I hope CJ comes back. I was going to ask you whether this is really the crucial battleground here that might be determining of the success or otherwise of this Kherson counteroffensive. And by that I mean really how quickly the success in the Kherson counteroffensive will come, Ukraine will come by and come around.
Air siren alert update.
Very well. If CJ comes back,
all clear.
We'll talk to him again.
This message has been generated with
Tim,
municipal
very warmly
data.
welcome back. If you were, say, in your old role as an ice star, sounds a lot like iRobot, but better. What would you be focusing on? What would you think would be the key thing to be observing, to be looking out for, to be studying, to be able to determine what to hit, how to what to communicate back to other people in the artillery company?
Well, I think
the ones with the big guns is whom I'm referring to as the other people.
Yeah, I mean, to my albeit not desperately expert or high-level view, the Ukrainians
Air
are,
siren alert
when you
update.
talk about fighting the fight, right?
Dnipropetrovsk. All
A
clear.
large part of the
This
ISTAR
message
role
has
is
been
fighting the
generated
fight.
with
So it's
municipal
finding the
data.
enemy, right? So it's identifying where they are, what they're doing, feeding information back up, feeding intelligence back up the chain. When it comes to this, I mean, the Russians aren't desperately difficult to find. You know, it's not like the front lines are secret. It's not like they're lacking in intelligence here. So I think they are basically on the right track. They seem to be identifying logistics operations very heavily. They seem to be keeping a very, very close eye on river crossing efforts, be that fixed bridges or which obviously they know where they are already, but also the more ad hoc efforts such as pontoon bridges and ferries. So, I mean, I'm not sure there's anything I can teach them about this. They seem to be doing everything right already. They've identified the key
Air
Russian
siren
weak
alert
points.
update.
They've identified the
Kirovorod.
buttons that
All
they can
clear.
press
Donetsk.
quite easily
All
with their
clear.
existing
Kherson.
capabilities,
All
and
clear.
they're pressing
This
them.
message has been generated with
So,
municipal data.
yeah, I mean, I think they're from an ISTAR perspective, they seem to be doing extremely well.
So you would agree that interdicting the remaining logistics capacity across the Dnipro would be the key thing, the crucial thing, be that by pontoon ferry, by barge, or maybe, as we heard from some, by airlift, by helicopter across.
Air siren alert update. Kirovorod.
Absolutely, yeah. And,
all clear.
Another thing that we're obviously
Donetsk.
doing very well
All
is their
clear.
artillery
Kherson.
fires.
All clear. This
Both when it
message
comes
has
to,
been generated
both when it
with
comes to
municipal
guns and
data.
missile systems does seem to be extremely accurate. You know, they seem to have a system of observation and adjustment and targeting that is performing very, very well. They never seem to waste a shot, right? Or at least not that we see videos of anyway. So this makes me think that, you know, from an ISTAR perspective and for a target acquisition perspective, they are very, very switched on indeed, and they are doing exactly the right thing, because this is a difficult thing to get right.
You just reminded me of something, you know, that they never miss a shot. That I was talking with our friend Daniel Arfire from Galatz about a little bit ago. I think it was him, maybe someone else. We were looking at some footage from Vysokopilia after liberation, right? That town north of Kherson Oblast, just south of Kryvyi Rih. And what I noted was, wow, this looks shockingly still like a town. Yes, a town in which a battle was fought. Yes, a town that was under shelling, but my God, the buildings are still standing by and large. It's not rubberized. If you think back a few months ago, when many months ago, this was in March, I think, when Volnovaha, that town in Donetsk Oblast, to the north of Mariupol, to the west of the city of Donetsk, was taken by the Russians. It had been completely, and I mean completely and utterly rubberized, right? If you think of how Mariupol looked like when Russians moved in, rubberized. If you think of Severodonetsk when Russians moved in, rubberized. The vast, Izium similarly, right? Vast majority of buildings in a town that Russians managed to occupy. Of course, we're not including Kherson here for obvious reasons, because Kherson fell largely without a fight, or with, you know, largely without. Maybe that's unfair. With a lot less of a fight than those other cities and towns that I mentioned. But when Ukraine liberated Vysokopilia, they don't seem to have a need for area artillery fire. They seemingly do not have the same need that Russians do. Russians seem to only have one way of actually taking ground, which is by mass fires, by destroying everything in their way, and they just end up taking ground instead of actually taking cities. Because, you know, if you ask me, many of these cities and towns Russians have taken, they no longer qualify as cities or towns. They qualify as, you know, brownfield, rubble-covered. We just need to now call in lots of bulldozers to actually have something here, to ever have something here again. Kind of territory, right? And I think that's a big difference, and it's very impressive, and it's very notable and noteworthy of how Ukrainians are managing to take over, you know, Vysogopilia is not a big place, of course, but managing to take places without actually destroying them in the process, managing to take back ground after heavy fighting, and Vysogopilia was very heavy fighting. Remember, Vysogopilia was a Russian-occupied...
The Russians have a capability in artillery, and it's really the only capability they have. It's the only overwhelming advantage they have, right? So they're going to use it. Number two, and this is the fact that they will use this capability, and the fact that they emphasize this capability so much is a symptom of lack of quality in the rest of their operation, right? You think about the Battle of Grozny, for example. That took them 2 months, right? It took them 2 months to take Grozny. It's and this is their own territory, effectively, right? So they have this very, very low quality and not very much infantry, who are in no way qualified or equipped or trained to take a major urban center without
Tim,
overwhelming and destructive artillery support. Yeah.
Let's just add a little bit of context. So Grozny